Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. We acknowledge this country and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as traditional custodians, their language, songs and dance. We pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. May we continue to peacefully walk together in respect and in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Wines, I see your hand raised. Is that accidental? Nobody declaring apologies? No apologies, thank you. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,672nd meeting held on Tuesday, 22nd of February 2022 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
This has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by, I didn't pick up the seconder, was it Councillor Hutton? Sorry, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the minutes of the 4,672nd meeting, the Council held on the 22nd of February 2022 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have. There is no public participant today. We move on to the next item on the agenda, which is question time. Sorry, yes, question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair? Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, over the past week, our beloved Brisbane City has for the second time in 11 years rallied together to begin our recovery from the wrath of Brisbane's creek and river flooding. The damage caused by this recent flooding event has impacted many of our suburbs to their core, particularly those in my ward of Walter Taylor. As Lord Mayor, could you please provide an update on the status of our city, including an overview of the key events to date and how we will capture the lessons from this event to better prepare our city for the future?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay, for the question. Through you, Mr Chair. Well, Councillor Mackay, you're absolutely right. It is absolutely devastating to see, for the second time in just over a decade, our city devastated in this way by a catastrophic flood. And not just a river flood, but also a river flood combined with creek flooding right across the city as well. What we saw in the lead up to last week's events was an unprecedented amount of rain. We saw rainfall that has never been recorded while the records exist in Brisbane. Brisbane's largest amount of rainfall on record in a 6-day period. And in fact, larger amount of rain than what we saw in the 1974 floods or in the lead up to those 1974 floods. So sadly, with the pandemic, not too far away from our minds, and the use of the word unprecedented a lot in the pandemic, we have had an unprecedented rain event and unprecedented both rain and river flooding in our city. And that has caused a devastating impact. We've seen around 28,000 properties across Brisbane flooded, and that will have an impact on so many people. It's impacting them now, and that impact will continue on. And it is something that really reminds us of the place that we live and the fact that Brisbane is built on a floodplain. And so more than 150 years ago, 160 years from when the city was first established in modern times, this city has flooded, and it is a reminder that it will continue to flood in the future. None of us had expected such a flood in just 11 years from the 2011 flood, but the reality is these things do and will happen in our city. Obviously, there's a lot I can say in terms of what's happened in the last week. There has been so much happen in the last week, but I think one of the critical things to focus on now is what we do going forward to make sure that we review what has happened, but also learn any lessons that need to be learnt out of this situation. And so I want to make sure that it is done properly and thoroughly, because we know that it wasn't too long ago in 2011 that we had a thorough review into the 2011 flood. And there's been an incredible amount of work done since then by this organisation and by other organisations at all levels of government to make sure that the lessons from 2011 were learnt. And what I want to do today is make sure that those lessons are all thoroughly reviewed independently, and also that any additional lessons that need to be learnt are learnt in this situation going forward. So today I can announce that former Governor and Supreme Court Justice Paul Di-Jersey will lead our review into this flood event that we've just been through. Now, we know that Paul Di-Jersey, as the immediate former Governor of Queensland, is widely respected across our community with a distinguished career both in the law and also as a Governor of our state, the 26th Governor. Mr. Di-Jersey has agreed to do this review, and we're looking forward to working with him to make sure that the lessons are independently assessed and thoroughly reviewed. Mr. Di-Jersey will, under the terms of reference, review the following things, and we'll address the effectiveness of, first of all, Council's implementation of the recommendations from the independent review into Council's response to the 2011 floods, Council's disaster management arrangements, public warnings and advice, changes made to planning regulations for flood-prone areas post-2011, measures taken to improve the resilience of flood-prone properties, including backflow devices and the Flood Resilient Homes program, and also improvements made to riverine and waterway infrastructure. So we're making sure that this is a very thorough review into all components listed there to make sure that we...
What about buyback, Lord Mayor? You didn't include that.
What about buyback?
No,
Very tricky, very
no
sneaky.
interjections, please, during question time.
Mr. Chair. And we're making sure that all of the recommendations that came out of the 2011 review are reassessed again. They're checked against implementation because there was an incredible amount of work done over 5 years by this organisation from 2011 through to 2016 to make sure all relevant actions were implemented,
Rubbish.
but
Not true.
appropriate to assess them against what has happened in 2022. So I welcome this review. I want to thank Mr. Di-Jersey, such a respected person in the Queensland community, for agreeing to conduct this review. And I certainly look forward to making sure that we learn these lessons going forward that need to be learnt, and that further improvements that can be made to our processes and to all of the items listed just now are made.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. My question is to the Mayor. Lord Mayor, with so much disruption to ferry services in particular, will your administration be considering introducing interim bus services to connect missing links within the city, such as fast-tracking the proposed Gold City Glider to connect Woolloongabba, Kangaroo Point, Fortitude Valley and Hamilton, or improving the frequency and coverage of the 192 service to connect St Lucia, West End, Highgate Hill and the CBD?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sri, for that question through you, Mr. Chair. And what I do want to do, Councillor Sri, is thank you for the way in which you have approached this disaster situation that we have all been facing. And in terms of your, I guess, public commentary and your support for the community as a local councillor, I've appreciated the way in which you've approached it, and also appreciate this, what is a very fair question. There has been significant impact on our transport network as a result of this disaster that has happened. We saw not only ferry services being shut down as the river was closed, but also bus services and rail services seriously impacted. And so today it's good to be back to a regular timetable when it comes to buses, but I'm certainly happy to look at what can be done in partnership with TransLink as well to supplement services where possible. Councillor Sri mentioned the Gold City Glider, and I'm thankful that he did, because this is a project that we were working on to pitch to the state government to prepare a business case for that and to get some support from TransLink to make sure that we get support for that service to operate. We believe it's got a good business case. We believe there's a strong need and demand for it, and we'll be making that case to the state government. And hopefully this is an opportunity maybe to fast track that service for the people of Brisbane. You'll remember, Councillor Sri, that when there were impacts to the ferry network as a result of the removal of monohull ferries for safety reasons, we did supplement bus services as a result of that. And certainly I'm happy to look at doing that again. But once again, we need to do that in partnership with TransLink to make sure we get the right outcome here. And so we'll continue to do that. And I appreciate the question, Councillor Sri. As I said, a very fair and reasonable question. I also acknowledge that, you know, our river transport system is so iconic for the city and is appreciated by so many people. And we'll continue working to try and get that up and running as fast as possible. I would point out that in the 2011 flood, we literally had multiple terminals washed away. I think from memory, it was 7 terminals were washed away entirely. It might have even been 9. I'm speaking from memory here. We've got our terminals all in place, and they will require some repair work. There's no doubt about that, and that will take a little bit of time. We've got to assess the damage thoroughly, but we know that we won't have a situation like 2011 where you know, some terminals needed to be rebuilt entirely because they were washed away and destroyed. So our river infrastructure has certainly held up a lot better than it did in 2011. It's been built to a higher standard, and we are keen to get those transport services, river transport services, up and running as soon as possible. And I know Councillor Murphy is working very hard on that plan to get it activated. But thank you for the question, Councillor Sri.
Thank you for the questions. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, could you please update the Chamber on how officers within the Office of City Analytics Branch helped in coordinating and deploying the Mud Army volunteers?
Thank you. Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hutton, for the question. And I know you were quite happy with the Mud Army as they came out to help you across your suburbs on Saturday as well. And it was just over a week ago that the Lord Mayor announced the regrouping of the volunteers to form our Mud Army 2.0. And the preparation began from that time to bring together thousands of willing and able community volunteers to help with the Brisbane cleanup. And as we know, many of them were out there already by that stage helping with the cleanup as well. So the project team from the Mud Army was led by Tash Tobias as the Divisional Manager of Lifestyle Community Services and Nighttime Activities, but it involved input from each division across council, providing their expertise in their areas which they could do best for this deployment. City Analytics, obviously across the top, agency liaison, community engagement, public transport, health and safety, logistics and communications. It truly was a
just forgot councillors.
Councillor Johnston, please.
Yet again, just forgot the councillors.
Was truly a joint effort for a whole of the council response to a city in crisis. And I'd like to
just not us.
Start by thanking our dedicated Mud Army team who gave up their time, tirelessly working day and night under such difficult and challenging circumstances to stay across the efforts that were needed. To all the 15,000 plus Mud Army 2.0 volunteers who registered, thank you for putting your hand up to help the community. That is the spirit of the Mud Army that we saw in 2011, which does make Brisbane so very special. And for years after 2011 event, we talked about the incredible response from the Brisbane community to roll up their sleeves and help a neighbour in need. And we drew on those experiences from 11 years ago. But it's important that we recognise the 2022 disaster was very, very different from 2011 as well. It has been a two-phase recovery, as all councillors on the ground know. It's about the initial deployment of helping to clean up people's homes, but also the citywide removal now of large items on the curbside. Having a clear and informed plan of action was absolutely the key to making this happen. So the reality is the Mud Army volunteers had a very specific job to do, and that was to help affected residents clean out their flood damaged homes, move any large items to the curbside so that our council crews could follow through with the removal of this waste as quickly as possible. And I have to say the City Analytics team were absolutely pivotal in coordinating and deploying the resources through the Mud Army. The team has done such a great job in our capabilities right across council, as we saw in the committee presentation 2 weeks ago, and they were able to use those capabilities to make sure we were ready on the ground to go with the Mud Army on Thursday. They consolidated data from the Mud Army Request for Help portal, including the development of a dashboard to monitor numbers and maps to spatially show the locations of requests. They worked with the local disaster coordination centre and spatial information services to take the flood model outputs and prepare them to understand the scale and the geography of the flood impacts as well. And this data tool allowed analysis on a suburb to suburb level, and detailed maps and database of requests were generated. You also, councillors, would have gotten a request to make sure that you had every opportunity to make sure your data was inputted there, because as well as the LDCC, the help portal that we had on the website, the call centre, I also sent out on behalf of the City of Analytics an opportunity for you to give more information about sites that still required by the end of the week, places for or help for people to get stuff onto their curbside. We weren't able to access all of the city due to the limitations of remnant floodwaters, but access and also the practicality of dispersed assistance requests across the city made this a very broad recovery program, and analytics absolutely vital. So it was about knowing and understanding our limitations, just as important as being tactical and flexible on the day, and making sure that we could use smaller precincts and creek flooding areas with the ADF and the council crews as we move through this week as well. So the response by the Mud Army volunteers was targeted to those in the most heavily affected river flooding areas. And we know within just 24 hours, we received over 10,000 registrations through Volunteering Queensland to join us in this quest. We were ready on Wednesday night for a plan of action to hit the streets on Thursday morning, but unfortunately, this first round of targeted support was held off with the impending weather. We then, of course, are ready to go on Friday, but we're very clear with the advice from emergency services and a stand down by direction from the Premier, urging people to stay home for the next 48 hours due to ongoing severe weather alerts. And of course, our volunteer safety was paramount. But we continued on Saturday with our formal Mud Army. But in saying that, many of the volunteers were still out in those early days. So a lot of the actual cleaning was done.
Has expired.
Thank you, Mr.
Further
Chair.
questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, when the floods hit, many residents were caught off guard, leaving them with next to no time to prepare or save items in their homes. Despite repeated warnings from the Bureau of Meteorology in the days leading up to the flood event, the first warning text message your LNP council sent to residents was late on Sunday evening. By this time, many homes were already flooded. Now, other councils like Moreton Bay Regional Council sent their residents a flood warning text on Friday afternoon. Moreton Bay Regional Council were able to warn their residents more than 48 hours before you sent a text out from Brisbane City Council. Lord Mayor, it's clear that your LNP administration failed abysmally to warn residents of this major flooding event. Was that because you provided inaccurate information to the state government and emergency services?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Mr. Chair, Councillor Cassidy is the only one providing inaccurate information, unfortunately, because he quite clearly doesn't understand the different alert systems that are in place. Now, one of the recommendations out of the 2011 flood was that we get our own early alert and early warning system. And we implemented that after 2011, and it's been operating ever since. That is the council-controlled system. It's called Weather Zone. And for every single summer since 2011, we've been encouraging people to sign up to that Weather Zone. And we've got a lot of people right across Brisbane that are signed up to that early warning system. And so on our council-controlled early warning system, the Weather Zone system, we started sending out emails and text messages on Thursday, the 24th of February. And we sent out emails and SMS messages on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and they continued all the way through
But
until
it might rain.
That was not about flooding.
Councillors, please allow the answer to be heard in silence.
So we continue to send out early alert text messages as we always do every summer, and we have been doing for a decade. And in fact, we sent out 1.4 million emails and 1.2 million SMS messages in this recent event. So that is our council system. Where Councillor Cassidy might well be confused is the system that's controlled and coordinated by the state government, the early alert system. That is
information you provide.
Councillor Cassidy, please.
That is a different situation and system altogether. That is not controlled by Brisbane City Council. But what we have discovered as a result of our use of this system is that the early alerts that we expect to be given out are in no way early in a lot of cases. And so what we have discovered is that this system operated by the state government on behalf of themselves and other councils is actually sending messages to people in lots of 50,000. And so when you get a city of 1.27 million people and you're doing them in lots of 50,000, that is a problem. And so messages that we had given through that early alert system hours and hours ago were sometimes taking 5 to 7 hours to be received by residents. That is a problem. That is a serious problem with the early alert system. But I can tell you, Councillor Cassidy, that is not our system. And the delays were not our doing. This is something that we will continue to pursue because that system quite clearly needs to be improved. There's no doubt about that. But in the meantime,
he can figure it out.
Councillor Cassidy, weather zone system, which was working exactly as planned since Thursday. And I mentioned 1.2 million text messages sent out, 1.4 million emails sent out. Also, look, the reality is the advice from BOM kept on changing by the hour. And so if you want to try and play politics with weather forecasts, I think that's really disappointing. If you want to complain that people didn't have enough warning, well, then that's really disappointing because you need to take it up with the operators of the system that cause people to have delays of 5 to 7 hours.
The operator of the system.
I know. It's
everyone else's problem.
And it's quite clear that Labor councillors have no understanding of the systems that are in place. They just seek to play petty politics with this tragedy that has struck our city. And that is incredibly disappointing, Mr. Chair. It is incredibly disappointing.
But we're sticking up for the local
Labor councillors have, in the main, worked very closely with the council administration and the council leadership to make sure that we are working together. It is disappointing that it seems that cooperation is now off because I have appreciated the opportunity to be in touch with Councillor Cassidy throughout this natural disaster period, and I have appreciated the way in which he has approached dealings with myself personally. But the reality is the issue that he has raised, it is a legitimate issue, but it is not a council system that he's referring to.
Yeah. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Standards Committee.
I think he's still flooded.
Thank you. My question is to the Chair of City Standards Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, the damage to our city from this flood, and in particular residents' belongings, has been enormous. Hundreds of thousands of tonnes of waste is expected to be collected throughout the recovery. Could you please update the Chamber on the early response to the Brisbane floods in terms of our waste management?
Councillor Marx.
Collected. That sounds right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Toomey for the question. Look, as Councillor Toomey knows, the severe weather Brisbane recently experienced was not your average summer storm. So therefore, it's not your average clean-up and recovery effort. The flood recovery effort has begun, but it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. It will take several weeks before our city is fully cleaned with the help of the Australian Defence Force. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Morrison government for providing us some ADF assistance during this time. Watching the news every night when I was home in time to watch the news just shows that natural disasters do not discriminate against which suburb or which state you even belong to. I have seen some of the footage last night of what some of the people in Lismore, New South Wales are going through, and it's heartbreaking. So, you know, this is happening almost Australia-wide. Last week, the Lord Mayor announced a 3-pronged waste strategy to clean up Brisbane, which included the free tip trips for impacted households, suburban flood waste drop zones, and of course the special flood-affected curbside collection service that will help ensure Brisbane gets back to normal as quickly as possible. Council has got every available truck, waste compactor and contractor, every available person and machine on the ground cleaning up the city. And council crews are working around the clock to assess the damage, collect flood-affected items and clean up our suburbs. Chair, I'm pleased to report that all general waste, recycling and green waste services have been restored and are fully operational across the city. I am aware that on the first day, the Monday, the 28th or the 1st of March, I think it was the 1st of March, that Monday, that Suez could not actually physically get to their vehicles to start their waste collection. The police were on the roadway and would not allow them access. I did mention in committee this morning that luckily they were able to access their CCTV footage and they were able to ensure that their trucks were undamaged, which was a great outcome. I hate to think what would happen if their trucks had been damaged. But once they were able to get out on the Tuesday, they then continued with the as normal pickup. I am aware that there are some residents who are disappointed that either their green waste or their yellow waste wasn't picked up on that Monday. And we just ask if you can just pull that back inside and we will get to you in your normal pickup as we catch up. It's just that one day that we were out of the loop, which unfortunately was not something in our control. But I do ask that residents in those flood-affected streets and suburbs ensure that your bins are placed in an accessible location for the council collections. I have been out there, I can see what it's like out there, and I know that there potentially will be a bit of a problem for some residents trying to get their bins out so that trucks can get through and pick them up. If they can make it as quick as possible, or as easy as possible, the trucks can get through a lot quicker. In addition to this, we had over 120 temporary food waste sites established across the city as part of the initial waste management response. Again, we did have sites identified. We were unable to get into some of those sites due to the fact that roads were still closed. We still have collection trucks that have been assigned for continuous servicing of these temporary food waste bins, as well as any associated wheelie bins near these temporary food waste sites. Now, the servicing of these temporary food waste bins will continue until demand subsides. And I have made the commitment in the committee this morning that all councillors and all their officers will be contacted directly before any food waste bins are removed from those locations. So expect a phone call or an email, potentially a phone call, because I'm aware of how many emails are piling up in councillors' inboxes, to confirm with you either directly as yourself as a local councillor or one of your staff members on your behalf that you are happy now that those food waste bins can be removed from those locations. That way we can then get those trucks back on to picking up the other stuff as well. As again, I just want to assure you, you will get a personal phone call, if not from me, someone from my office. Obviously, the flood-affected curbside collection is underway and we have thousands of people on the ground right now making hundreds of trips as we speak. We have actually collected at this point over 15,000 cubic metres of waste since the recovery began. I think I would suggest the councillors who are out there on the ground, and you know who you are that have been affected, you will realise the sheer magnitude of what's out there. We're not talking about a normal curbside collection, which takes a year for us to do across the city. In those circumstances, people put out the stuff that they don't want anymore. In this instance, not only are they putting out pretty much their whole lives on the footpath, they're actually putting out structures from their houses as well, floors, walls, everything. It's going out on the curbside. We had a situation where a truck went into one particular street and he filled his truck just from one household, and it was half that household. So we're talking about one truck.
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in the peak of the flood, the detrimental impacts of your decisions to contract basic council jobs became very clear. At the only sandbagging facility on the north side, Residents were forced to wait 3 hours to get sandbags while their homes were going under because there were next to no council staff on site. At other depots, like in Morningside, residents were forced to jump the fence to get sandbags because no staff were on site and sandbags were locked away. You contract out over 850 council jobs to casual labour hire work, basic work like mowing, landscaping and painting. If these ongoing jobs were done by in-house employees, those workers could have been redeployed to help fill sandbags and for other basic services in this time of crisis. Lord Mayor, will you now admit that your addiction to contracting out means our city is unable to adequately respond in times of emergency due to being unable to redeploy outsourced jobs?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's unfortunately another question that's based on completely inaccurate information because we know that Labor continues to talk about contracting out, but we know that it was actually them that were the biggest contractors out when they were in office. We know that they contracted out rubbish collection, they contracted out grass cutting. One of the things that Councillor Cook claimed to rail against, they actually did it. But what I can say is this, since I have been Lord Mayor, we have seen a growth in the number of council employees in the City Standards Unit. And so in 2018, there were 1,548 FTEs plus 358 contractors. And in 2019, there were 1,574 FTEs, and these are the council employees I'm referring to, plus 362 contractors. And in 2020, there were 1,645 FTEs in council plus 294 contractors. And in 2021, there were 1,650 FTEs in City Standards. They're the council employees plus 340 contractors. So what has actually happened is been a consistent year after year growth in the number of FTEs inside council in City Standards. So, Councillor Cook, to answer your question, I have increased the number of council staff since I've been Lord Mayor, and actually there's slightly less contractors since I've been Lord Mayor. So that is completely inaccurate. What I can say though, is that whether they are council staff or contractors, everyone has been banding together to support the community. Everyone has. And I've seen council staff and contractors working side by side, doing the jobs that need to be done, and whether that's filling sandbags or waste collection and all of the other jobs that need to be done. I don't think it's fair to say that contractors are in any way less passionate about our city or less able to do the work. They stand side by side with us. But as I point out, there are more council staff employed in City Standards than when I became Lord Mayor. There are more, not less. What I can also say is that when it comes to things like sandbags, we started this weather event with a stockpile of more than 30,000 sandbags. That's what we started it with. So going into this event, we had more than 30,000 sandbags ready at our depot. And obviously then we kept on producing more and more and more as the need came up. All in all, we distributed 142,945 sandbags, an incredible number of sandbags in just a matter of days. And if you look at the production rate of sandbags in this event and compare it to 2011, we actually were producing more sandbags per day by a country mile than occurred in 2011. And so the production rate increased massively when it came to things like sandbags. And I also want to pay tribute to people that worked in the rain producing these sandbags, because you've got to remember that when the sandbags are in demand, it was raining and flooding in local streets. There were people producing, like literally day and night, sandbags in the rain. They did an incredible...
all of us were there, Lord Mayor. I don't know where you were.
Councillor Cook, please.
We were there in the...
And I think, Mr. Chair, it's important to acknowledge that Councillor Cook's question is just completely inaccurate. It is sad, it is disappointing, and it is inaccurate.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
My question is to the Chair of the Community, Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, last Friday, the Lord Mayor announced urgent financial help for council's community and not-for-profit groups leasing a council-owned site. Can you please update the Chamber on
right now? The link is
Councillor
broken.
Johnston, please.
My clubs
You do not have the floor.
what this relief funding can be used for and how we have supported our community organisations over the past week.
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
The link
Thank
is
you,
currently
Chair.
broken.
Thank you, Chair, and through you can I thank Councillor Atwood for the question. And can I also say how proud I am to be part of the Schrinner Council and this team of hardworking councillors who've been out on the ground. And I've seen Councillor Atwood and Councillor Hutton and all of the councillors in this chamber out helping their community, which is what our job is all about. So I really want to thank each and everyone in the chamber for the work that they are doing for their local community. And I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hardworking officers of the Lifestyle and Community Services branch. Our officers have been working tirelessly around the clock to assist the residents of our beautiful city during this incredibly hard and devastating time. I would like to thank our divisional manager, Tash Tobias, for her dedication and for the incredible work she and all the officers are doing in the background to make Brisbane once again the beautiful city that it is. And I've seen this last week, all council officers go above and beyond to deliver extra support to our communities and residents in their time of need. So, Mr. Chair, over the past week, I've been on the ground talking and listening with clubs to see firsthand the devastating impact this flooding event has had not only on our residents, but on our community facilities. And one of the hardest hit clubs was of course, the Mitchelton Football Club, which I went and visited with Councillor Davis to see just some of the impact that's had. I know that in Councillor Atwood's area, the Wynnum Wolves at Carmichael Park have suffered quite badly. And this morning in committee, we heard from Councillor Griffiths that St Brendan's have gone under for the second time in 11 years. And we know that that devastation right across our community groups is really being felt by all. The work that is ahead of these clubs and communities is astronomical. There is a long road ahead for some of these clubs, but I know that the hard-working, dedicated volunteers and the community spirit that they all embody will get them back on their feet. While some clubs, fortunately, have not been impacted, we know that a lot of clubs have suffered significantly as a part of this flooding event. These groups are important pillars within their community, and the outpouring of support has been nothing short of incredible, and it makes you proud to be a resident of Brisbane. Our council officers have been in continuous touch with our community and sporting organisations since Monday last week to provide up-to-date information to clubs, to check in on them, and to provide advice on how council can help them get back on their feet. With this first-hand local knowledge and understanding the facility flood risk of the areas that they service, our sport and rec officers first began the task of reaching out to community lessees that they know would be impacted by this event. Officers also made contact with each of our council lessees, as many clubs had already begun the upsetting activity of assessing the impact of this flooding event on their clubs. We made sure to let these clubs know that council was ready to help, and our officers have worked incredibly hard to give these clubs the support they need. On Tuesday, a simple survey was sent out to over 580 community organisations to better understand the impact to their facilities. This short survey, which to date has been completed by more than 220 community organisations, has provided council with an insight into what support is needed and how best to respond to the flooding, waste and damage caused. Using the data collected, we quickly recognised that our affected community organisations would need quick and easy access to funds to assist with the burden of the clean-up, to help conduct minor repairs, making their facilities safe again and returning to normal operations. As a result, on Friday, the Schrinner Council announced our Community Facilities Disaster Relief Payment Program, a simple and effective $5,000 relief program designed to give sporting clubs and community organisations impacted by flooding access to the $5,000 very quickly to begin that clean-up. As of this morning, I am aware that 67 clubs have been given the information they need to access these funds, which I am sure will make a significant weight off the shoulders of our volunteer community organisations who give so much to the City of Brisbane. We know that for some clubs, more extensive works will be needed, and we're hopeful all levels of government will work together to help get them back up and running as quickly as possible. While we know that this Community Facilities Disaster Relief Payment Program will go a long way to support our community facilities, it's far from the only way that our council officers have tirelessly worked to support our valued community organisations. Our very own contact centre has also been on the front line, proactively calling customers and some who had requested assistance through our council's Mud Army.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Infrastructure Chair, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, just days before the floods, this LNP administration approved $13,000 of residents' money to be spent on sending you to Dubai to an event you were invited to. This event coincided directly with Brisbane's worst flood crisis in more than a decade. On the 26th of February, you uploaded photos of yourself in the rain looking at floodwaters, which then appeared as Facebook ads. Nearly a week later, on the 3rd of March, you uploaded a photo of yourself on Facebook at the local disaster control centre. I'm not sure if you're aware, Councillor Wines, but residents in your ward were some of the hardest hit, and they're wondering where you'd been throughout this flood crisis. So, Councillor Wines, yes or no, did you flee Brisbane on a plane to Dubai in the middle of this flood disaster?
Councillor Wines.
Can I thank Councillor Cassidy for his question? And I want my residents to know that I have been working tirelessly for them for the entire week to make sure that the services needed for them were provided to them. Yeah. I've been working with our divisional managers, our executive managers, local disaster coordination centre members to make sure that the people of the inaugural ward specifically and the people of Brisbane City generally had the support provided to them to make sure that the necessary clean-up effort, the necessary support for the community was there for them. The efforts of our council officers, the efforts of our community volunteers, the efforts of our community service organisations and churches has been phenomenal. And I just am so grateful to them for what they've done, for the way that our community banded together. There are so many tragic stories as I've been door knocking this last week, talking to people about how...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri.
Sorry, it was on relevance. I think I missed the answer to the yes or no question. Did Councillor Wines go to Dubai or did he stay?
Councillor Wines has a few minutes to answer this question. Councillor Wines.
No, thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, and I am answering the question. I'm answering it fully. And the truth is that as you door knock through the communities, you hear so many stories of people who've lost so much, and I've just been really grateful that the council was there for them. And you see. Today, I've only just now received notes that the last street in Windsor, which had rubbish up to my shoulder piled up through the street, has been collected and taken away. And I really appreciate that. I see that. I see that.
Point of order.
To say that?
Point of order.
Cassidy, you have a point of order?
Yeah, Councillor Wines has described the support his communities received from everyone else, but he still hasn't answered the question whether he left the country during this flood crisis.
Councillor Wines, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the time to be able to speak to this, to be able to speak to the ways that I have been able to support my community in so many ways. And I just
outrageous.
Councillor Johnson,
you see the things that we've been able to provide. We have had. There are 10 suburbs that make up inaugural ward, and in some way, each of them
answer the question.
Something happened to them, and to be able to be there for them in this role has been, really important. And I have been rallying people. I have been working through the streets. I've been cleaning out houses. I've been taking away rubbish. I've been attending working bees personally, and then generally, I have been making sure that the infrastructure division generally, which covers a lot of the organisation, has been there. And I've also made sure that at some point through the disaster, more than 100 sets of traffic lights were inoperable, and that in some instances there was so much water that the traffic lights, the bulbs themselves, the entire traffic lights.
He's checking from Dubai.
He's rapidly running out of time and he hasn't answered the question, Chair. Can you draw him to the question? Yes or no, did he leave? Did he go to Dubai?
Councillor Wines, do you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Look, as I was saying, more than 100 sets of lights were taken out. And
point of order, Chair.
Crews, can I
You've just given
planning and
point of order,
operations
Chair.
group.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
You've just twice, on my points of order, asked Councillor Wines to answer the question. He says, thank you, and then just starts talking about traffic lights. It's a very simple question. Did he leave the country at the height of this flood crisis or not?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the opportunity here to properly and fully respond to the question being put to me.
But not answer
Cassidy, I appreciate
Answer the
his
question.
keen interest
Point of
in
order,
this topic.
Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Are you giving him a directive to answer the question or just saying the words Councillor Wines and allowing him to just talk generally here? What is the directive you're giving Councillor Wines?
Councillor Wines can hear your question, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Wines, I'll draw you to the question.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin, Chair of Council. I really appreciate
And he will ignore it again.
you providing me an opportunity. Well, I appreciate that
How about you tell us about 2011 when you're on the continue?
They've asked a question and they're getting an answer.
in 2011.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Of course.
Shame on you.
Councillor
Shame on
Cook, you
you.
shouldn't throw stones for your side on that one.
Now move on to B and C Committee, Lord Mayor Establishment and Coordination Committee report, 21st of February 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 21st of February 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Being moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 21st of February 2022 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, before I move on to other issues, I wanted to again address the issue of this natural disaster that has struck our city. I also want to thank all councillors for the efforts that they put in to proactively and cooperatively work with my team and myself during this crisis. This is not a time for party politics, and this hasn't been.
You tell Sarah Hutton that. That's a lie.
Johnston, please.
That is exactly what you've been doing.
That is totally untrue, Adrian.
Mr. Chair, really,
Lord
you're
Mayor.
not allowed this to go on.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
This is not a time for party politics, and it hasn't been a time for party politics, obviously, until now, when unfortunately some members of the opposition have
Sarah
decided
Hutton.
that they can't.
Councillor Johnston, excuse me, Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnston, I've called your name several times during this meeting already. You've been continually disrupting the meeting. I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(4) of the meetings local law. I hereby request that you cease interjecting continuously during the meeting and refrain from continuing to interject. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I've appreciated the opportunity to be in touch with the Leader of the Opposition and other councillors in this team. And I've appreciated the way in which they've worked with us to report issues through continually. This has been a case of all hands to the wheel. This has been a case of councillors representing their local community. And from what I can see, all councillors across the city did exactly that. All councillors put aside anything else that they had to do and made sure that they were focused 100% on this. And so I appreciate the efforts of everyone in this meeting, everyone in this council, and I also appreciate the efforts of all of the council officers who have worked with us in terms of the council response. You know, this is something that it's called a disaster for a reason. This is an incredibly unprecedented event that has impacted on a large, significant part of our city. It has wreaked havoc through so many suburbs across the city and impacted, as I mentioned, around 28,000 properties across the city, including 20,000 residential properties. The business impact has been severe. The community impact has been severe, and not to mention the impact on community organisations and sporting clubs as well. Now, right from the beginning, we've made sure we've done our absolute best to communicate what is the latest information with the people of Brisbane, and to make sure that even if that information continually changes, like the BOM weather reports were, that we've been out there communicating with the people of Brisbane about the latest information that we know about, and also then updating them as that changes. And so whether that's details on weather or flooding or flood predictions, whether it's details on what is happening with river height peaks or river peaks and flood peaks, what is happening with flooding in creeks, through to the recovery process about what is happening when it comes to waste collection, waste disposal, and the support that we're providing for clubs and also for ratepayers that have been impacted. We heard earlier about the level of support that we quickly introduced for both community clubs, with the $5,000 payments for community clubs that have been impacted by flooding, for those clubs on council land, and also to ratepayers as well through the $250 rebate off their next rate bill, and also the deferment and delaying of those rate notices to give people extra time to pay. So we have absolutely worked as well as we possibly can as an organisation, as a body of elected leaders, to make sure that we respond and do the right thing for our community. Now, does everything always go to plan? Of course not. Of course not. We are in a situation that at times literally changed by the minute and by the hour. Plans that were put in place at certain times had to change really quickly as the situation evolved. But I am so proud of all of you, every one of you to a person in this meeting, and I am so proud of all of the council staff, every one of them to a person. And I also wanted to point out that there were councillors and council staff that were impacted in some way personally by the flooding. Councillors and council staff who actually had their properties damaged or flooded through this event, and they continued on. Councillors or council staff that lost access to facilities during this event as well, but they kept on pursuing the support, doing the right thing to support their community. And so it is with a great sense of gratefulness that I approach this meeting on behalf, and thank all of you, as I said, to a person, for your efforts over the past week. Obviously, we were all hoping just over a week ago that we were finally seeing the end of the devastating pandemic. We were all hoping just over a week ago that Brisbane life would start to get back to normal again. We're all hoping that our businesses and community organisations could start getting back to normal. And I don't think anyone, whether it's the BOM, whether it's myself, whether it's the Premier, whether it's any leader, had any idea that we would get the largest amount of rainfall in the city's recorded history in that 6-day period. And so we can't, as the Premier said, control the weather, but what we can do is do the best we can in extremely challenging circumstances. And I've seen that time and time again right around this room and also right across council, and I want to thank everyone for their efforts. In 2011, when we saw that devastating event, and for those of you who were councillors at the time, like myself, will remember very well that there were a number of inquiries that were held in 2011 in terms of the response at both the council level and other levels of government. And so there was our own independent review into the flood that we did. There was also the state government review as well, and the inquiry into the response that covered a range of issues, including issues that were outside of Brisbane and things like dam management. from what I can see, based on the initial assessment, is that the things that happened following 2011 made a significant difference as we entered this event. One example was the issue of dam management. We were really concerned going into this event when we heard that there would be a dam release on Friday night of up to 6 hours. In the end, that dam release only turned out to be 1 hour. But from what I've seen since then, the management of the dams has been done in accordance with the book, in accordance with the manual, and in accordance with the procedures that came out of 2011. And when it comes to council's own procedures, from what I have seen, those procedures were enacted based on the learnings of 2011. And you just have to go around the city to see the evidence of the learnings of 2011. You have to see the houses that were raised as a result of the learnings from 2011, where we increased the maximum height limit in a number of areas from 8.5 metres to 9.5 metres to allow people to raise their homes. We have seen the changes in terms of defined flood level having a positive impact as well. And we know that there are a number of buildings in CBD and inner city areas that had flooding in the basements of those buildings, but not into the living areas of those buildings. And we know that after 2011, changes were made to the building standards to make those buildings more resilient. And we know that things like electrical services since 2011 have progressively been relocated out of the basements of those buildings and up higher above the flood levels. And so these are just one of many, or some examples of many that have come out of 2011 that I've seen that have made a positive difference. I mentioned before our council early alert system, the weather zone system, which we introduced after 2011, and we were able to send 1.4 million emails and 1.2 million text messages through. That was a learning of 2011, and that is something that we continue to use every single summer since then, and we continue to promote heavily with the people of Brisbane. The flood mapping that is available to residents is entirely different than it was pre-2011. And in fact, we all remember when previous administrations kept flood mapping secret.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Councillor extension of time has been moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in agreement, please say aye.
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 Opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
No.
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was saying some previous administrations would keep the flood mapping secret. They didn't want people to know about it, yet we have now available freely to every single resident in Brisbane. Whether they own a property or not, our projections on what the flood risk is on a particular property. And that doesn't just include river flooding. It includes river flooding, creek flooding, and overland flow, the three different types of flooding that we model. And we know that all three types of that flooding happened here in 2022. And that information has been available for a long period of time for the residents of Brisbane. It is available for free so that people, whether they are interested in a property, whether they are buying a property, or whether they're just doing their own research, can see the flood risk on any property in Brisbane. That's because of the systems that we put in place after 2011 and that are now freely available. And these systems are not new. These systems have continued to be implemented and upgraded for everyone to see. We also have seen Council's Flood Resilient Homes program starting its rollout and now having worked with more than 100 property owners to make sure that homes in those flood-prone areas are built to a more resilient level. And I know we see time and time again examples of where there might be a double-storey house where the floodwater may not have gone into the top story, but it went into the lower story, into those areas that would normally be uninhabitable or not lived in, but where people obviously store a lot of their goods. And the Flood Resilient Homes program has been successful in ensuring that those homes are built to a higher standard. And this is a project that I think we can roll out much further with appropriate support from other levels of government. But the reality is, as I've moved around the community, it's been interesting to talk with people and just to hear their perspective on what has happened. And there's been a myriad of different views expressed in all the conversations that I've had. But it's been interesting because some people were quite circumspect and they said, well, look, we knew this area, could flood. It flooded in 2011 and we knew there was a risk that it will flood again. Other people were quite shocked because they had mistakenly believed that, 2011 would never happen again. But the reality is the clear message out of 2011 for everyone was that flooding can and does occur in Brisbane and it will happen again. And so I think it's appropriate to actually go back to the conclusion of our own flood report in 2011 and just read this section, which is really, really relevant. A quote here from page 68 of our flood review, and it says, parts of Brisbane have settled on the Brisbane River's floodplain where a large number of residential and commercial and industrial buildings have been built. The majority of these buildings were built prior to January 1974 and the flood there, and the adoption of the defined flood level in 1978. It's sobering to realise that no matter how comprehensive Brisbane's flood disaster management arrangements are, or how effective the response to a flood event is, flooding will occur in the Brisbane River. Floods similar in magnitude to, and even greater than the January 2011 flood will probably occur in the future and will inundate these areas again. And so this was out of 2011. This was the report. So anyone that suggested after 2011 that that would never happen again clearly did not understand the information that came out of that event. That event confirmed very clearly that Brisbane is built on a floodplain. And the majority of those areas that continue to experience flooding were settled many, many decades ago, and sometimes even more than 150 years ago. And so while after 1974, flood standards were improved and development standards were changed, and after 2011, flood standards were improved and changed, no one has ever suggested that flooding will never happen again in Brisbane because it is unfortunately something that we have always dealt with throughout our city's history and always will, unfortunately, deal with. The challenge for our community is to be prepared. The challenge for our different levels of government is to be prepared. The challenge for our community and different levels of government is also to be resilient. Acknowledging that flooding will happen, but making sure that the way we build things is better, the way we build things is more resilient. And that has been certainly the case since 2011. You only have to look around the city to see all of the infrastructure that was built post-2011 that is built to a much more flood resilient standard. Whether it's ferry terminals or river walks or countless other types of infrastructure, it has been built to a higher standard. And so what that means is that investment those years ago means that the cost of replacing infrastructure and fixing infrastructure is less today. It means that we haven't had 7 or 9 ferry terminals washed away in the flood like we did in 11. But what we have now is a repair bill on our terminals, but not a replacement bill. It means that the Riverwalk at New Farm that washed away in 2011 is still there. And with a little bit of touching up and some maintenance work, it'll be open to the public before we know it. And that work is already being planned as we speak. And it also means that those residents that live in those flood-prone areas have access at their fingertips for free to the information on what their flood risk is in their property, information that wasn't available prior to 2011. And so this city has come a long way since 2011. And while we know that flooding will continue to happen, our community is strong and resilient. Our responses are strong and resilient, but we need to make sure, as I said in question time, that we learn the lessons from this flood as well. Just like we did in 2011, what can we improve? What can we change to make sure that our city is even more ready and more prepared and more resilient in the future? Moving on to some other items. Today, I'm pleased to say, is International Women's Day. Such an important day that has become each year more and more important that we acknowledge and celebrate, to celebrate the achievements of the amazing women in the Brisbane community, and in particular, the amazing leaders in our community as well, women leaders. Not only is today International Women's Day, but the whole week is Queensland Women's Week. And so to mark the beginning of this week, last night, all of the council assets were lit up in purple, and we will continue that light up again tonight as we celebrate International Women's Day. I want to thank the members of my team in particular. I am so proud and have been from day one to have an equal number of men and women in my team, and that is something that makes us better and stronger. And it is also something that you just look across the different levels of government. Other people haven't achieved the same thing. Other people have not achieved the same thing. And so our team, our council is made stronger by that strong representation of women in our team. And long may it be the case. So we'll be lighting up those city assets, continuing on for International Women's Day and also International Women's Week. But on Saturday night, all of our assets will be lit up in green. Can anyone guess what that is for?
St. Patrick's Day?
Yes, that's right, Councillor Adams. Obviously, it's not the thing at the front of our mind at the moment, but we're lighting up the assets for St. Patrick's Day. And I'm told that the St. Patrick's Day parade will go ahead despite all of the recent challenges. And so that'll be great to see. The local Irish community, whether it's more recently arrived Irish residents or people that have it in their blood from way back, is proud to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, and we'll be lighting up the assets in support of that important community festival. Moving to the items in front of us. Item A is the Community Housing Partnership Project, preferred providers for 1st of July 2022 to the 30th of June 2025. The Community Housing Partnership Project provides housing for people in Brisbane experiencing homelessness or those at risk of homelessness. This project uses properties that are either resumed or held by council for future infrastructure works and transfers the management of these projects to eligible social housing providers. So we may have a house or property that we've acquired for some kind of future upgrade. It might be a road upgrade. It might be some other kind of infrastructure. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for that infrastructure to go ahead, we do have this ongoing program. And when you think about...
your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Councillor Adams, Deputy Mayor, has moved for an extension of time. Second by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
And when you think about the opportunity for this to make a difference, it does add up. These properties do make a difference. And so since its inception in 2003, more than 1,430 people have been housed in more than 50 properties. Tenants have included rough sleepers, people with a disability, and women and children escaping domestic violence. So it is a good program and one that we absolutely support and want to continue. An expression of interest process was open to social housing providers between 20th of September and 1st of November last year. And that's giving them the opportunity to join the provider list. All 6 current providers reapplied and are being recommended to continue as providers for this project. Additionally, the Brisbane Youth Service and Jacaranda Housing are also being added as new providers to this project. The term of this particular arrangement will expire on the 30th of June 2025, but obviously it's something that we'll keep going with into the future. Item B is the proposed purchase of land located at 38 Craft Road, Pallara, for parkland and drainage purposes. The purchase of this land today will help support the suburb of Pallara in its growth, which is growing very rapidly at the moment, as Councillor Angela Owen well knows. This site is a little over 1.6 hectares, so it's a significant site and will eventually deliver open space and stormwater drainage outcomes for the catchment. The plans for the site include new pipe drainage and constructing new vegetated channels, and that includes features that have been designed to help improve the water quality in Oxley Creek. Council's mapping shows the site is susceptible to overland flow, as well as having a local waterway corridor run through it, which obviously is an important priority to make sure we get water flow through the area and to help alleviate flooding in the area. Additional land acquisitions will continue throughout Pollara to secure not only stormwater drainage outcomes, but also parkland and community facility outcomes as well. And across the coming financial years, Council will incrementally purchase this land to carry out these important infrastructure upgrades. Item C is the contracts and tendering report for January 2022. 18 out of the 20 contracts in this report were awarded to local businesses here in Brisbane and South East Queensland, which is 90% of the contracts. As you know, we have a target of at least 80%, and this month we're seeing once again that we exceed that that target. This particular financial year already, even though we're only part of the way through, we've seen over 400 contracts awarded to local operators, and that includes investment of $587 million with local businesses here in South East Queensland. Some of the interesting and notable contracts in this particular series of contracts is bridge painting services across Hale Street, Creek in Petrie Terrace, Creek Road, Carina Heights, Bristol Road, Kedron, Horn Road, Aspley, Wynnum Road, Cannon Hill, Newman Road, Wavell Heights, Musgrave Road, Petrie Terrace, and also King Avenue, Willawong. It's also the refurbishment of the old Paddington substation is included in here. Optus relocation works to facilitate the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade and Moggle Road corridor upgrade. The Comesley Beach Reserve playground upgrade is also included as well, among many other things. Mr. Chair, I commend the report to the Chamber.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. We're rising to speak on all of these items before us today, and also say Happy International Women's Day to this day and week's theme is, of course, Break the Bias. And over this last year, we've certainly seen some amazing women do amazing things in speaking up and tackling these issues head on. And we support that wholeheartedly on this side of the chamber. I listened to what the Lord Mayor said through question time and during his contribution to ENC very closely, Chair, and I have to say I'm more worried than ever that he doesn't understand how early warnings work. He's talking about storm warnings from weather zone as if they were flood warnings. We can confirm once again that people weren't warned about rising floodwaters. They were warned about storms.
Councillor Adams.
Relevance to the three items before us, please.
Yes, Councillor Cassidy, can I bring you back to the items before us, please? The Lord Mayor can go around the world, but you must stick to the items before us.
Yeah, the Lord Mayor does go around the world, but he doesn't talk about things that are important at the moment to residents in this city facing this flood disaster over the last week. Clause A before us, Chair, is this community housing partnership project and the preferred providers from the 1st of July this year to the 30th of June 2025. Now, this is the outcome of the expression of interest for housing providers for the CHPP, Community Housing Partnership Project, which was introduced by a Labor administration here in City Hall in 2003 to provide social and affordable housing to those struggling with homelessness and fleeing dangerous domestic situations. The reason Labor adopted this community housing model was due to the Howard federal government severely cutting back on housing grants for state housing at the time in the early 2000s. Now, while the Liberals and Nationals held funding for social and affordable housing, Labor picked up the slack and addressed it from a council and a state government level at the time. Since the LNP have been in charge in council, they've done nothing to address Brisbane's social and affordable housing crisis. So all we see here today from this LNP mayor is doing the bare minimum once again, hitting the refresh button on Labor's policy. Now, the LNP has no plans to add to it or to make new policies of their own in this space. So that's disappointing, but it's what we've come to expect from this LNP administration. They simply don't really care what's happening out there in the suburbs of Brisbane. Now, the Labor team here in City Hall, Chair, we vow to keep up the fight for better housing policy here in this council. We'll keep that dialogue we have opened going with local housing organisations, and we'll make sure that's robust and open. Shelter is a fundamental human right, and it's something that all Brisbane residents should have access to, and that's been really brought home over the last week and a half here in Brisbane. This, of course, has been
Nicole
exacerbated.
Johnston, how are you? Oh my God, are you all in one?
Nicole, you're not muted.
I mean, I spoke to a few residents when I was there on the weekend.
Affordable housing has been, the issue of housing and housing affordability will be exacerbated now with thousands of families displaced due to the recent floods here in Brisbane. And even before these, we know that affordable housing emergency was emerging here in Brisbane. That's happening right now. We've heard no plans from the LNP to address that rather than just rolling over an existing policies. So Brisbane certainly deserves a lot better than they're getting from this LNP administration, Chair. Clause B is the purchase of land located at Pallara for parkland and drainage purposes, something we will be supporting on this side of the chamber. Clause C is the contracts and tendering report adopted for council in January 2022. Now, these contracts, Chair, add to the never-ending list of jobs that are being dished out to labour hire companies here in Brisbane. Now, just a few weeks ago, we saw painting contracts on the Establishment Coordination Committee report, and now we're seeing them again here this week. Now, this is clearly ongoing work to maintain council buildings. It's exactly the kind of work that should be done in-house by permanent full-time council employees. We also see drainage designs and landscaping being outsourced to the private sector. Council's basic engineering and maintenance capabilities have been hollowed out by this LNP administration. Now, council could and should be doing more of this basic work in-house to create secure local jobs, but each week we see more and more evidence of this LNP's agenda to create a disposable and casual workforce. This is at a time we should be supporting the local economy. We see the LNP mayor doing the exact opposite. Now, we've seen other detrimental impacts of contracting out just last week with a severe lack of on-ground resources to assist throughout the flood emergency. In Zilmere, at my local sandbagging depot, residents had to wait 3 hours just to get sandbags while their homes were going under. This used to be an active depot with a big workforce at it, but this LNP Lord Mayor closed it down, and it's now just a holding yard with one single sandbagging machine down the back. The federal member for Lily, Annika Wells, and myself had to control traffic on Jennings Street and Zilmere Road at the height of that disaster because there simply weren't enough staff on site or available or enough road closure equipment being held within council to perform those duties. Now, currently, this LNP administration contracts out 850 jobs to labour hire companies. These jobs are for the most basic and ongoing council work like road resurfacing, mowing, and landscaping. If this work was done in-house by employees, those workers could have been redirected in this time of crisis we just faced. Council mowers and landscapers could have been filling sandbags and helping residents in need. But no, this LNP mayor contracts those jobs out, and the impacts of those decisions were well and truly on display last weekend. Item 2 on this list is a contract for the restoration of CP Bottomley Park. Now, that was the home of the Cooperi Cricket Club, who were treated horrifically by this LNP administration. This community sporting club, who LNP councillors publicly shamed and made false accusations about. The LNP deputy mayor said this club hadn't contributed to water and maintenance bills for years, which was a lie. This field should have been restored and offered back to the Cooperi Cricket Club as an apology after being treated like absolute garbage by senior LNP councillors and Adrian Schrinner's administration. Now, this kind of treatment fits the LNP memo, ignoring, berating and threatening any resident or community club who disagrees with their ruling.
That's right.
We see it right across the city. And residents are noticing it too. Item 10 is the engagement of a local artist for the design of the Combsley Beach Playground, a reserve playground. This Murray project has been in the pipeline since 2019, and we're only seeing a design concept awarded now. This is typical of the LNP. Always dragging out and delaying suburban upgrades, but fast-tracking those inner-city projects, which get the mayor a whole lot of publicity, but don't give the community in the outer suburbs of Brisbane much benefit. Now, if only we had a council administration that put people first instead of themselves, Chair. In this report, we also see a contract for an independent financial auditor for the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade. And this financial auditor will need to answer one of the biggest mysteries of the decade, Chair. How the hell did this LNP mayor manage to blow a single road project out by $60 million before it even started? I'll tell you the answer for free: immeasurable incompetency. This LNP are such poor financial managers they don't even trust themselves anymore and need to hire independent auditors to fix their mess. So this is where all of Brisbane residents' money is going. It's being vaporised in the LNP's black hole of cost blowouts. This is why our suburbs are missing out on basic infrastructure, like footpaths, like drainage. This is why the grass isn't getting cut and potholes aren't being filled. Residents are paying more and more and getting less and less in return as a result of this Lord Mayor's incompetency. Can I just ask that item C, the contracts and tendering report, also be taken seriatim for voting? Thanks, Chair.
C seriatim for voting. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Are there further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on item A within the report, and it was very interesting listening to the Leader of the Opposition, and I would suggest that he has a chat with Leanne Enoch, who is the Minister for Communities and Housing. And Leanne is a lovely human being, and I think she could probably set him straight about what the responsibilities of the state is compared to what we at Council here do. And this item A, Community Housing Partnership Project with preferred providers, is the perfect example of how we work very closely with the state government, as well as the providers who are out there looking after those most vulnerable people that we all want to support. But to carry on with the nonsense that it should all be councillors for communities and housing would be able to give him a lesson in just exactly what we all can do together. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to just add some comments to the Lord Mayor's statements about the Community Housing Partnership Project, and we sometimes know it better as CHIP, and it of course provides that transitional housing to people in Brisbane experiencing homeless and for those at risk of homelessness. So it does operate by utilising properties that have been either resumed or held by council prior to implementing future infrastructure works. And I'm reliably informed by the wonderful Geraldine Knapp that most of the housing was from Clem 7 when that was resumed. And so there's a lot of wonderful opportunities for these properties to be used. And so the CHIP program absolutely represents a great way for those assets within council's portfolio to be activated. And as the Lord Mayor said, the inception of this was in 2003. So Councillor Cassidy, fantastic that the ALP introduced it, but guess who's kept it going? The Schrinner Council is the person who not only have we maintained what we have, but we have increased the number of housing providers, and that is so important when we see what's happening out there. So tenants within the CHIP program over this time have included homeless, rough sleepers, people with disabilities, and women and children escaping domestic violence. From the above, I'd just like to have the opportunity to share with the Chamber some of the inspirational stories that have come out of this invaluable program. From Inch Housing, Council is aware of 2 young adult female refugees and their 2 young children housed as a part of the CHIP program. Both had previously experienced domestic violence, only working casually and not eligible for Centrelink as their visas hadn't been processed. The CHIP program provided temporary stable housing for both of them, which allowed them to organise their visas and work with the relevant support services to ultimately transition into longer-term sustainable housing. We've also heard from Inch about how the CHIP program housed a family which included an adult male and female and their 3 young children. They had previously couch surfed for over a year with family and friends prior to the CHIP program. The CHIP program allowed them to get some stability back into their lives, and in particular, allowing the parents to dedicate more time and energy towards their kids' schooling. Their tenancy in the CHIP property demonstrated that they were capable of sustaining a tenancy as well as building a good rental history, which subsequently allowed them to transition into a private rental property. These are just 2 of the great outcomes we have seen from the CHIP program and highlights the importance and outcomes we have seen through the CHIP over the past 19 years. The submission before us today is to seek approval on the recommended list of social housing providers for the CHIP program for the periods of the 1st of July 2022 to the 30th of June 2025. At present, the current Community Housing Partnership Project providers list is made up of 6 social housing providers, those being Inch Housing, Compass Housing, which was previously known as 4 Walls Limited, Silky Oaks Children's Haven, Wynnum Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporation, Mangrove Housing and St Vincent de Paul. With this list of preferred providers set to expire on the 30th of June 2022, as the Lord Mayor said, an expression of interest was open, and in response, a total of 8 applications were received. Council officers and an independent representative from the Queensland Government assessed the applications received against the CHIP expression of interest guidelines and provided their recommendations. And as a result of this expression of interest, all 6 current CHIP providers reapplied are all being recommended to continue. And in addition, 2 new community housing providers, Brisbane Youth Service and Jacaranda Housing, submitted their applications as part of this expression of interest and are also being recommended for the CHIP. It's a great outcome for council to have received such interest, and along with that, that all 6 current CHIP providers submitted their applications to be part of this program again for the next 3 years. Council has been fortunate enough to work with these organisations for many years through not only the CHIP program but also through other council initiatives that support those at risk of experiencing homelessness. For example, the St Vincent de Paul, one of our long-standing CHIP housing providers, works closely with council in supporting referral pathways out of homelessness and are an important partner in the wider homelessness and housing sector within Brisbane. In addition, the Brisbane Youth Service, one of the new community housing providers proposed under this submission, has been a successful recipient of funding through Council's Pathway Out of Homelessness program. Their project, known as the Positive Transitions Project, has seen Brisbane Youth Service develop and deliver a new practical approach to supporting young people transitioning from supported housing to living autonomously in the community. This project was aimed to prevent vulnerable young people from cycling back into homelessness by focusing on participation in employment, education and community support networks. I'm sure that we can all agree these are important activities for anyone to participate in. So we very much support such initiatives through the Pathways Out of Homelessness program. And to deliver the Positive Transitions Project, Brisbane Youth Service has partnered with a wide range of community, employment and training services. And I understand that the results of this program have been very positive. I'm told that more than 670 instances of support service interactions had been provided to 28 participants within this project, resulting in 19 young people accessing employment or training opportunities as a result. Overall, it's through programs like the Community Housing Partnership Project, Council's Pathways Out of Homelessness program, our support for housing providers like Brisbane Housing Company, and through the great work of our Inclusive Communities team that Council is able to make a difference in the lives of people in Brisbane experiencing homelessness and to those at risk of homelessness. I urge you all to support this program.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Davis. Oh, sorry, Councillor Griffiths, your hand was up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise to just speak briefly in support of this program, the Community Housing Partnership Project. It was interesting to hear Councillor Vicky Howard say what a positive thing it was and how good it was that the Liberals haven't cut it. And I would support the fact that it's good that the Liberals haven't cut it and may have even expanded it. From my recollection, some of these houses that were used in this program were also purchased under the voluntary home buyback scheme and were reallocated for housing for people who were at risk of experiencing homelessness. So I believe with that scheme, it was very successful in reallocating in our city and moving it and ensuring that those voluntary homes that we bought back that were flood affected were actually able to support people who were going to experience homelessness. And for that reason, I believe the voluntary home buyback scheme should be reintroduced in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Further speakers? Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis. Mic on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak to item B, the proposed purchase of the land located at 38 Craft Road, Pollara, for parkland and drainage purposes. And as the Lord Mayor said, this property comprises a site of just over 1.6 hectares and is one of several properties required by council for the Pollara District Informal Use Park and stormwater drainage corridor extending from Veed Road to Van Dieren Road. Once purchased, this block of land at Pollara will join the other lots we've already purchased as part of the plan to deliver additional infrastructure for the residents of Pollara. In 2013, Council adopted the Lower Oxley Creek South Neighbourhood Plan, which guides the development and infrastructure needs for Pollara. Additionally, under the State Government's South East Queensland Regional Plan, Pollara was one of Brisbane's last greenfield development areas, and as a result, there has been an increase in development. As a result of significant transformation in the area, the LGIP was updated last year to outline the infrastructure needs over the next few years. The LGIP outlines an opportunity to provide future residents with an ecological corridor, parkland and sports park that also address the stormwater and drainage needs for the area. In response to the LGIP and through the past two budgets, the Schrinner Council has invested significantly in the Pollara Stormwater and Park Infrastructure Project. The project focuses on the delivery of the first stage of stormwater works as identified in the Pollara Open Space Network Plan. An alignment through the land between Sweets and Veed Roads has been selected to protect important habitat of high ecological value while avoiding existing adjacent contaminated land which may impact water quality. Stage 1 of the Pollara Stormwater Infrastructure Project will deliver the first stage of required stormwater infrastructure works to maintain local overland flow and flood immunity for properties in the area. The project will also improve water quality outcomes and enable potential future stages of trunk stormwater infrastructure to feed into this network. Council is in the final stages of securing the missing links for this important ecological and recreational corridor, and with Council's next step to undertake detailed design work for drainage works and the new park network. And in order to deliver important stormwater infrastructure for those families, we do need to purchase this land. And I look forward to working with Councillor Owen on this particular project. We've spoken a number of times about it. And we will continue to see in future years the outcomes of the investment that has been made possible by the Schrinner Council.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on item A and just really briefly wanted to mention with the Community Housing Partnership Program and point out to the Mayor and to the relevant chairs that this is a really good model of how council can support the provision of housing for people on low incomes. I've been saying in the chamber for quite some time that council can and should be doing more to directly supply low-cost housing that's taken out of the for-profit private sector housing market. And here's a model. We already do it. We've been doing it for years now. And there's nothing really stopping council from bringing more properties in under this program and then leasing them out to community housing providers. It's a simple model. It's been working for years. It doesn't require a lot of ongoing work from council. We basically assign the properties to a given community housing provider and they just take them and run with them. And so I think for when we hear the Mayor and others talking about the challenges and complexities of addressing the housing affordability crisis and how it's predominantly a job for higher levels of government. Like, I agree that obviously higher levels of government should be doing more, and I'm very critical of the federal government, and I'm very critical of the state government for not doing enough to increase the supply of public housing. But Brisbane City Council does have a very significant budget and has the capacity to do more locally as well. So very supportive of the Community Housing Partnership Program, and really want to encourage the mayor and any other councillors who are keen to do something more about the rising homelessness crisis in the city to look at this program and say, okay, let's just get some more properties in under here. There's so many people have become homeless just as a result of the recent floods in the past week. And if the council were to do one thing to address that immediate need of people becoming homeless, it would be to buy up a few blocks of flats or blocks of apartments that are available on the market right now, bring them into the Community Housing Partnership Program, and then lease them out through community housing providers so we can get more people housed. It's a simple, straightforward solution to a problem that we really need to be doing more to address. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. 3 further speakers. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise to speak in support of item B. And this land acquisition at 38 Craft Road, Pallara, is a very important one for my local community. And I do thank Councillor Davis and all of the news staff who are working behind the scenes to bring this to fruition. It is not an easy job, and they are certainly working extremely hard behind the scenes to make sure that we get this entire corridor so that it will be a benefit for the community, not only, as has been said, for stormwater and drainage purposes, but also from an environmental, ecological and recreational perspective. Now, it is 1.6 hectares of open space, and that is a capacity to connect to other portions of the corridor that we have been cultivating between the Brookbent Road area and Veed Road area, and it will progress all the way up to De Vries Road, which is at the other end of Pallara. And it has been quite significant, the growth in Pallara over particularly the last 2 years. I don't think anybody could have anticipated the extreme pace that has eventuated through that area. And given that we have so many new homes being constructed, it does critically change the topography. It does critically change the differences of overland flow and stormwater runoff. And whilst the officers have done a lot of hydrological studies as part of the Lower Oxley Creek South Neighbourhood Plan, we do still have the same topography in the streets where they do run downhill, and there are a number of dips in those different streets. So that is why they have identified this corridor, and particularly for residents in the local community, the expectation of where we're heading with this environmental corridor and recreational corridor is that it will facilitate a capacity for people to walk and cycle in the local community, but also have that corridor which allows people to walk safely, cycle safely, have recreational pursuits between the Pallara Parklands and also the Pallara State School at the opposite end of Pallara. I do say a very big thank you to the Lord Mayor for hearing the calls that I have advocated, particularly over the past 2 budgets, and also through the Development Assessment Services staff who have been very much cognizant of the need to bring these projects forward through the LGIP amendments. And this certainly will go a very long way to delivering stage 1 of the Pallara Open Space Network. It is important that where we do have this land, which is very, very close to the Oxley Creek and also the Blunder Creek. So Pallara as a suburb is literally between the Oxley and Blunder Creeks. So it is paramount that we start addressing this now, particularly as we have had significant growth. It is very important as well that when we're dealing with the Oxley Creek, that we are aware of how it has reacted in this last weather event. And in fact, at the end of Brookbent Road, it overflowed its banks, as has not been seen for many, many years. And it also went over the road at Leroyd Road at the bridge. So there are a number of different learnings that we will be taking from this most recent event. And I think that all we can endeavour to do is ensure that we are putting in place those mechanisms that will assist the residents who have moved into this local area. So once again, I know that there are many council officers behind the scenes working on this project from a variety of areas. I just say thank you on behalf of my local community for the efforts that you are putting in to make sure that this corridor is completely acquired, and to make sure that the outcomes that we achieve will not only create a great environmental, ecological and recreational outcome, but will also deliver much needed infrastructure through that stormwater drainage perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item C, contracts and tendering for upgrades to Comesley Beach Reserve in Murray. Comesley Beach Reserve is a favourite park for so many families in the Doughboy ward, with its bespoke art sculptures and playground equipment. And like many of our green spaces, it has come a long way from its former life of being a meatwork site. But its location along the Brisbane River is just beautiful, and I'm so glad that council purchased the site around 30 years ago. But I'm very, very excited about this upgrade. We have a great team on board, and I'll start off with Daryl Mills. Daryl Mills was a part of the original project 20 years ago. He's one of council's most experienced landscape architects. And funny enough, we also have the original artist. Our City Projects Office went out to our community with a survey to see which, with 4 concepts, and to see which concepts they would like to see built in the Comesley Beach Reserve upgrade. And David White, was chosen, the original artist. So I know we have an amount to see what will come from it. But stage 1, the upgrade was completed in 2020, and it included 2 new 3-table picnic shelters. One of the feedback from the community was they wanted more birthday party type birthday party facilities, because it's a really, really popular park for birthday parties. And so council did a terrific job and built 2 massive outdoor covered areas there. So it's awesome. Stage 2 is coming along well. We're out to the contracts and tendering part of that. And the new upgrade is going to be terrific for not only all ability children, but also disabled children. It's going to have a new path that will connect all of the different playground equipment, the road, the car park, and it's just going to, and also the play equipment was going to be terrific for them as well. Some of the art sculptures that will be include a submarine, a crab, a fish, and an octopus. And this would have to be one of the upgrades I'm most excited about, and I'll tell you why. So the submarine, you'll be able to climb inside and play with the control panels and its snorkel. We're going to have a crab and nickname it Pinchy, and he's going to be able to squirt mud and have water play, and it's going to be terrific. We've got splashy puddles, and where fish will squirt you. And we've got sand castles, a sand sculpture where you'll be able to play within the sand. So it's a really exciting and terrific upgrade, and all things take a long time that are terrific, and I'm excited to be able to get down there with my community next year and to play with all this equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atwood. Any further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I wish to speak on item C, the January contracts and tendering report. Our buy local procurement policy continues to ensure we are supporting local suppliers, and with a mammoth cleanup, recovery and rebuilding phase ahead of us, that will continue to be paramount. I heard the Leader of the Opposition try to suggest this morning that because council uses local businesses to complete grass cutting, that somehow this derailed the flood response. He didn't tell the journos present, though, that it was actually the Sawley Labor Council who outsourced the mowing, and not to locals either, I might add. Of course, the Sawley Labor Council decision to outsource mowing, to outsource waste, has not hindered our response. We draw upon a 9,000 strong workforce in council and a range of other partners, and together we get the job done. All of council has stepped up to the plate to support our city in the last week, and I am so proud of our council workers. I'm proud of our local suppliers and businesses who have stood side by side with council. The opposition has a skewed view, which says that unless you're a union member working in-house in council, you cannot make a contribution on behalf of ratepayers. To the report, it shows 90% of the contracts entered into in January are from Brisbane or Southeast Queensland. In the financial year to date, that figure is nearly 97%, which is great to see. That equates to nearly $560 million invested back into the local economy. However, I particularly want to speak about contract number 6, which is the construction of a new koala crossing on Boundary Road at Camp Hill on the border of the Coorparoo and Holland Park wards. Council is committed to increasing the safety of all significant native fauna species and especially our koalas, and improving road safety along roads which dissect significant native areas throughout our wards. This project involves the installation of a koala bridge over Boundary Road to assist the safe travel of koalas between local native habitat. The works will include the installation of fauna fencing alongside each side of Boundary Road in order to guide and encourage the koalas to cross Boundary Road using the proposed overhead bridge structure instead of crossing at the road level. The project aims to significantly reduce the number of koalas which are killed or injured along this section of roadway, and I know that this project is highly anticipated and is already welcomed by the community. Coorparoo and Whites Hill is a key koala precinct in Brisbane, and the Schrinner Council has implemented a number of initiatives to support the local koala population here, including a number of university research partnerships and of course our WAMS, that's the electronic signage. The project is being funded through the Morrison government's LRCI Phase 2 grant, and we thank them as well for their support.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too rise to speak on item C and 2 very exciting projects that are continuing. One's continuing, one new one that we just heard from Councillor Cunningham in our joint words, and I'll just touch on that first one, which is the wildlife movement solution over Boundary Road. This has long been a road of contention when it comes to wildlife movement, and I echo the words of Councillor Cunningham in saying that very, very grateful to the Morrison government through their LRCR funding projects to see the fencing of this area and a wildlife crossing. The crossing, I understand, is going up near the reserve, the water reserve, which is actually in my ward. It crosses over from Holland Park ward into Coorparoo ward, but it's also beside one of the largest dollars that we have in both of our wards, actually, in a very, very popular dog off leash area. And we are trying to encourage our beautiful furry creatures that live in the trees to stay out of the dog off leash area where our beautiful furry creatures like to run around with their families, because once the koalas get into the dollar, we do have an issue of having to shut that down until we can exit them out of that area there. So it is fantastic to see more and more koalas in this area, but we are also making sure that they can cross. When they see a tree in the distance, they don't recognise the road, and we need to make sure that there's an opportunity for them to do that. So thank you very much to the Morrison government, and Councillor Cunningham and I are extremely excited to see this project progress, and which is one of our most highly populated areas for our beautiful koalas and a lot of other fauna in that area as well. The other project in item C, which I'm very excited to see, is the upgrading to Gertrude Petty Park at the base of Mount Gravatt Outlook Reserve. And this is the third stage of what has been a fantastic upgrade to a beloved bushland area. It's situated about 9.5 kilometres south of Brisbane CBD, and what used to be considered the absolute sticks when it came to the edge of the city is now a beloved middle ring suburb, but also a very popular reserve, and it joins the 260 hectares of Toohey Forest Park and is extremely popular with the local and the wider community as a place for a range of outdoor activities, but in particular, the extensive walking tracks throughout the whole of those areas as well. So the first upgrade was actually done during 2020, where we upgraded and repaired the Acacia Track and the Federation Track walking trails. There was a very large weed removal program to address infestation of those environmental weeds that we see right across the city. and design and planning for the entry upgrades at Shire Road and Gertrude Petty Place, which is the project that we see in the contracts and tendering today. When we worked through stage 2, which was the entry upgrades at Shire Road, I encourage anyone who has in the past walked up Shire Road to get up to the Outlook for a fantastic energising walk to try the new and improved pedestrian safety that has now been included there. It is a great way and a much safer way for so many people to walk them up the road, or even with their puppy dogs in most cases, as long as they're on their leash, without having to walk on the road. So we've also enhanced the appearance of the entrance, made it very clear that you're coming into a fantastic Outlook Reserve with new signage, but also making sure that it's safer on both sides with a footpath, as I mentioned, but also bollards and a walking track on the more severely graded side on the left-hand side. Through that, there was a huge existing stone retaining wall, a new concrete footpath, as I said, to Knowles Street. We did a lot of drainage and channeling in that second stage of Shire Road, and we thank you for working with us to make sure we could time the projects for when they were in there as well, for a large project that they've been doing along Shire Road and Logan Road as well. And curbs and bollards have definitely helped to minimise the erosion with the significant rain that we've seen over the last 10 days in the area as well. So the contract that we have here today is stage 3 of that larger project, which is actually Gertrude Petty Place, which is a car park currently on a very steep incline, which makes it very hard for cars to park safely, for the users to get out safely of their cars. And the whole project, this third part, is to make it the safety and accessibility of people into this beautiful bushland area. So at the moment, the car park has about 8 car parks. It will increase the number to 13, and it will also include a person with a disability car park, which I think is really important on a space which has beautiful green space that people can sit and enjoy our gorgeous nature as well. We are trying to, and they have, I should say, minimise the impact on surrounding trees, and there's some very large, significant trees in this area that we don't want to impact. And to achieve that project, to create a flatter and more accessible car parking, it has gone slightly into the turfed area of Gertrude Petty Place, but I think this is a better outcome for safety and accessibility. It's also kept a very large tallow wood in the middle of the car park, and it is also going nowhere near the Bianca Gervin Memorial Tree, so that won't be impacted by the project works as well. Unfortunately, it does require the full closure of the car park for the duration of the project, which is about 2 months. But I'm hoping that our environmental groups that do such a wonderful work down there and the local community will realise that it is short-term pain for long-term gain. And as soon as the works are done, we will get the car park open at Gertrude Petty Place. But the car park at the top of the lookout and the access to the cafe is not going to be affected at all. So it is going to take a bit of patience and cooperation while we undergo these works, but it's very exciting to see that the third stage of the Mount Gravatt Outlook Reserve upgrade is coming to fruition after 3 weeks and 3 years, I should say. And I'd like to thank the news team and the work that they've done with the community and the explaining to community the expectations, the timing, the negotiations with UU to make the impact as minimal as possible, and working with their environment groups to make sure that they can continue their fantastic work while they've gone through these 3 stages of projects. Thank you to the procurement team to keep this moving as well, and I recommended item C to the chambers.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Any further speakers? Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak in regards to item C and item 4, which is the refurbishment of the Old Paddington substation. Mr. Chairman, it has a proud history within our local community, initially as a service and power provider to the tram network. But in 1985, the lease was taken over by Hands on Art, who are still there today. It's an amazing space, Mr. Chairman, for our local community because it provides such a creative avenue for so many people. Hands on Art are passionately committed to providing art classes for children, but they've expanded the services there quite significantly to providing gallery spaces for emerging artists at an affordable level, but also improv and comedy shows that also set up there, and importantly also working towards engagement with the community to enhance the creative values of the Paddington ward. Mr. Chairman, as it would be because of the age of the building, and it has needed significant work. And I want to really thank the federal member, Trevor Evans, and the Morrison government for a substantial investment and grant to council to assist us in refurbishing this important community asset. There's going to be substantial work undertaken to the facility, which will hopefully run and be completed by the end of this financial year. But those works will include replacing the existing roof, repairing and recoating the external walls, works to the windows and doors, general maintenance and repairs, importantly also including a platform lift to allow for disability access. At the moment, there are stairs leading all up, all the inside of the building from the first to the third floors, but no disability access. So this will be an important aspect of the services that are provided, but it also improvements, of course, to the amenities to the building. All of these things, when completed, will ensure that this great council asset will be of even greater value to the community. Hands on Art, of course, as the ongoing tenant, has been working very closely with Communified to expand the amount of services that they offer to young children in the area of art. And the conveners of the facility have always been passionately committed to ensuring that we enhance the opportunities for young people who want to start careers within the creative space of painting, to give them the lessons at an affordable level and also the techniques and facilities to be able to do so. And importantly, also to provide that gallery space for them, which in the inner city, if it's not a private gallery space, becomes very difficult for emerging artists to find a space, and that's why the substation is so vital to our community. So, Mr. Chairman, this announcement by the federal government and in partnership with council is an exciting one for our community, and I look forward to the work being completed and the substation continuing a proud history of supporting the creative arts in not only the Paddington ward, but to the whole Western region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maddock. Any further speakers? No further speakers. Lord Mayor, summing up? No summing up? Okay, thank you. We now move to the vote on the E&C report, which is in seriatim, item A and B together. Item A and B, all in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? I declare items A and B carried. Item C, all in favour of item C in the E&C report, please say aye and raise your hands. Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. I declare that motion carried. Councillor Landers.
Point of order, Chair. I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
Seconded.
Councillor Landers has moved a motion for an afternoon tea adjournment, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no.
No, let's keep going. This is ridiculous.
Thank you. The ayes have it. See you in 15 minutes.
What's going on?
I just think she's having a bit of trouble with her internet. That's all. Some of us are just dropping in and out. Here she is.
Okay, thank you. Deputy
I'm
Mayor.
sorry, I just, yeah, I couldn't get it to join, but I got there,
That's
sorry.
right. We saw you in the waiting room. Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the minutes of the 22nd of February meeting for the Economic Development and Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic 2032 Games Committee be accepted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 22 February 2022 be adopted. Is there any debate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, I'd just like to talk a little bit more about the flood recovery and what's being done within this portfolio. And as I do each week when we do the committee report, is the Brisbane Business Hub. And can I say, in their support of local businesses, as they have always been doing, they've also had a response to the recent floods over the last couple of weeks as well. So they have become a co-working space, a home to 20 QPAC staff who have had their venue greatly affected by the floods in this event. And so they have had to reschedule a lot of the work that they're doing there, but their office, their office staff have had to do a lot of back end work as well. So 20 of those have moved over to live in the Business Hub while they've needed to. We're also working with several other organisations to make sure we assist in providing space while cleaning up and restoration works are being carried out as well. They've also put some extra events in to make sure that the businesses are being supported in the needs that they have. Forecast Your Financials Masterclass on Friday from 9 to 11, a mental health booster, something that we've heard a lot about during COVID, that businesses need support for that. And I'm sure that those of them have just had to throw out millions of dollars of food waste. That is going to be something else in the coming weeks as they need that we will continue. But there is one on Friday from 12 to 2. A South East Queensland Flood Recovery Support to Get Back to Business. That is on next Wednesday, not tomorrow, but Wednesday the 16th from 9 to 11. And business continuity and data recovery. What your business leaders need to know about disaster recovery is on Wednesday the 16th from 2 to 4. So if you've got businesses that are a little bit lost and not quite sure what they're doing, maybe the business is not one that's lost equipment and etc., but they may just need to figure out how to get back up and running because of everybody being down and out for the last couple of weeks. Some of those will be absolutely fantastic. We did go ahead with our Marvelous Women program that I think I spoke about, and I have to give some of the highlights for that since it is International Women's Day. It was a fantastic night. Some of the feedback was it was a great evening meeting. They met some fabulous women. It was great to meet a mentor and her husband and definitely get to get the feel of what everybody else is doing on the ground. Thank you so much for the gift of dinner last night. What a treat, and it was excellent. So they're all there, also doing a little bit of recovery in the Business Hub, but also networking with some marvellous women. And I think the one thing I want to put out to councillors right across the chamber is this one highlight from somebody who now has a new mentor, a fantastic place which I never knew existed. I had a valuable session with my mentor and Hannah was terrific. There's one of the staffers there. Please, I hope that you're letting all your businesses know that the Business Hub is there and it's there to support you. So let them know as well. As I was continuing a little in the question time when I ran out of time around the Mud Army, our City Analytics Office is continuing to do the work in that space as we're just checking that everybody that requested assistance via the Mud Army Request for Help portal has been contacted and that we know what their needs are. There was a question on notice from Councillor Cook in committee this morning. As of close of business yesterday, 47% of those that have registered with the Mud Army Request for Help portal no longer required assistance. 22% did require assistance, so they ensured that their job was logged and was in the system. 23% we've left a message to call back, and 8% we are calling, still trying again today to see if we can get onto them. So at the moment, we've just got about 31%, if I can add up correctly, that we are still trying to get onto to make sure that if they requested help through the Mud Army, if they still need that assistance, we can get it out to them. But great to see, as I said, 47% no assistance required.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cook.
If through you, Chair, would the Deputy Mayor just take a clarification question out of those stats?
Councillor Adams, will you take a question?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Just with initially we were talking about, I think it was the 2,000 requests. Is this of the 2,000?
The 2,000 request was the dashboard of right across at the moment. At this point of time, that's everybody with councillors and they're working through this. The City Analytics Office are working through the Mud Army Request for Help portal as well. So this is the statistics on the Mud Army Request Help portal. I don't have the wider statistics at this point of time.
Okay.
And yes, so we are still working through those to touch base with them. But as I was saying, the Mud Militia have been out doing their work as well. And it was kind of disappointing that we couldn't get on the ground on Thursday with the Mud Army, because I think we would have definitely had 2 days of cleanup over Thursday and Friday, and maybe even Saturday morning with the Mud Army. But because we were delayed those 2 days, the Mud Militia did get out there and do the work. And I'm sure many of that Mud Militia would have been our registered volunteers with Volunteering Queensland. But I have to say, it is fantastic to see the technology that we have from the City Analytics Office that was able to be used to help that deployment on Saturday and continue to make sure that no resident gets left behind. And we are touching base with absolutely everybody that we can as well. In the committee presentation for the 22nd of February, that's a lovely segue, because it was about some of the new and exciting technology that we're using in the Queen Street Mall. You'd be familiar with the pedestrian sensors that we have, that gives us that invaluable information over the past 2 years about movement and activity in the mall as a result of the pandemic and the lockdowns. And those 38 pedestrian sensors throughout 7 locations in the mall have been absolutely amazing to help us get the volume and movement of pedestrians through the mall. But what we've seen now is we're trying the Rainbird sensors as well for our beautiful garden beds, and the ones that was in our committee report last week is around the bins as well. So the Rainbird sensors, our beautiful garden beds, are maintained on an automated irrigation system, the same ones that we use through our sporting groups and community as well. So we can make sure we are watering when we need to, not just on a regular basis, regardless. I would be suggesting in the last week, we probably haven't had to water too much for our beautiful garden beds that we've got in the mall as well. We also, of course, have monitors on the rubbish bins, collecting hourly basis data, which has been fantastic to really make sure that the teams on the ground are doing the work where it's needed and when it's needed as well. So I just would like to take this opportunity to thank the team in City Analytics Office that do such a fantastic job quietly behind the scenes that we don't even realise that they're making our other officers' life a little bit easier by using data, and to think smarter about how we use our work systems and how we roster our work systems as well. The work that the analytics team did with the Mud Army project team over the weekend was absolutely priceless. And I'm sure on the Lord Mayor's recent announcement has had with Mr. DeJersey now joining us to do a review of that, the analytics and the review of how this made the Mud Army work more efficiently and more effectively will be absolutely recognised as well. Can I also say, out on the ground with the Mud Army project team, those logistics and analytics were used at each of the volunteer stations across the city, making sure that our buses knew where to take volunteers with the pre-coordinated cleanup locations, that every station was greeting and knew who they were meeting, from the work with VQ and their platform and the work that the analytics office did to get the roles out. We did have plenty of people that turned out that weren't on the rolls, but that's fine because we'll accept every volunteer as they came through the door as well. So it was about making sure we had safety, we had the logistics there to support us. And we, of course, when the feet hit the ground, we were out there for the little bit that was left on getting out to curbside and getting the mud out for the Mud Army. But we do know that there's plenty of work to still do. And the analytics office are there and making sure they're backing up the LDCC in all of that citywide cleanup efforts from now until the long job, which will be a long, large job, is finally finished. And I recommend the report to the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on the presentation from our economic development team regarding the technology in the Queen Street Mall. The presentation was delivered by Chris Isles, who manages our economic development precincts, otherwise known as our malls. And I would like to give a bit of a shout out to him for his amazing work over the past week, particularly on the Mud Army. They've done a tremendous job. The presentation highlighted the suite of technology and innovation being deployed within the malls, and how this is not only providing operational opportunities, but also intelligence and data to support the wider economic recovery initiatives. The Queen Street Mall is not only the preeminent public realm space in Brisbane, it is nationally recognised as being one of the most successful pedestrian malls within Australia. Beyond its own role as a space, the mall is a critical conduit and movement zone within the city and as proven to be a reliable indicator of overall city vibrancy based on the vibrancy and foot traffic within the mall itself. Council is always committed to continual operational reviews of our services and assets to ensure we maintain these spaces or can direct resource and investment in the most efficient and effective ways. As many of you know, Council's extensive CCTV camera network is a great initiative in ensuring that our city is safe. This presentation focused on 3 other key initiatives or technologies being deployed, that being the pedestrian movement sensors, a pilot rubbish bin sensor, and a newly deployed smart irrigation system within the mall garden beds. The pedestrian movement sensors have been deployed within the mall since 2019 and have proven to be an invaluable intelligence tool throughout the COVID period. We currently have 38 pedestrian sensors deployed throughout 7 locations along the mall. The presentation outlined the technology behind the data and how it anonymously measures movements within the mall to provide this data. Unlike other cities around Australia, we were in the very fortunate position to have these already deployed pre-COVID, which allowed us to have a pre-COVID baseline data to understand the activity and general city life in our CBD. Queen Street Mall foot traffic as at last Friday was only 33% of these pre-COVID levels. That was down 57% of the week prior. No doubt this was due to significant flood impacts and the stay-at-home message from the Premier. This was the lowest count we had seen since August 2021 during our last true lockdown. On a positive note, it was recorded at 89% of pre-COVID averages during the pre-Christmas week in 2021. This is an example of the insights and data that this technology can provide in real time to help council navigate pandemics, floods, and general city activity. The activity and movement trends provide a great insight into the vibrancy of our city. The second initiative included was the bin sensor project, an Australian first. We have worked with a Brisbane-based and owned sensor company to help measure and understand the rubbish patterns within the core Queen Street Mall precinct. We have 50 sensors deployed which monitor the hourly rubbish levels within the bin. Using Power BI and extracts data from the sensors, the team have created a custom insight to show high volume bins, peak times of the day, busy days of the week, and compare pedestrian activities against rubbish volumes. After the several months of data collection period, the team have facilitated a review and adjusted our bin cleaning and collection schedule. This has delivered operational efficiencies. So instead of emptying a bin that is already empty, we have been able to deploy staff to focus on other targeted cleaning works. An example of this has seen the bin collection move from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to really capture that morning tea run, so to speak. It sounds like a small change, but it has made an enormous difference to the efficiencies of maintaining the mall. The final initiative was the automated irrigation, the Rainbird sensors. While perhaps this is less critical given the crazy amount of rain we have had over the last week, we've installed 21 sensors into the Queen Street Mall garden beds. The Rainbird sensors automatically shut off sprinkler systems when it rains to improve water efficiencies and long-term sustainability. The technology allows custom scheduling via smart devices, mobile applications, and Bluetooth connection to adjust watering requirements. The outcome has meant that not only are we getting greater results in water efficiencies, but we no longer need to deploy a crew to manually water these gardens, and again, allowing us to focus our staff on other key tasks that keep our mall looking spectacular. As discussed in the committee presentation, we are hoping to see some of these other initiatives roll out across other popular precincts in our city to not only measure the vibrancy, but improve our council services across the board. Now more than ever, we need to connect with the community and support them during this time to get businesses back up and running and making confident and informed decisions about a long-term response for the recovery and rebuild of our city.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further speakers? Councillor, can't see anybody with their hands up. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to sum up, thank you, Councillor Hutton, for going into more depth about the fantastic work that they're doing in this space. It really is making a difference, and the team will continue to look at every opportunity that we can get to make sure we can take advantage of the technology that's out there now to make sure that we are working at an absolute premium time and efficiency for our residents on the ground. And particularly, it's been nice to try these in the Queen Street Mall, which really is our premier open space in Brisbane as well. City Analytics will also ongoing work with the LDCC, and I ask councillors to continue logging their jobs as more information comes to hand. And of course, they will map and keep the analytics so that when there is a review, we can literally see exactly where that information came from and what information came in as well. We realise that this event that's happened in the last 10 days isn't over yet. And in fact, in many ways, this is just the beginning with the huge effort in recovery that's going to come over the next couple of weeks. So again, I'd like to say thank you so much to all involved in the cleanup efforts, but particularly the team within economic development and the City Host Office that I know volunteered over the weekend as well. Thank you for the work you do. And thank you for the work that you do every single day in this portfolio, because we are a clean, green and livable city, and we are also working to be a clean, green and smart city as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We now move to the vote on this motion. The report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report. All in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? I declare that motion carried. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee report, please.
Mr. Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 22nd of February 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 22 February 2022 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. A few weeks ago, the Transport Committee considered a presentation about the work that TPO does in the active transport modelling space. I was an apology for that meeting, so I'd like to thank Councillor Owen for acting in my stead and for acting in my stead for the last few weeks, obviously prior to the flood event while I was on parental leave after the arrival of my first daughter, Elodie. My family certainly appreciated that, so thank you, Councillor Owen. Thank you to the Chamber for their indulgence. Now, while the work that the TPO modelling team does is very, very important, I do want to use this committee report to give an update to the Chamber and to the community about the impacts of the 2022 floods and the impacts that they have had on our transport network specifically, and of course, the early response thus far. Firstly, can I just thank all of our council first responders, bus operators and River City Ferries crew for all the work that they've done in keeping us safe throughout this disaster and the hard work that they are already undertaking to get our city back on its feet. And of course, thank you to the thousands of people who made up the Mud Army 2.0. It's a massive comfort to know that in times of adversity, our community can and will come together to help each other. Chamber will be pleased to know that we've already begun the necessary work to get our city moving again, but some safety risks remain, especially around ferry terminals. And my message to the community is really simple. Don't go near any of our ferry terminals. Don't get on them. Don't allow your kids to climb in or around them. There's still risks on the river from debris, and we also haven't been able to fully assess the terminal structures themselves. So just stay away from our ferry terminals. Now, we know, as the Lord Mayor said earlier today, Chair, that our fleet of City Cats are much loved by Brisbane residents and visitors. They're iconic, as the Lord Mayor often says. Unfortunately, the severe weather and flooding has been extremely unforgiving on our fleet, and the flood saw large amounts of debris floating down our river, including pontoons, boats, and other flotsam and jetsam. Now, the uncontrolled flood debris and the fast-flowing water created extremely unsafe conditions, not just for our staff and passengers, but for our vessels as well. And sadly, one of our City Cats, Binung Arung, was struck by an untethered houseboat that was moving quickly through the dangerous floodwater. Wild conditions and the intense force of large debris, including boats and pontoons, caused Binung Arung to break free from its mooring at Hawthorn when she was subsequently hit by a houseboat, and the impact of this collision caused severe damage to the vessel. Unfortunately, it could not be saved. This is, of course, a very upsetting turn of events, and I know the staff who work on our City Cats at both Transport for Brisbane and River City Ferries have been devastated by this loss. I am, however, extremely relieved that there were no staff on the vessel at the time, and none of our staff were even close to being injured as a result. Now, Binungarung proudly served our community for almost 18 years. She was launched in 2004 by Councillor Graham Quirk. She was our 9th City Cat and did an average of 4,000 operating hours every year. Now, we know another City Cat, Coolawin, has also been severely damaged in an unfriendly collision with the fuel tanker CSC Friendship, which broke away from the wharf at Lytton and drifted dangerously down the river into the port area. Coolawin, I'm pleased to report, is now safely out of the water on a hard stand. And the initial assessment is that she will thankfully be able to be repaired. I want to assure the community that all of our vessels are insured, and we are working through the insurance process as part of our flood recovery. Our ferry services remain suspended at this time, and I know many will share in my devastation at the impact that this flood event has had on our City Cat network. So while the river peaks are dropping, we're taking this time to clean up our vessels and to conduct necessary checks to get them ready for service again. And we know that while many escaped direct harm in the river, they were still inundated with water and due to the rain, and we'll need to make sure things like carpets and electrical wiring are in good shape. So rest assured, we are working as hard as we can to restore services as quickly as possible. Now, throughout the entire event, River City Ferries and their staff worked absolutely tirelessly to protect our vessels. We know our crews are very passionate about the service that they provide to the community, and I know they'll work just as hard to restore our beloved City Cats to service. I also want to touch around the circumstances which led to 2 of our City Cats being damaged and 1 being sunk. As the Lord Mayor has said, the severe weather we experienced in the last week was very unique. As we know, the unprecedented weather event resulted in Brisbane receiving 80% of its annual rainfall in just 3 days. That is extraordinary. Now, that created extremely unsafe conditions on the river with rising flood peaks, strong river currents, and significant amounts of debris flowing out of our creeks. On Saturday, the 26th of February, we made the decision to stop our ferry services as conditions were becoming unsafe for our passengers and our crews. And our operator, River City Ferries, executed their extreme weather and emergency response plan with minimal warning and changing conditions. Now, in 2011, we had several days' notice to remove our vessels from the river. Unfortunately, this time around, our crews had to work very quickly in increasingly dangerous conditions to secure the fleet. And this was the key difference between the 2011 flood and the event we just experienced. And the safety of our crew could not be compromised. And we would make the same decision again around moving those vessels during the event itself. Our masters and deckhands worked to move as many vessels as possible to the safe docks at Rivergate Marina and the shipyard there for hard standing and berthing. Due to space restrictions at Rivergate, the remainder of the fleet were moored downstream at our terminals. The unsafe river conditions meant it was too dangerous to attempt the relocation of any vessels to the bay at Manly. But whilst it is upsetting that some of our vessels have sustained damage, I am extremely thankful that all of our crew members remain safe and that none were injured or worse during this event. Our vessels are insured, and in time we will be able to repair the damage and restore our services, but our valued and skilled staff are irreplaceable. Many of these staff have worked for multiple operators, but always for Brisbane City Council, working the ferries on our river. Speaking about the ferries, obviously, to have ferries, you need ferry terminals, and our ferry terminals withstood significant flooding, strong river currents, and impacts from debris. All of them remain in place. Some had their gangways swing back, and we've seen them protected by strengthened deflection piers. These were new design features that were built in after 2011 when we lost 7 ferry terminals. We know that the Brisbane River has a history of significant flood events, including the 2011 flood that devastated the ferry terminal infrastructure and vessels. Council's investment since 2011 has already improved accessibility, connectivity, and flood resilience of the city's ferry terminal network, and that was shown out in these most recent floods. We have flood resilient terminals delivered at Milton, QUT, North Quay, Holman Street, Sydney Street, UQ, and Regatta. These terminals suffered extensive damage in 2011 due to their location and the speed and travel of debris in the river. The flood recovery terminals now incorporate world-class flood resilient technology, meaning they're designed to return to operation in a greatly reduced timeframe following a flood event. This technology includes a lead deflector pier and swinging gangways. It means the terminals are able to withstand heavy impacts from debris, and the gangways swung back when the river reached a certain velocity at Milton, QUT, Holman Street and UQ. Every terminal has received some amount of damage in this most recent event, but all of them remain intact. And we have been able to undertake a preliminary assessment of the terminal's condition using drones and land-based inspections. We have still been unable to get up close with the terminals because the river remains closed at the direction of MSQ and the Harbour Master, but we will be undertaking that detailed assessment in the coming days using hydrographic surveys with the assistance of the Australian Navy. I understand that they will be undertaking a number of scans in concert with Maritime Safety Queensland, so that will be fantastic to be able to get our vessels and our service barges back on the river ASAP. Now, at this stage of the assessment, we anticipate needed repairs to some of the gangways, electrical work and balustrades at a number of terminals. At UQ, we're investigating what works might need to be undertaken on the riverbank. Our team and our contractors at River City Ferries are very keen to get services back up and running as soon as possible. So we are making assessment of ferry terminals an absolute priority. Finally, on ferry terminals, I can report that we did lose a former terminal, the decommissioned one at Thornton Street, which was being used to support barge activity for the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge construction. Mr. Chair, I can also report that as of today, our bus network has returned to a normal timetable, which is a tremendous result. It's a remarkable feat by Transport for Brisbane, as they have been working around the clock to restore as many services as possible as road conditions improve, as well as navigating the damage done to some of our driver facilities. Widespread flooding and road closures, debris and damage to the road surface forced the suspension of services on Sunday afternoon as the worst of the severe weather set in. 25% of our drivers' facilities suffered extensive damage from the storms and flooding, and power outages created black spots in our drivers' radio network. So turn around and getting the city back to normal.
Councillor Murphy, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise to speak in regards to the presentation that we had at committee, and that is the subject of this report tonight. It is very important that we do acknowledge that there are a lot of council officers that do a great deal of work behind the scenes, particularly in regards to our transport modelling. Now, we had the opportunity last week to really hear from an in-depth perspective how much goes on behind the scenes, just to equate some of the statistics and the mathematics, so to speak, behind the actual philosophies that we base our positioning of our bridges, positioning of our terminals for our ferries, and just how we build our networks right across our city. Now, it is very interesting when you actually have the opportunity to listen to the council officers talk about this in depth, because there are so many different layers upon which the transport modelling is undertaken. And it is by no means a small feat. There are so many different overlays and so many different aspects to something that is not quite an exact science, because you are dealing with individuals' behaviour choices, and this certainly has a significant component that creates that level of unpredictability right across the network, because as much as you can model people's behaviour, they will always make choices that are the best for themselves given the circumstances, and that is something that sometimes can't be factored into any sort of modelling. But I would just like to say that on behalf of all of us, we do extend a very big thank you to the council officers, because there are many complexities, and particularly given that we have got a number of projects underway in this city through our green bridges and through our bikeway networks that we're spreading right across the city with our bike overlay review that we've done, as well as our public transport modelling, and where we make the approaches to TransLink, seeking additional routes where required. And this is something that really, I think, cannot be understated, because this forms the basis of many, many of our decisions right across our city. So I'd just like to end on the note that if any other councillors are interested in finding out a little bit more on how transport modelling is done, and particularly if you have some new public transport activities that are occurring or infrastructure that's coming into your ward, please do reach out, because the officers are very happy to explain it. And I know that there were some very substantial questions that came out through the committee meeting last time from other councillors. And I do trust that they found that the session was informative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, I'm not sure what committee this report is, but you do realise this reflects very poorly on you, this time wasting.
That's appears to be a comment rather than a contribution to the debate. Councillor Murphy, something up? Okay, thank you. We now put the Transport Committee report. All in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. Sorry, is there a no there? Any abstentions? I declare that motion carried. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee report, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 22nd of February 2022 be adopted.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Matic that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 22 February 2022 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just I want to make some general comments at the beginning about flood recovery, and I just wanted to thank the efforts of the Program 2 officers and the Brisbane infrastructure officers in the division for their efforts to make sure that the city returned to normal operation as quickly as possible. I've been working with them non-stop now since the severity of the disaster became clear, and I know that as floodwaters rose, we prepared to have to be ready to turn the city back into its normal operations as quickly as possible. So at the peak of the flood water, there were approximately 100 intersection sets of traffic lights and ordinary sets of traffic lights that had been rendered unable to be used as a result of flood waters. Now, this could be for a number of reasons. It could be because the traffic signal box itself had been inundated. It could be because the Energex service box that services the traffic signal box had been inundated, or in the more severe circumstances, it could have been because the entire set of traffic signals had been inundated, as is the case in Councillor Allen's ward. I went to say your ward, Mr. Chair, but it is very close, that Widdop Street intersection where the lights are still out this afternoon. But as I said, at the most severe point, we had up to 80 roads cut. We had up to 100 sets of lights out. As of today, 8 days after the peak of the flood, I can tell you that we believe that the most recent report has only that one Widdop Street set of traffic lights yet to be returned to ordinary use. It's this time I probably should make mention of general traffic operation, and that when a set of traffic lights becomes inundated, it reverts to the ordinary sequence of traffic lights, which will affect the traffic flow throughout the city. The many sets of traffic lights are set up to assist throughput during the peak period. And when the traffic signal box has been compromised in some form, it will revert to a more standard, even distribution of time on each light. And this will mean that there is sometimes time a greater time to travel through the arterial than would ordinarily be. The officers have been attending those sites and have been made, they've been made to address those so that the traffic signals will return to ordinary course that we are used to during peak periods. Advice is that even as of recently as this morning, the peak period was business as usual, and that's very good news considering that also today the buses returned to full use as well, which I know that many people appreciate. So with some general comments, I'll turn to the report. The report was on back to school initiatives. And it's a suite of initiatives which council has undertaken to ensure that both the safety of students, parents and teachers who are travelling to and from school, as well as supporting safer driver behaviours around schools through things like the Stand for School signs, which remind motorists to drive safer. Council's back to school initiatives are a combination of rolling programs that are being delivered all year long, as well as programs designed to ramp up at the start of the school term. Term 1 is an unusual start with a rollout of COVID restrictions. So it's been a tough start to the year for many students, and you have to really admire the efforts of school-age students to be able to handle both the COVID pandemic changes to their ordinary life mixed in with what appears to be a 1 in 200 year flood event. The late start had the TPO division delivering a suite of initiatives, which includes school traffic management plans, school traffic management plan improvements, which all councillors should be aware of, safe school travel infrastructure, SAMs for schools, enhanced school zones, and other initiatives such as active school travel and safer paths to school. So the School Traffic Management Plan, or the TMP, it's a tool for schools to assess, document and communicate the way in which students can travel to and from school. TMPs help schools identify and address traffic management issues to ease traffic congestion, streamline pick-up and drop-off periods, and create safer streets. Benefits of developing a school TMP may include safer school streets, eased traffic congestion around the school, more efficient pick-up and drop-off periods, increased active travel opportunities for students travelling to and from school, fewer concerns from the community. More than 180 schools have completed a TMP in conjunction with council and through the template developed by our officers to assist in the development of that plan. In the 2021-22 TMPs included a number of schools, which were the Brookfield State School, Brookfield, which included pedestrian access improvements on Brookfield Road, Marshall Road State School, Holland Park West, that's pedestrian access and intersection improvements at Bonneville Street and Stursulia Street, Stursulia Avenue. St Patrick's College, Shorncliffe,
Mr. Chair.
Stursulia Avenue. St Patrick's College, Shorncliffe, which had pedestrian access and intersection improvement at Single Row and Yunda Street. Council school management plans even won the prestigious 2021 IPWAC Awards for Excellence, the showcase of Brisbane's excellence in this space. It was one of 4 IPWAC Awards that we won at that particular awards evening. Safe school travel infrastructure saw a rollout of projects across our city, including pedestrian access and intersection improvements along Beatrice Street for Leeward Hill College at Hawthorn, parking access improvements on Bognor Street for Moreton Bay College, Manly West, pedestrian access and intersection improvements on Kate Street and Traxton Street from Newmarket State School, as well as crossing improvements at Jindalee State School and Runcorn State High School. There's also the SAMs for Schools project, which, as we've discussed earlier in earlier meetings, we installed 30 SAMs, bringing the total number of SAMs for schools to 61 that have been installed since the initiative began in the second quarter of 2020. The program also saw a first place win at the 2021 IPWAC Awards, another well-earned award for the TPO branch. The enhanced school zone, the treatments aimed to improve safety for children travelling to and from school and are specifically designed to raise awareness of reduced speed limits in school zones at peak school times. Since 1 July 2015, Council has installed enhanced school zones at 62 different schools, with new enhanced school zones installed in Term 1 of 2022 for Somerset Hills State School and St James Catholic Primary School. These are just some of the ways that we are ensuring that council goes above and beyond in finding ways in which we can get our kids to and from school safer, as well as raising awareness for all road users to be mindful of their surroundings, and in particular around our at-risk areas and educational institutions. The Schrinner Council has a great track record of ensuring that we deliver better and safer infrastructure for all residents, regardless of their age, and in doing so, helping to promote not only safer travel, but healthier lifestyles.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Wines. Any further speakers? No further speakers. We now put the report to the vote. All in favour of the Infrastructure Committee report, please say aye. Raise your hands. Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. I declare that motion carried. Councillors, Councillor Allen, the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 22nd of February 2022 be adopted.
Second that.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Hammond that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 22 February 2022 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before turning to the committee report, I would like to take the opportunity to provide the Chamber with an update on the activities and support that is continuing within the City Planning and Suburban Renewal portfolio. But to kick off, I'd actually like to thank the Development Services officers who have assisted with the LDCC over the last week or so. They've put in a terrific effort, and they've been instrumental in helping to coordinate a very significant operation, and have worked long hours and have worked very effectively with other agencies. So a big thank you to the team who supported the LDCC. I'd also like to thank the nearly 30 officers from Development Services and other areas who volunteered for the Mud Army coordination related activities. Anybody who went to any of the marshalling locations, which I did, would appreciate that. You know, it was quite a big activity to coordinate and equip that number of volunteers. So thank you to them. I'd also like to acknowledge the council staff who've been directly impacted by the flood and hope that they can recover quickly. Now, if I could just quickly touch upon our business as usual events, and Development Services have certainly seen a bit of a reduction in staff volumes through the impact of floods, COVID-19 and other absenteeism. So we have been behind in terms of our normal capacity. However, we have continued to meet our statutory timeframes and obligations. And as all councillors in this chamber would be aware, the council has statutory requirements, particularly in the development assessment process, that must be met and adhered to. And I'm glad to say that council officers have continued to meet these particular requirements. Touching upon the building and construction team, BCMT and the engineering compliance team, during last week and this week, they've obviously continued to get out and do critical inspections. There are points within a development where we need to get out there and provide our input. And this is particularly important in the context of supporting economic activity in the city, and also ultimately where the development is residential in nature, means that we're able to provide additional housing at a time when clearly housing is going to be a bit of an issue. Council's plumbing services team have been very active last week and this week. They've undertaken hundreds of inspections last week. We did have a reasonably high level of cancellations, as you'd expect, but nonetheless, the plumbing inspectors have been out there doing their work. And once again, this is critical to the building industry in ensuring that they can continue to move forward. Not surprisingly, the Planning Information Office is receiving increased calls as a result of residents looking to know what they can and can't do with their house. We're expecting during this week and in the weeks to come that volumes into the information office will increase, and so we've made plans to increase the number of planners in that location to help support affected residents, and that is a very important service that we provide to the community, and one that I think will be absolutely critical over coming months. I'd also note that the development service team are currently working on updating the floods fact sheet for residents, and once again, this will be a valuable tool for residents just in terms of informing them on what they can and can't do with respect to recovery work on their homes. In the city planning space, obviously, they've continued to move forward with things such as neighbourhood plans and our village precinct projects. Now, what I will do is touch upon where some of those village precinct projects stand, because we have had delays because some of the construction branch team have been redeployed to the recovery, but we have also had impacts from suppliers to those particular VPPs. So in the context of the Ashgrove West VPP, we have a subcontractor there who was providing a particular type of screen that is in a flood affected area. So we're likely to see delays with some of those items being delivered. In Martha Street, Camp Hill, where we've got a VPP, there has been some flooding impact around that particular location. So we'll need to consider whether there's any modifications we need to make to the VPP. There's one in Paddington. There's, in that particular instance, once again, one of the contractors who's supplying some of the artworks to that location is in a flood affected area, and so we may have delays in receipt of those particular items. In the Coorparoo VPP, there are some issues there around lighting and how that might work in the future design of that particular VPP. So they will all continue. However, we're obviously likely to experience some delays there. In the context of heritage assets across the city, I'm glad to report that at this point in time, we don't believe we have any significant issues yet. However, clearly a lot of the review of these types of properties is still occurring. So that's a quick update on the city planning and suburban renewal portfolio. But I will now turn to the committee report of the 22nd of February, where we had a presentation on the Bridgeman Downs neighbourhood plan. And obviously this is a very important neighbourhood plan, as they all are. And we're currently in the second and final round of consultation on the draft neighbourhood plan. The project kicked off in 2019, and that was really just off the back of both council and community identifying that a plan was required in that area. It's a unique part of the city. It's got some terrific attributes. It's got a real sort of quintessential suburban lifestyle that is perhaps not unique only to that area, but it's certainly special. It combines a location that's got great sort of city amenity, but a bushland feel. The plan at this stage is that we need to continue to take in that consultation from the community. The plan needs to recognise that we've got to get the balance right between supporting the growth that we're experiencing with our population, while also protecting the environment out there. And the neighbourhood plan has identified 4 clear residential and environmental precincts to help manage growth out there. To the east of Bridgeman Road, residents can expect to see residential housing estates similar to what's currently there. And this is labelled the Bridgeman Downs residential precinct. And this area will accommodate almost all of the additional housing required to meet growth targets in that area. To the west, in the established acreages of Bridgeman Down, we don't expect to see much change there at all. The northwest Rogan Road South precinct sets clear parameters around the extent of change and growth there. This also has some significant environmental values across the precinct, so we're very conscious of those. And then to the southeast, we have the Beckett Road precinct. And this area required quite extensive planning consideration, once again, due to ecological corridors and ensuring that we got the balance right between managing the ecological factors and also getting housing in the right location. So it is a plan that's been very nuanced. It's a plan that gives consideration to the residential housing requirements out there. It also obviously gives great consideration to the environmental aspects. The draft plan will continue to take shape over coming weeks, and you know, it's one of these plans where I believe the council has done a great job listening to the local community. Councillor Davis out there has been a major proponent in ensuring that this particular plan reflects the expectations of the community. We are also taking the opportunity in this plan to use a new service called Story Maps. And Story Maps is a new online tool that communicates current information and proposed changes to the public using an interactive map. And personally, I think this is a terrific tool. It's very user-friendly, and it really helps to depict what's expected to happen in that location. The residents have an opportunity to kind of drill down into the properties, their own properties. And
Councillor Allen, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr.
Any further
Chair.
speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I rise to speak on item A, the Bridgeman Downs Neighbourhood Plan. Mr. Chair, as Councillor Allen mentioned, it was in late 2019 that we commenced an initial round of community engagement for the Bridgeman Downs Neighbourhood Plan, and this included setting up a community planning team, which was made up of representatives from council, along with 28 members of the local community. And these members of the community planning team included quite a diverse mix of individuals of different ages, linguistic backgrounds, their occupations, and also included representatives from local businesses and organisations. And the feedback from the meetings of the community planning team and from the wider community helped to inform the development of the draft strategy, which was released for community consultation in October and November of 2020. And from that, we received over 215 pieces of feedback on the draft strategy, and it was very clear that preserving bushland and waterways and restricting multi-dwelling developments was a high priority for the area. There have been a wide range of factors which we've had to take into consideration as part of the process of preparing the new draft neighbourhood plan, including that we've had to consider the requirements under the South East Queensland Regional Plan 2017. Mr. Chair, there are three key themes which have guided the preparation of the neighbourhood plan. Firstly, committing to protecting the local environment and green spaces throughout Bridgeman Downs. The new plan addresses the need to maintain and enhance the health of the network of waterways which run through the suburb, and it will also help to grow our urban forest. The second key theme is around managing future development, which meets the expectation of our local community. And this is a delicate balance between facilitating housing supply in the right location to meet the needs of our growing city, whilst preserving our valuable and valued bushland native habitats and the leafy character of the suburb. So as part of our commitment to maintaining the character of the local area, the draft plan proposes restricted future development to single dwellings. And this means that we really do preserve the look and feel of Bridgeman Downs and protect the unique character and lifestyle which our community really does treasure. The third key theme is planning for the infrastructure which is needed to support the local community. And the draft plan addresses the need for open spaces, parks and community facilities which are located in well-connected, safe and accessible locations. It will also ensure that the future development will be carried out in an orderly sequence and facilitate the provision and extension of sewerage, water, stormwater and transport connections in a cost-efficient manner. Our commitment to delivering on these key themes means that the new neighbourhood plan will allow Bridgeman Downs to continue to be a uniquely beautiful part of Brisbane, which combines city convenience with bushland beauty. Mr Chair, the draft neighbourhood plan was submitted to the state government for review in 2021, and the state government requested several changes which have been incorporated into the current version of the draft plan. A further consultation period is now underway for the current version of the draft plan, and we've ensured that every effort has been made to engage the local community as part of this process. A letter has been sent to all households in the suburb, as well as business owners, inviting them to provide feedback. There will be 2 face-to-face community information centres booked in on Wednesday, the 16th of March, at the C3 Church at 1910 Gympie Road at Castledine, and on Saturday 19th of March at the Aspley Hypermarket. In addition to this, an interactive map has been published on Council's website to help members of the local community see a clear before and after snapshot of the changes to zoning overlays and planning codes to help demonstrate what we will change under the new plan. Mr Chair, we know that Bridgeman Downs will continue to grow, but we want it to grow in a way which preserves the character of the local area. And as I've said many times before in this chamber, Bridgeman Downs is a wonderful place to live. It is a uniquely beautiful part of our city with a distinctive subtropical green and leafy character and a quintessential suburban lifestyle. It has all the benefits of easy access to the city, but continues to have a semi-rural look and feel. We know that it is important to local residents that we protect this lifestyle, and our focus throughout the project is that Bridgeman Downs will continue to be a great place to live, work, relax and raise a family. We've come a long way since we first committed to delivering a new neighbourhood plan for Bridgeman Downs, and it's demonstrated the Schrinner Council's ongoing commitment to engaging with local residents on their vision for the suburb. Our dedicated neighbourhood planning team have risen to the challenge of making sure we can engage with the local community to create a neighbourhood plan which will preserve the character of Bridgeman Downs for years to come. Many members of our local community have been following this project with great interest, and they can be confident that the Schrinner Council is implementing their vision for the future of their suburb. I'm very much looking forward to hearing feedback from local residents through this round of consultation, and I'd like to thank the Lord Mayor and Councillor Allen for their ongoing support of this plan and for their commitment to delivering for the local community in Bridgeman Downs.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any further speakers? Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'd also like to speak to this presentation, which I had the pleasure of seeing in committee. And it's important to note that this neighbourhood planning process is something that was initiated by this side of the chamber over several years. And this is an award-winning program because of its importance in finding that balance between meeting the challenges of the South East Queensland Regional Plan and, importantly, also the needs of the local community. And as Councillor Davis has set out, there are many aspects to this plan that are vital to that local community. And the officer that gave us that presentation went through a lot of those aspects, covering in particular those important areas of local environment, waterways, and also lot size. I know that Councillor Davis is a passionate local councillor, has been very much involved in this neighbourhood planning process to get the balance right, and that is ultimately what we are wanting to achieve. The officer was able to take us through a number of the key aspects that Councillor Davis has also spoken about, which was the priorities of the local community in regards to the local environment, the waterways. Bridgeman Downs is a suburb that is that has that perfect balance of both rural and local residential, and there are many different lot sizes, and people enjoy a variety of different lifestyles there, whether they have very large homes on large lots or whether they have a far more reduced size lot size that is very similar to inner city living. But importantly also, the intent of the community overall, irrespective of the lot sizes, is about that preservation of the local environment and the balance that is necessary. The consultation process, of course, is fundamental and has been throughout this whole process. And of course, there are multiple stages, and Councillor Davis has mentioned those, and the officer did as well, in that the consultation process at its initial stage involved a cross-section of the community of those people who are wanting to engage and be interested in that process. And that has been a vital process of the neighbourhood planning scheme, in that they are stakeholder engagement groups that are set up as a cross-section of the community that reflects the needs and wants and style of the community. And by working through those different groups, they have been able to get to the stage where they have now, which is this draft plan, which has gone to the state and is again going back to consultation. And that's also an important part of the process, and this was outlined by the officer to us in the presentation, that constant engagement of taking the draft plan for a state interest check, coming back, getting that feedback, feeding that in and getting back to the community. And as Councillor Davis has said, it will now go back to the community again. And by being able to take this through a staged process, we ultimately want to achieve that balanced outcome. We know that we have the challenges of the South East Queensland Regional Plan. We know that those challenges are ongoing, particularly as our city continues to grow, and especially with the anticipation of the Olympics, for example.
Leaving Paddington and running from Brisbane Downs.
But importantly also, and I thank Councillor Cummings that he is awake and I welcome him to the meeting. But importantly also, it's important that we find that balance the way we need to moving forwards, because it takes a long time for these neighbourhood plans to be done. The officers expressed to us the amount of significant work that they have undertaken and the community has engaged in. And we want to make sure that when this thing finally gets finalised by the state, comes back to council for a vote and finalisation, that we get the balance right. So, Mr. Chairman, I thoroughly enjoyed the presentation by the officer at committee. And again, it just clearly goes to show that this administration has a long history of getting it right for the local community and continues to do so through this Brisbane Downs neighbourhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matic. Any further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Allen, summing up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank Councillor Davis and Councillor Matic for their contribution to the debate. Ultimately, the neighbourhood planning process is about achieving outcomes. It's about recognising that we've got a growing city that we need to accommodate, but by the same token, it's important that we recognise the unique characteristics of the study areas in these neighbourhood plans, and that we continue to evolve the way in which we engage the community. And as I mentioned during my section, we have taken on board a new tool in story maps that I believe is a really positive contribution to this process. There is a terrific amount of easy use information on that portal for residents. So anybody who's in the Brisbane Downs neighbourhood plan study area, I'd really encourage them to get onto that particular portal and have a look at the information. It gives a really good insight into zoning, the themes that we're pursuing, the overlays that are around them, the areas that we're trying to protect. So it's a tool that will allow residents effectively to self-learn, self-educate on what's being proposed out there. And I do believe it's a significant leap forward in terms of our neighbourhood planning process. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. We now move the motion for this report. All in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand. Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. I declare that motion carried.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Street.
Thanks, Chair. I'm mindful of the meeting's time and that we've got a lot of pressing issues to get through. I would like to move suspension of standing orders to allow me to withdraw the notified motion I've submitted listed as item 5 on the agenda. I don't know if I need a seconder for that. But
Seconded.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've received a motion to suspend a notified motion. Councillor Sri moving that under 12.3. Yes. You have 3 minutes if you wish.
Yeah, thanks. I'll keep it brief. It's obviously the content of the notified motion is quite important to me, but I'm also mindful that we've got a flood recovery to get on with and a lot of other time-sensitive stuff that I think we need to focus on right now. And I'm also mindful that I want that motion to be given due attention and taken seriously by the chamber, and not have a situation where decisions on that motion are made in a rush. So I'd propose to withdraw that notified motion, and I will bring a similar motion to a future council meeting to give people a bit more notice. Yeah, being mindful just that we have a lot to get to, and I don't think the content of that motion is quite as urgent today. So yeah, that's essentially where I'm at. Happy for the motion to be withdrawn, and I'll bring a different or similar motion to a future council meeting.
So the motion before us is to suspend standing rules to allow Councillor Sri to move a motion that he withdraw the notified motion. All in favour of suspension of standing rules to allow that motion to be moved, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? Councillor Sri, we have suspension of standing rules to allow you to talk to your suspension of the notified motion if you wish to take that up. Otherwise, it could be taken as read that we are suspending the notified motion.
Thanks. Yeah, take it as read. I move that we withdraw that motion from the agenda.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Sri. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. All in favour of that suspension, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. I declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, we now move on to the next item on the agenda, the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report. Councillor Davis.
Mr. Chair, did we vote on city planning? Or did I?
Yes, we did.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we did.
Thank you for your clarification.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 22nd of February 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 22 February 2022 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I speak to the committee report, can I also add my thanks to those many officers in the news team who have supported the LDCC and the Mud Army outside of their normal working hours. And I'd also really like to acknowledge the staff who are working with our operational areas and on-ground teams in council to provide the information required around asset recovery in response to the recent floods. We really have seen everybody come together under these terrible circumstances to make sure that we move forward in the best possible way to assist people to recover from the 2022 floods. I'd also like to clarify something that Councillor Griffiths said earlier. He said that properties acquired by the voluntary home purchase scheme were used for community housing. I understand this was never the case. The whole purpose was to remove residents from the risk of flooding. Mr. Chair, item A was our committee presentation, which was on bushwalks in Brisbane. We are very fortunate in Brisbane to have over 15,000 hectares of park space around the city, with 10,000 hectares of natural areas or bushland.
Point of order.
Sorry, point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Yes. Will Councillor Davis take a question?
Councillor Davis, will you take a question?
No, why are you doing this? It's embarrassing. Just stop now.
Johnston, please.
Let's move on to the flood stuff and get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I just said, we're very fortunate to live in a city that has over 15,000 hectares of park, with 10,000 hectares of natural areas or bushland. And a large portion of these natural areas are preserved under our bushland acquisition program, with council acquiring more than 4,200 hectares since the bushland acquisition program launched in 1990. All of our natural areas are different and offer a range of recreational activities for residents and visitors. And we acknowledge that people like to use these areas for a variety of reasons. And as such, we try to make a diverse range of outdoor recreation opportunities available. And this range of recreational activities includes bushwalking, off-road cycling, horse riding, picnicking, nature study, canoeing, kayaking, fishing and orienteering, just to name a few. All of the tracks located in our natural areas are regularly audited, maintained and monitored to ensure that they are safe and well maintained and respect the environment. Council undertakes these audits to assess the condition of trails and determine what maintenance may be required. The maintenance of the tracks also considers the wear and tear of the tracks, erosion or any impacts from severe weather. And given the severe weather events of last week, Council will of course look at the erosion and weather impacts as we progressively return to normal post-flood conditions. In some locations, Council also uses track monitors which capture data on the number of people using the tracks. In some instances, tracks with larger volumes of visitors may need more regular maintenance, although this will depend on a variety of site factors such as the surface of the track. At Mount Cootha, officers regularly monitor the site to ensure any safety issues or maintenance issues are able to be addressed quickly. We know that bushwalking is the most popular recreational activity in our nature reserves, with more than 700 kilometres of tracks in Brisbane. This is, Mr. Chair, the equivalent of walking from Brisbane to Newcastle. There are a number of our council's natural areas that are shared between bushwalkers, horse riders and off-road cyclists. And one of the biggest challenges is allowing access into these areas in managing the competing interests on the tracks, and that it does not cause conflict for the users. The shared tracks at Mount Cootha, Anstead and the Anstead Bushland Reserve and Brisbane Koala Bushlands are areas where we're very keen for conflict not to occur. I would note that shared tracks are generally wider to provide spaces for all three users to safely enjoy the spaces. Council also provides guidance on our website as well as on-ground signage and maps to provide information on how people can safely use these shared paths. Along these tracks, we encourage cyclists give way to walkers and horse riders, while horse riders give way to walkers also. Additionally, the information encourages sticking to the designated tracks and slowing down when passing other users. We would like to encourage activities in our natural reserves to be undertaken in a sustainable way, so as to ensure that the protection of our precious native plants and wildlife is achieved and the habitat that they rely on is not heavily disturbed. Supporting this, we've got compliance and conservation officers undertaking regular patrols in our bushland reserves. To protect the values of natural areas, Council requires natural area visitors to follow the park signage and only use designated tracks and don't enter areas under rehabilitation, to be a responsible pet owner and always walk dogs on a leash in our natural areas, and don't litter and make sure you take any rubbish away with you and dispose outside of the natural area. When we're looking at establishing new trails in our nature reserves, we do have to carefully consider a few elements. Firstly, how we conserve the natural and cultural environment while still allowing access through the site. And secondly, where are the particular areas of interest for the public? A great example of this came through our off-road cycling strategy. The strategy, which was released last year and through the community consultation process, allowed the cyclists to provide feedback on where they want to ride and what type of facilities they are seeking. But it also provided environmental groups an opportunity to provide their feedback about their concerns on the impacts of the nature reserves. Thirdly, it's about creating logical connections and routes. For some context, there are more than 70 different trails in Mount Cootha, with many of these overlapping. And finally, gradings of tracks and providing diversity of opportunities where possible. We know that for some bushwalkers, they are looking for long and challenging routes, while some people are looking for more of a leisurely stroll through nature. We continue to look for accessible and inclusive opportunities where possible, but unfortunately, it's difficult to provide accessible walking tracks through all of our natural areas. However, some of our accessible tracks provide opportunities for wheelchairs and prams, and these are at Boondall Wetlands, Brisbane Koala Bushlands, Toohey Forest, and at Raven Street Reserve, which is in my part of Brisbane. For all of our key nature reserves, Council has an accessible track map on our website, and these track maps are downloadable and provide important information such as facilities at the walking track, information on the types and difficulty of tracks, and of course some safety advice. For all of our tracks, we classify them based on their features and how challenging they are to navigate. And this helps to inform any visitors about the type of experience they may expect and to help them pick a track based on their fitness ability levels or even the experience that they are looking for. Mr. Chair, tracks are classified accordingly as easy, mostly flat with minor slopes and fairly even track surface with a few obstacles. Moderate, the track may be hilly and have uneven surfaces in sections, and of course hard tracks, which may be steep, uneven and have obstacles in some of the sections. It's also important to note that tracks in natural areas can have different surfaces, including asphalt, bitumen, concrete or compacted dirt, and some tracks will also include stairs and bridges, and these factors can also influence the track difficulty. We even got a little demonstration during the committee of how easy the track maps are accessed on a mobile phone. The committee also got a bit of a show and tell on what are the key items to pack when thinking of exploring our nature reserves. Some bushwalking basics are a backpack, some food and snacks and some comfy shoes. Of course, we encourage all visitors to be sun safe by wearing a hat, using sunscreen and also carrying water. It is important for safety reasons to always ensure you tell someone where you are going and when you plan to return. And also follow track signs and don't wander off path and carry a mobile phone in case you need to access some help. Most importantly though, it's about enjoying our natural reserves and seeing nature in situ. Finally, in committee, we discussed the most popular bushwalking tracks around Brisbane, which naturally caused some debate amongst committee members, with everyone suggesting that the reserve in their ward was the best. The most popular walking tracks are at Mount Cootha, Chermside Hills Reserves and Ravens.
Councillor Davis, your time has expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks. Listen, I rise to speak about the bushwalk presentation. As many people probably know, bushwalking is one of my passions, and fun fact, some of the Mount Cootha Reserve is actually in the Walter Taylor ward, just on the eastern side of the freeway. And it's a lovely way for me to spend time with my family to get out into the Mount Cootha Reserve and to enjoy some of our wonderful bush tracks, because Brisbane is Australia's most biodiverse capital city, and we've got 130 natural areas with 10,000 hectares made up in that 130 areas. And because we have such a wonderful array of biodiversity, it provides us the ability to have nature-based recreation opportunities. Unfortunately, we do sometimes see illegal tracks being made or unauthorised tracks being made. And the council officers are generally in there very, very quickly to restore them. And there are some problems when people make illegal tracks, of course, because sometimes if they're not made correctly, they can cause erosion or subsidence of the natural area. And we don't want that, because when we're trying to provide accessible bushwalking tracks, we want to make sure that not only do we have low impact walking tracks, but we also provide for an accessible and enjoyable and safe bushwalking experience for as many people as possible. But what I found really interesting is that bushwalking is actually the most popular use of our natural areas. And because of that, your council plans for outdoor recreation in our natural areas. And there are lots of different tracks. There's a diversity of tracks. There's a different grade of difficulty, and all over Brisbane this is, of course. And what I found really interesting in the presentation was that tracks are routinely audited, maintained and monitored. And in the presentation, I asked the council officer, where does the erosion prevention come from? And I was really interested to know that they routinely audit the tracks. So if they see erosion happening, they've got the ability to get in there with their, I think they're called silt screens or something. And I even saw bales of hay, and I'm led to believe that they use these bales with stakes to try and prevent the flow of water. And that if the water can get slowed down, that means that it won't erode as much. But back to the tracks, we have 700 kilometres, I should say, of different types of track. And obviously, living on the foothills of Mount Cootha is my favourite area. And I just want to highlight for you, Chair, a couple of the popular Mount Cootha walking tracks, including, first of all, what I would call an easy track is the Ghost Hole track. And that's actually where you can see the old gold mines, which I think is pretty cool. And not only do you get to see them, but council's put in signage which details the area's gold mining history. That's down at the picnic area. And I would say that's an easy walk for all levels. And don't forget, of course, that we put our Discovery Trail and this Discovery Trail extension. And that will take about 30 minutes to complete. And you would do that from JC Slaughter Falls or Simpson Falls. And then there's probably the one that's the most popular, not my favorite, but I think it would be the most popular, and that would be the Summit Track. It's about 30 minutes each way. It's about 2 kilometres, I think. And it goes from the JC Slaughter Falls picnic area up to the Mount Cootha Lookout. And we all know where that is. It's the beautiful view at the top. All fitness levels can use it. And of course, the Schrinner Council put in the upgraded stairs, the upgraded handrails, and a new information shelter. And because of that, it's so popular, so people can get all the way to the top and they're rewarded with that amazing view. And of course, a coffee. The other one that I wanted to mention is the Honey Eater track. It's, I would say, over 2 kilometres and would take you a little bit more than 1 hour. Generally speaking, you walk at about 4 or 5 Ks an hour, but it's 2 kilometres, 1 hour, so it's a bit hilly. And you would start off at Sir Samuel Griffith Drive near Mount Cootha Lookout. You go down towards the back, down near Chapel Hill, past Thika, which is the Hutt Environment Centre. And then I think you go back up the ridgeline, and that's going to get your heart pumping. So you want to make sure you've got your good shoes and a bottle of water for that one. And the good thing about the bushwalks that we learnt was that you can do hiking with the whole family, because Brisbane offers so many different opportunities for people to get out there, and you can have a totally flat experience. Can I use Karawatha Forest Park as an example down there? I went out there with my daughter. She's only 6. No problem getting around on the flat surface down there. Big wide tracks, well maintained. And she's fascinated with birds, and that's a perfect place to go because there's, I'm told, more than 100 different species of birds down there. It's a eucalypt forest with 30 different tracks. So that's a really nice place to go. But of course, I'm a big fan of Mount Cootha. And for those people who don't know, it's only 15 minutes drive out of the CBD, and it's hard to believe that you've got—
Why are you dragging this meeting out?
Hectares. Oh, I think my reception's gone funny, Chair. I just hear mumbling.
What's going on? Why are you telling us to take your good shoes and some water? What? You've got the army rolling into Walter Taylor Wood to help people. We've got people who are desperately calling out for help.
Sorry, Chair, I can't hear what's going on.
Councillor Cassidy, you do not have the floor. You can speak.
It sounds like a mosquito buzzing in my ear.
Behaviour. This is. You've got to stop this.
Chair, can you just let me know when it's my turn? I'll just grab my pillow.
Speaking on every report,
very boring
I
listening
thought
to all
you
of
Councillor
this.
Johnson.
Councillor Johnson.
James Mackay,
Councillor Johnson, I've warned you already. Councillor Johnson, I've warned you once already today.
Shameful,
Councillor
disgusting.
Johnston, please do not talk over me. You do not have the floor. Councillor Mackay.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Look, I can't remember where I was up to, but basically I was talking about the great facility we have at our doorstep, which is Mount Cootha, with the 1,600 kilometres of, 1,600 hectares of eucalypt forest and all of the trails and tracks that are there. And I just want to put a big shout out to the council officers who maintain it. As I mentioned at the beginning, the tracks on the eastern side of the freeway.
They're probably trying to pick up rubbish. I can't believe you people.
Can we do something about that, please? I find that I feel unsafe when people scream at me sometimes.
Councillor Mackay, please.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm wrapping up anyway. I just wanted to say that we're very lucky in Brisbane to have such wonderful natural areas with recreation experiences. And I hope that the Schrinner Council's good management of these places is really wonderful for the next 10 years until we have the Brisbane Olympics, so we can welcome all of our international tourists to hike on Mount Cootha. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Howard. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand, Councillor Griffiths. I'll give you the floor. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for being fair. I just wanted to speak to this report. It was a very good presentation, but that's really not what I want to talk about. I just want to make the point that for the first time now in my whole time in history in council, we're not seeing the Bushland report come to this chamber. So the Bushland chamber has actually been omitted from this report, and I think that is a really bad step. It removes accountability. It removes scrutiny in terms of the chamber. I know the LNP don't like it being talked about. I know it's a sore point for them, but this should not be happening. And this report should be coming to this chamber, and it shouldn't be hidden.
Secrecy.
And I will be keeping an eye on it and talking about it and bringing it up, because like the flood, like what we're seeing now with the flood, I'd like to be able to get onto the issues of flooding in my ward. We're seeing this meeting delayed by the LNP. We're also seeing the LNP dump the Bushland report from coming to this chamber, which is wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the local councillor, I'd like to enter the debate to talk about item B, which was requesting council consider the Strawberry Fields Parklands project as future green space in Fortitude Valley. And through you, Mr. Chair, I had the pleasure of meeting Kelly Nealon and a group of her people who are involved in this project. They came to visit me in the ward office and to provide me with a very, very comprehensive outline of the wonderful things that they would like to see happening in the valley, and particularly around green space. So we had a great discussion. I was able to talk to them about some of the fantastic projects that we've already implemented in and around the valley, and also to talk to them about the precincts and
Point of order.
You're on.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. In light of the LNP's appalling disrespect and behaviour, I move that this meeting now adjourn until next Tuesday.
Seconded.
A motion has been received from Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this meeting now be adjourned. All in favour of that motion, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Cassidy. Ring the bells. Thank you. The division is over the motion to adjourn the meeting. All in favour of that motion, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
Are there any abstentions?
Chair, I'm abstaining, but I would like us to move on to more substantive matters as soon as possible.
And they're not gonna, Jonathan, this is deliberate. This is deliberate. They don't speak on the Parks Committee in a normal. It is shameful behaviour.
Marks, how are we going?
Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 4 in favour, 15 against, and 1 abstention.
Sorry, do you want to try that again?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 4 in favour, 15 against, and 1 abstention.
That motion is lost. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be very brief, but I did want to put on record my great appreciation to Kelly and her team for coming to see me and for us to be able to have the discussion that we had about the precinct and the amazing things that are already happening. And I've undertaken to meet with them on a regular basis and to keep them updated on the fantastic things that are happening in the Fortitude Valley space. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, something up?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, can I thank all councillors that have participated in the debate today. I would note, though, since the 11th of August last year, the Bushland Preservation Levy report has been coming through committee for noting. It has never been raised by Councillor Griffiths. He's had opportunity on a number of occasions now to raise questions about any elements of the report. So I'm really not sure why he's raising it in this regard today. Can I also just throw in a special thanks to our presenter from last week, Lachlan Carkeet. He is an avid bushwalker, and it was very evident during the presentation that he was excited to be there and talk about those 700 kilometres of walking trails through our beautiful city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. We now put the report. All in favour of the report, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. Declare that motion carried. Councillor Marks, City Standards Committee report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 22nd of February 2022 be adopted.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Marks and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 22 February 2022 be adopted. Is there any debate?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, the presentation on the 22nd of February was on an illegal dumping presentation, and I want to start by saying thank you to Councillor Toomey for filling in as chair. I was in hospital that day, and I appreciate him taking over the role and doing such an admirable job. Illegal dumping, as people would know in this place if they know me well enough, is something that I'm very passionate about. So I was very sorry that I actually missed this presentation. Council officers spend a lot of time dealing with the illegal dumping that goes across the city. And then with what we were having happen in that situation, and obviously now that it's kind of morphing into what we're dealing now, I just think it was a good reminder of the amazing work carried out by the CARS officers, in particular those who are out and about at all hours of the day and night. I was actually out with our officers on New Year's Eve. That seems like so long ago. And I also want to thank the compliance officers in particular for the way that they have adapted and gone above and beyond during the flood recovery. So as I've raised today, but I can say it again, the tonnage of waste being put out in Brisbane's curbside exceeds 2011 levels. And the Schrinner Council is prioritising support for Brisbane residents to clean up and safely dispose of household flood-related waste. So the message to the residents of Brisbane is clear. If you had flood-affected waste or household items, it will be either picked up through the special curbside collection, or you can take it to one of our 4 resource recovery centres for free. In addition to this, residents can access food waste drop-off sites which are distributed across Brisbane. As far as, unfortunately, as always, we have seen illegal dumping across the city, and we've had people taking advantage of this terrible situation where people are dumping illegally in areas that potentially either didn't get flooded or they are putting out stuff that we generally as a rule wouldn't pick up anyway. We've got situations where they're denying all knowledge of them putting their stuff out illegally on the roads and creating a safety issue, though how they can deny that potentially tyres that are stacked up neatly in 5 piles washed down there from the floods is, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, it's just one of those things, I guess, that we have to deal with in this compliance space. I also want to make note that we're pleased to report that the operating hours of Willawong and Nudgee RSCs have been extended to remain open to the public from 6:30 to 9 p.m. daily, and they are now operational 24/7, which is a great outcome with the Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner dealing with the Minister for Environment, Minister Enoch, who was able to make that happen. I also want to take this opportunity to thank those involved in the waste management response to this flood event. They're working tirelessly through the day and night and well before the dawn and long after the sun goes down. So not only do we have every contractor and Suez truck working around the clock, we've also redeployed every available council truck to help with the cleanup too. Every possible council resource has been redirected to the flood recovery. As I've said previously, reports to date suggest that there is a larger volume requiring collection than 2011. I mentioned this in my committee's report this morning. We were informed about one particular house in the street. A truck went down there to start collection from that street. They filled the truck with half of that household's items. The difference between this curbside collection and normal curbside collection that we generally take a year to do is generally normal curbside collection, people are getting rid of the stuff they don't want. We're now faced with a situation where people are potentially putting out their whole lives on the footpath, including half their house with all the gyprock that's all obviously warped and wet, and some places even the floorboards as well. I was out there a couple of days with Councillor Maddock and Councillor Mackay, and I can tell you that the amount of stuff out there on the curbside is mind-blowingly huge. And I just want to say at this point to thank the residents for their patience. I also want to thank everyone that's been involved in this effort to date. There's been an incredible effort, and I know this will continue in the coming weeks. As chair of this portfolio, I am aware of many council officers working behind the scenes, putting in a tremendous amount of effort, which is not going unnoticed. And I want you to know that I personally thank you for going above and beyond. The flood recovery effort has begun, but it's not over. As always, council officers are not only focused on the flood recovery, there's another couple of key issues in my portfolio that we're focused on, one being the mosquitoes. Brisbane City Council mosquito fighting feet are in action to help protect the city from increased mosquito breeding. You'll know that Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and Councillor Landers were out there yesterday with the team who actively started the spraying process. As always, we are the only council that does employ 2 expert entomologists, and we've been in constant contact with them the whole time to work out when and where we should start the spraying. About 1,400 of our known 2,400 breeding sites were triggered by the recent rainfall, and the action we take now will put a stop to a severe post-flood mosquito problem. We continue to have our expanded fleet of 21 spray trucks, 4 all-terrain vehicles, and our newest addition, which I'm not sure if they were out there with the Lord Mayor or not, but we now have 2 electric Mozzie buggies. And they're making sure that the sites are treated every week. But I want to make sure very clear that what comes first and what must always come first before absolutely anything else is the safety of our residents, which leads me to our next area is potholes. So just like many unfortunate households, Brisbane extensive network has been damaged and it's going to take some time to completely fix. To date, council officers have repaired over 3,000 potholes, and we have seen an increase in reports of potholes as the flooding recedes from impacted roads. I know out in my own ward, which wasn't particularly affected by any flooding, there was a drainway that came through. The water was of such force that it actually lifted 2 slabs of the footpath completely off where they were and put them onto the road. So we have situations like that council officers are dealing with that necessarily away from our flood affected suburbs. Now, the council workers have been deployed to work 24/7 to respond to the reported potholes. And I want to again thank the officers for the enormous work that they are getting this done for the residents. We have deployed the pothole repair team to move into the nighttime repair pothole space so that they can concentrate on helping the other teams that are out there at the moment collecting up the flood affected large curbside items. And one thing is to note that this was a problem that we had before the floods during the pandemic was the severe shortage of traffic control staff. I know that was mentioned previously at one of the sandbagging sites. That is a problem, and I know that the MUTCD was amended, that we potentially now need to have more traffic controllers in a given situation than we previously. So that, on top of the scarcity of traffic control officers, is also adding to the situation that we're facing out there. So again, I just want to say thank you to those officers that are out there. I know that there's many of you that potentially councillors don't even know who you are, but I know you're out there working really, really hard, and I appreciate it, especially under some very trying circumstances. People have basically got their lives on the footpaths. We're very aware of that. The Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, has given very clear instructions that he would like this picked up as soon as possible. But again, there is an enormous amount of stuff out there. It is mind-blowing how much stuff is out there on these footpaths. And we've had the creek flooding and the river flooding and the overland flow flooding. So it's been a triple, I would suggest, disaster for our city. And I just really ask all councillors to please ask their residents to be patient, because council officers really are working hard. As I know, all the councillors out there in your wards, you have been working hard too. So look, I think we just have to hang in there and we'll keep working and we will get this thing back under control again. I want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Further speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Cumming.
Yeah,
you've raised your virtual hand. Are you raising your actual hand?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Just quickly, item B is a petition objecting to excessive noise from outdoor activities in a small industrial estate in Wynnum. It's a matter where there's only 21 petitioners, but it's an area where there's very few properties nearby, and that's probably all the neighbours that have close to the site. The neighbours are getting sick of the length of time that the enforcement has dragged on. The first show cause notice was issued back on the 19th of May 2021, it's almost 10 months ago, and they're very keen to have the matter finalised. The noise that has been allegedly occurring is the periodic construction of electrical substations on the hard stand at the site, which is causing a great deal of noise. This is an unfortunate matter. This is a matter I can recall this land many years ago. I asked for a council to buy this with the bushland acquisition levy because it was a decent patch of bushland, and that would have kept industry on the away from the southern side of the railway line, and would be on the northern side of the freight railway line to the Port of Brisbane, but that wasn't done, and because of that, this is what the eventual consequences. The industrial estate being developed on the site has led to problems for neighbours, and that's most unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cumming. Could you drop your virtual hand now?
Certainly.
Your Zoom hand there. Thank you. Any further speakers? Thank you. Councillor Marx, summing up.
Oh, yes. Look, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to apologise for not mentioning that petition that Councillor Cumming had there for the industry noise out there at Industry Place, Wynnum. and I appreciate his comments on the situation. There was actually one more role that I wanted to mention here that the compliance officers have been dealing with, and that's actually cars, and as in the type that have the four wheels and the steering wheel. So cars have been dealing with cars. You know, a lot of councillors, particularly Councillor Maddock, he ended up with many vehicles on the roadways, in some instances in the middle of the road, and they had to deal with those and get them off so they were out of the way as well. So I forgot to mention that. So thank you again for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And now put the report, the City Standards Committee report. All in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. Councillor Cumming, are you joining us as a vote for yes? I think I'll take that as a yes. Thank you. Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. Any abstentions on this one? I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Councillor Howard, Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 22nd of February be adopted.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 22 February 2022 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. Sadly, I cannot give you an update on the nighttime economy in the last week or so because it's been very sad for a lot of our wonderful venues, and it's reassuring to see them starting to come back. I would also just like to address an issue raised by the Councillor for Tennyson earlier in the meeting about the link for the community organisations. Now, we know that the link works because the community organisations have been responding, and in fact, we've had 224 responses, including 15 from the Tennyson ward. I have asked my officers, however, to contact Councillor Johnson's ward office to see if we can sort out what might be happening there. So I'm confident that that can be sorted. And I'd also like to just update the chamber on the fact that we very much hope to get the first payments of that $5,000 out before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And I think that's an amazing job for our officers. And I really want to thank each and every one of them in our life science and community services, because I, again, know, as have all my colleagues, been absolutely blown away by the above and beyond work that has been happening recently. Moving to the report, we had a committee presentation on the Inala library refurbishment, and I know that Councillor Strunk will want to have a say on that. He did attend the committee presentation, and I know that he really appreciated all of the work that has been done there. It's such a shame that we could not hold the event that we were hoping to hold on the 5th of March, but I am sure that Councillor Strunk will want to contribute to the debate, so I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Any further speakers? Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Howard, for that opportunity to sit in on the presentation and even field a couple of questions. But thank you for that. Okay, so the Inala Library, the original Inala Library, which is down in Rosemary Street, opened in '63, and thank you, Clem Jones, for doing that. So the suburb, or the people of Inala, have really grown up, really for many generations have grown up with the library. And when that building became too small, they moved it up to the Civic Centre. They built a new building up here in the Civic Centre, which includes this ward office as well. And there was a major refurbishment of that in 1994. The Inala Library is known for their 42,000 book diverse library collections, including Vietnamese, Spanish, Samoan, and others as well. Many hundreds of people come to the library each week. We know that because the entrance into this office here is in the hallway where people walk into the library. So there's a steady stream all day, especially after school as well. The school kids love it. They come in to access, of course, the computers, which is very popular, and of course the Wi-Fi, which a lot of the kids, of course, some of the kids don't have that ability at Wi-Fi at home, so they come down to the library to use that infrastructure. The upgrade received a much needed makeover. I mean, it was a nice library, but I tell you what, it was getting a bit tired, but people were still flocking to it in good numbers. It was a medium-sized library in comparison to libraries around Brisbane, but they really punched above their weight in numbers. The opening, unfortunately, as Councillor Howard said, was going to have to be put off. But I can assure you it was worth waiting for, Councillor Howard, and anyone else that's going to come along, other council officers that maybe, or even other councillors, if they want to have a look at a library that has been transformed with a color scheme that you will have never seen before, right? Or any other building for that matter. It's a lot of fun. The kids love it because it's just colorful. It's just every color of the rainbow. And when you walk in, you just feel like you want to be there, right? The outside of the building was done up as well. Not quite as colorful, but really matches our $40 million 4-story building next to the library. Matches that quite well. Very contemporary colors, so it fits in very nicely. There was only one thing that Councillor Howard that I was going to mention during this debate, is that there's a very old raised lettered sign above the Civic Centre Hall right next to the library. It's part of the building anyways, and it really looks old and daggy, and I have asked for that to be changed and brought up to date. You may, if you can follow that up, that'd be really good before the opening. New meeting room for 40 people with a little kitchenette and audio visual. A big demand for that sort of space, as all councillors I'm sure have. A lot of community groups looking for space, especially meeting space for their volunteers. And this new room space will be up to 40 people, which is really well appointed as well. There's spaces for young kids, individual spaces in the library, in the new floor plan for young kids, teenagers as well, older people who just want to come in and sit down and read, people who want to come in and study. You know, it's not a huge floor space in comparison to some of the other libraries, but it's very well thought out and is operating extremely well. So I think with those comments, I'll leave it at that. I know we're short of time, but I just would encourage anyone who's looking at maybe getting their library upgraded or refurbished to come out and have a look at the wonderful job that the workers have done to pull this whole thing together with the staff of the library, because they were very much part of the consultation of what was needed, and they pretty well got everything that they want, and it's just a wonderful outcome. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Any further speakers? Councillor Howard, summing up.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll certainly take that on notice, Councillor Strunk, and refer it to the team. I'm not sure, though, if you mentioned the 2 Nintendo Switches to replace the old and outdated Xboxes, because I had no idea what that was, but it sounded really important, and I thought it was great that we should mention it this afternoon. But thank you for your enthusiasm and for all of your help and your ward office help to our team to get something done, I think, very quickly, and I think will be great benefit to the community. So thanks very much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. I declare the motion carried. Councillor Cunningham, the Finance and City Governance Committee report, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 22nd of February 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Huang that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 22nd of February 2022 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Before I move to the report, I'd like to discuss the current flood event and make some comments. Can I begin first by thanking the officers in the Organisational Services and City Administration and Governance Division for their efforts during this disaster. Of course, the City Resilience team has been front and centre. They were closely monitoring the situation in the week leading up to the significant rainfall, and when it became clear the rain wasn't going to abate, the LDCC was stood up. The City Resilience team work all year round to ensure staff across the organisation are ready to step up and to serve when called upon during an event like this. It's been wonderful to see the officers from right across council be involved in our recovery. Of course, our operational crews on the ground, particularly from City Standards, have been working tirelessly right across the city from the beginning. What councillors may not appreciate is how other officers across council step up when their city is in crisis. I understand around 350 council staff are trained so that they can support the LDCC when it is stood up, and dozens of council officers have risen to the occasion, working shifts at all hours of the day and night to support the people of Brisbane. In addition, liaison officers from external organisations join the LDCC, including QPS, Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, and an Australian Defence Force liaison officer. It is absolutely a hive of activity on level 1 in Brisbane Square, and I would like to thank everyone involved for their efforts. Our corporate finance team have also been heavily focused on this weather event, working quickly to liaise with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, developing the rates relief package and ensuring documentation is maintained across council to support our insurance claims and also our claims to the QRA. I know Councillor Strunk raised in committee today that he is keen to understand the financial impact of the floods, as we all are, and that's something that officers are working incredibly hard on, establishing structures to support consolidated reporting of those financial impacts. While the 22 rainfall and flooding event will bring significant challenge for our council in terms of financial impacts, our teams have demonstrated strong and responsive financial management in past natural disaster events. However, costs that are likely to be borne by council include the restoration of public assets which are not considered essential public assets, things like parks, community and sporting clubs, the insurance excess, the rates rebate and rates deferral, grants to community clubs, the administrative and coordination activity, as well as any other recovery activity where documentary evidence doesn't meet QRA requirements. I now wanted to turn to some of the commentary from the opposition today regarding warnings for this unprecedented rainfall and citywide flooding. To clarify, Council's early warning alert system is not simply a service which repeats bomb storm warnings as the opposition seem to think it is. It's linked to our network of devices in the suburbs, which mean we can provide instant warnings about heavy rainfall in creek catchments, as well as creek flooding warnings. Council's early warning alert system is a tried and tested platform trusted by over 170,000 subscribers in Brisbane. On Thursday, the 24th, there were 10 creek flooding alerts sent. On Friday, the 25th, there were 78 alerts sent. On Saturday, there were 76, and on the Sunday, there were 67. This is in addition to the bomb severe weather alerts. I can advise the Leader of the Opposition that 16 separate alerts were sent regarding rainfall and flooding in Cabbage Tree Creek between Friday the 25th and Sunday the 27th of February. Of course, this is on top of updates provided through radio and TV and on Council's online platforms, including our website and on our social media. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind all councillors in this place that encouraging residents to subscribe to Council's early warning service is always one of our key messages for our ongoing Get Ready resilience campaigns. The Emergency Alert SMS platform is managed by the state government. In this event, Council could send the message wording and delivery area to the state on a scanned paper form, who then in turn push that message out to every mobile phone within that boundary area. Brisbane is a large city with some densely populated areas. The emergency alert SMS platform clearly has issues with delayed delivery. And as the Lord Mayor mentioned, in our understanding is it's only capable of sending messages in batches of 50,000 at a time. That of course doesn't cut it for our urban communities along the Brisbane River and in our suburbs. Council first requested that an emergency alert be sent by the state at 7 p.m. on Sunday the 27th after BOM predicted a major flood level for the Brisbane River to a total of 1 million recipients mapped along the river. But we understand that the first messages weren't received until around 8:20 that night. Across the messages Council asked to be sent through the state platform, we received reports of delays of up to 12 hours for some recipients. We could never have relied on this platform alone to get the message out. And that's why our own early warning system allows us to communicate, as well as communications on TV, radio, and social media. Of course, the Lord Mayor has today announced a thorough review into the event to be headed by former Governor Paul Djersey, and this will include a review of the public warnings as well. I'll now turn to the report. The presentation to committee was an overview of Council's Solution Centre. The centre was created in 2014 when Council's enterprise resource platform SAP went live. It provides advice on behalf of the process owners, including human resources, procurement and assets and works management. Essentially, the role of the Solution Centre is to provide how-to advice and functional support for our council employees. This is across a range of back-of-house services like human resources, payroll, recruitment, procurement, finance and assets and works management. The centre is open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on business days and also a response to emerging issues. Our council employees can contact the centre by telephone, email and via the My Help portal. However, due to the nuances of the workforce, Transport for Brisbane employees also have their own dedicated number to contact the Solution Centre. Last year, 35,600 incidents were logged. The customer satisfaction rating was 9.32 out of 10. The top 3 inquiry types were payroll, recruitment and employee relations. Interestingly, Brisbane Infrastructure is the most frequent user of these services due to the nature of their field-based work, where they're unable to access SAP or Council's intranet. Mr. Chair, item B was the regular bank and investment report, and item C was the financial reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Any further speakers? No further speakers. We now put the report. All in favour of the Finance and City Governance Committee report, raise your hands, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no, raise your hands. I declare that motion carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? No councillors raising their hands, no petitions. Thank you, councillors. I now move to general business. Are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? No. Are there any items of general business? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rose to speak on International Women's Day today and some local issues. Today is a very important day, and certainly in our team, we do recognise the very important significance that it does have. And we are not just a team that talks about this. Our team demonstrates the very essence of what International Women's Day is about, because we are a team of equal partnerships between the different genders that we have in our team. And certainly I can say for all of my colleagues that we are here based on our merit of our capabilities. And it is important to note that this year, the theme of International Women's Day is Break the Bias. And that is about imagining a world free of bias, stereotypes and discrimination, a world that is diverse, equitable
and inclusive. A world where difference is valued and celebrated. And I think that this is very important, particularly in my local community, because I have people who have come from many different places right across the world. And can I say, given that it is the most multiculturally diverse ward in the entire city, there are many women in my ward who are experiencing a level of freedom and independence and a capability to actually go out and be themselves that they haven't known before because of where they have come from and the circumstances they have come from. I think it is important that we do focus at this time about diversity being valued and celebrated. Because when we actually share things with others, when we empower people with knowledge, that enhances the basis in our city for harmony, and it provides a very, very strong foundation. We do need to continue to break bias in communities, in schools, in universities, and in workplaces. And can I say that I have worked in many industries over my professional working life, and some of those industries were predominantly gender disparate, in the sense that many of the other managers that I was working with, I was often the lone female in that team. And can I say, I am seeing since the last decade or so that there has been a transformation, but we cannot just stop there. I would like to say that when I conduct citizenship ceremonies out here in my ward, I often talk to many of our new citizens about their background and what it is that's driven them to come to Australia, but also what their goals and aspirations are. And I can remember the most recent one. I was talking to one young woman and I said, what are your plans for the future? Where do you see yourself being in 5 years' time? And she said to me, I'm a trained aeronautical engineer and I'm in the process of applying to the Australian Defence Force. And I see this as a great opportunity for me to use my skills, my knowledge, my experience to serve my new country. And I think that that example is one in which individuals are truly celebrating their diversity. They are celebrating an inclusive and equitable culture and a land of opportunity that we have here, but also the fact that she was progressing and the last step in the chain was just to receive her citizenship so that she could enter the Australian Defence Forces. And I think that that's wonderful that people are choosing those options. I really think that it is something that we are seeing a transformation, and particularly for the members of our team on this side of the chamber. I know that we are respected for our skills. We are respected for the efforts that we put in, and we are respected as individuals. And if there is to be a message out of today in finding a way to break the bias, I truly believe it is respecting individuals for their skills, their talents, and who they are. So I would just like to say that in my ward, I am very, very proud to have such diversity. I am very proud to have an inclusive community. And I say to each and every one of my residents living here in my ward, and to many others across the city, you have picked the best place in the world to live, and we are very supportive here in Brisbane of breaking that bias. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Further speakers? Councillor Addaman, please define your topic.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about the flood impacts in my ward and how my residents responded to it. I'm proud, as I'm sure all other councillors are, of what we've witnessed on the ground in the suburbs during the past week and a half. We have all seen examples of heartache and despair, and at the same time, resilience and that famous Australian spirit of helping a friend or neighbour who they believed was doing it tougher than they were. While my ward fortunately didn't experience the extent of residential inundation that my fellow Western Suburbs colleagues, councillors Hutton, Mackay, Toomey and Maddock confronted, my major issue was one of isolation. When Moggle Creek and Colo Creek rose quickly on the Saturday night, cutting off sections of Moggle Road and Mount Crosby Road, it effectively meant that about half of my ward was isolated from the rest of Brisbane. Corona Downs, Mount Crosby, Colo and Lake Manchester became one island, and Bellbarry and Moggle another. And that remained the case until last Wednesday, when the floodwaters receded sufficiently to allow traffic through. It became apparent very early last week that both communities were going to require additional food supplies if they were going to be cut off for any length of time. Corona Downs is serviced by a small family grocer, and residents were cut off from supermarkets in the Ipswich local government area, with Colleges Crossing going under. And with Moggle, while Moggle has a Coles, residents stripped the shelves bare when the rain set in and the resupply trucks were unable to get through. In addition to that, the advice we were getting from the local SES at Corona Downs was that the local doctor was in need of some urgent medical supplies, including insulin. I flagged the need with both the Lord Mayor and the local Disaster Coordination Centre for an urgent airdrop of supplies into these isolated communities, and was given an assurance it would happen. And for that, Lord Mayor, thank you. While we waited for confirmation on the likely timings of an airdrop, the need for an interim delivery of medical products and food to carry them through became an issue. Enter my local federal and state representatives, Julian Simmons and Dr. Christian Rowan, and an unlikely hero in local resident James Robinson. Out of the blue, James, a successful businessman who the three of us know well and who owns a helicopter, called me to offer help if needed. Things began to move quickly last Tuesday, knowing that we had access to his helicopter. The LDCC arranged for the list of necessary medical supplies to be collected at Ipswich, and James did the first of 3 drops that day to the local SES waiting at the Mount Crosby State School Oval. His next delivery was food purchased by Mr. Simmons, which was airdropped to the Bellbarry and Moggle communities, and then in the afternoon, food purchased by Dr. Rowan and I, along with prepared meals and as much bread as we could fit into the chopper, courtesy of the Kenmore Rugby Club, was airdropped into the Mount Crosby State School Oval. And that provided sufficient relief to carry local residents over until the following day, when a much larger helicopter undertook 6 deliveries of food between Wakehall and Mount Crosby. Chair, to see the look on local residents' faces as they lined up outside the Mount Crosby State School last Wednesday afternoon, and to hear their words of appreciation for the Schrinner Council's efforts to help them in their hour of need, was something I will long remember and proud to be a part of. In addition to those I've already mentioned, I would like to publicly acknowledge the efforts of Julie Francis and the Corona Downs SES team, and Mark Curl from the Moggle SES, Principal Chris Muir, Paul Brown and Olivia Lawrence and their team at the Mount Crosby State School PNC, and the local Corona Downs Police, who were at the other end to ensure the products were received and distributed in an orderly manner. There were a number of other good deeds by good local people, too many to mention tonight, that demonstrate what community is all about. To say I'm proud of how mine responded is an understatement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adderman. Any further speakers in general business? Councillor Maddock. Please define your topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak about the flood within Paddington Ward, but particularly I'd like to outline some of the amazing achievements by residents during that period and what they've attempted to achieve for the community as a whole. Mr. Chairman, like many of the other wards, we were significantly impacted in Paddington Ward. One of the great harrowing experiences for people is the impact on their homes. and that was significant and quite wide within the suburb of Auchenflower. And then stretching into Rosalie Village and then Paddington in the streets of Elizabeth Street and Beck Street, stretching up into Kelvin Grove in Tate Street, then through Red Hill, through some of the streets in Bancroft and Parade, and then obviously into Hurston and Butterfield Street and some of the adjoining streets. And of course, Mr. Chair, the significant impact that occurred in Milton off Park Road, down Douglas Street and adjoining streets to all the businesses. There are so many stories that could be told of the courage of all those local residents and businesses. But I just wanted to highlight a few because unfortunately time doesn't permit. I could spend this whole meeting talking about the last few days. On Saturday of the event, I was down in Torwood Street, which is an area that has repeatedly flooded. It is low-lying. It adjoins Milton Creek. And so the water does back up into the stormwater drains and into the streets. Well, that Saturday afternoon, I was going through those streets, talking to residents, telling them that they needed to take all of their possessions out of the garage level and start to put them up higher or take them upstairs. I did speak to one particular resident, and they still had a large, medium-sized fridge sitting downstairs, but there was just husband and wife, and the two of them weren't able to do it alone because it was too heavy. So I offered to help carry the fridge upstairs. And then out of the adjoining street, Vincent Street, a gentleman by the name of Andrew, who's a local resident there, just came across and said, "Do you need a hand?" I said, "Absolutely." And the three of us carried this fridge upstairs to their house. And then Andrew and I started to speak some more about what was going on. And I didn't see him for the rest of that day because I had to get to some of the other adjoining streets. But I did come back the next day. And my relationship and friendship with Andrew grew from that moment. What he did to bring together all of those surrounding streets that he lives in is amazing. Andrew is without a doubt Superman. He deserves a red cape with a huge S on the back because his courage and commitment to his fellow neighbours and to his community is just immeasurable. He, throughout this whole period from Saturday right through to now, he has continued to mobilise, to care for, to coordinate the efforts of everyone in that street to work together to help each other, not only through the inundation period, but also after that. And he and I have worked so closely that he just rings me up and says, "Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that?" And I have just worked through the LDCC, and I have to give them credit and acknowledgement for their work to get him and the community what they needed to get themselves up and running. That man has to be acknowledged in every way, shape or form, and I will certainly continue to sing his praises because he was as an outstanding individual. And his courage, his enthusiasm and his commitment was inspiring to me and everyone else in his community for what he has done. And I mean, he was so inspiring that even all of the TV stations that were permanently positioned down in his street and Vincent Street did a number of interviews with him. And in the ads that Channel 9 runs, you will see him with a baseball cap on his head. An extraordinary man. I also wanted to talk about Milton State School. The school was inundated. The heritage buildings had water through the first floor, and so there was lots of impact, but then it was widespread. So the pool, all of the sporting facilities, thankfully the new building that they had was built to a even higher standard than 2011, and so they were able to survive through that. But what has effectively happened now is that the department now has to spend at least the next 3 weeks, hopefully only 4 weeks, on rebuilding that school. And the effect of that has been significant. I want to acknowledge the work of the principal, Paul Zernicke, in what he has done to bring the teaching staff and the community and the departments together in a coordinated fashion. There are 680 students at that school. They are doing learning from home this week, but as of next week, all of those children, plus their teachers, so that the children maintain a consistency, will be bused to 4 different schools across the city. And they will continue to have to do that up until the school holidays and school gets rebuilt. This is an enormous logistical effort. They had to do this in 2011. They were able to go to the Smart College at Toowong at that time because there was opportunity to be there because the school was still growing at that time. But that's not possible now. And so he has coordinating, even as I spoke to him today, we had congestion reduction unit, we had QPS out there as well, to work out a way of being able to get the buses in to create pick-up and drop-off zones for the parents. And you can imagine the kids getting dropped off in the morning and then getting picked up in the afternoon. And he has done all of that and is working across all those different departments and around the clock to make that reality happen. And he has continued to keep the whole school community updated with all parents so that everyone is on the same page and that this will continue to run smoothly. He, of course, will assess it as he goes, but the efforts that he puts in every single day to address absolutely monumental. The third people I'd like to acknowledge are Kaylee, Kerry, and Kim. Kaylee and Kerry run a local history page called Paddington Then and Now, and Kim is a mum at Milton State School, but also a journalist by trade. They saw what was happening early in the piece, and when they saw the inundation and the effect on people's lives through Saturday, Sunday and Monday, they immediately jumped up and decided to reach out to the community for those who are able to give, and importantly also for those in need. So they have, over the space of only a week, been able to provide so much support to at least 14 families by way of accommodation or house or clothing, white goods, uniforms, anything that people could think of, they were able to provide. The Paddington Ward community had just came out in such a large degree. Even today, I was getting phone calls in the ward office of people wanting to donate, that they were inundated. And one of the important things was that they wanted to make sure that the goods they provided was what people needed and to the standard that they needed. And that has been achieved. Their work has been so powerful that the governor was able to see what they were doing, and she and her husband attended down at the Barden Girl Guides hut, and I want to acknowledge them for providing their facility and getting the Girl Guides to help with all of the collection and then separation of all those items. And so they were so impressed with what occurred that Kaylee, that Kerry and Kim were invited up to Government House yesterday and had a meeting with the governor and her husband, and very honoured to say that they were very honoured to announce that the governor's husband will be the patron of their history page, which effectively will also become their donation page. So there's been tremendous heartache within the ward and tremendous setback, but I have seen such actions of resilience from these individuals and the community as a whole in dealing with this and moving forwards so that they can continue to move in a way that gets them back to their lives. And as a council, this Lord Mayor, this LDCC, all the chairs, everyone involved has done an enormous amount of work and continues to do so as we continue the work of cleaning the streets and assisting people where we can through the continuing support of the Mud Army as people need that assistance. And also, I have to acknowledge the work of the armed forces. They are currently, some of them are currently in down at Milton, near Milton State School. They've been working through that area and they'll continue to do so. They are tireless and it's been hot days out there, but they continue to work in teams to get work done. So, Mr. Chairman, as we move forwards with the restructuring and rebuilding of our city and our suburbs, we are doing this together through the enormous courage of all of these residents and these business owners, and also all of the support of council and the armed forces and all of those other support services that we're not seeing in order to make this happen. It is a lot of work, but ultimately we will get there and we will, as a community, be the stronger for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matic. Any further speakers in general business? No further speakers in general business. Therefore, I declare this meeting, the meeting of the 1st of March, closed. Councillors, as you may have seen from the CEO's letter, we need at least 15 minutes to set for the next meeting. We'd also be obliged to close for an hour to allow for an hour-long break for the clerks. So as a consequence, let's combine the 50-minute break up plus a meal break and recommence for the meeting of the 8th of March in 1 hour's time, in 1 hour from now. Thank you, councillors. I declare this meeting closed. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. We acknowledge this country and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as traditional custodians, their language, songs and dance. We pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. May we continue to peacefully walk together in respect and in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? No. See no hands being raised, no apologies. Thank you, councillors. Question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Adderman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, being able to make quick and impactful decisions during a disaster has been a key component of dealing with these floods. Could you please provide an update to the Chamber on the policies recently announced by the Schrinner Council as they relate to financial relief for Brisbane residents?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Adderman, for the question. Obviously, I've referred to just the devastating nature of these floods earlier on in the meeting, but we know that not only is there an impact on property, there's a significant emotional toll on people, significant financial toll, and that is very hard to quantify at this point in time. We know we've heard reports of literally billions of dollars of damage across the state, and we know that a significant portion of that will be properties in Brisbane contributing to that bill. It's one of the reasons why really quickly we moved to announce support for ratepayers in Brisbane that have been impacted by the floods. Now, we estimate 28,000, potentially even 30,000 homes and businesses will be impacted by this flood or have been impacted by this flood and will be eligible for this $250 rebate that we've announced. In 2011, a similar program was introduced, but at that time it was $100 for impacted property owners. We wanted to make sure that we provided as much support as possible, as quickly as possible. And so, as councillors would be aware, we've proposed a couple of things. First of all, this $250 rebate, it reduces the average quarterly rate bill for property owners, for residential property owners, from over $400 down to about $180 on average. So their next bill will be significantly lower than what they are used to receiving. But the other thing is the next bill will be delayed as well by a month. So instead of being sent out during April, it'll be sent out during May. And on top of that, we're making sure that people get extra support in terms of extended payment terms. And so the normal 30-day payment terms, people can request that to be extended significantly. And also, if they're still having financial difficulties after those extended payment terms, they can ask for a payment plan to be set up. This is something that we did in terms of payment plans and extended payment terms during the COVID pandemic. And it's something that was used by many people and appreciated, and we want to make this available for flood impacted residents going forward. And so this program, we have moved quickly together with the support for community groups of $5,000. But it is also, on top of that, part of our program which sees the parking meters remaining switched off. And so we did this in response to the COVID pandemic and the wave of Omicron that was in our community in February, and in January and February, and asking for people to come out and support local businesses, come back into inner city areas to help activate the economy. And so we switched it off, those parking meters off in February, but they have then remained off ever since. And today I confirm that we'll be leaving them off until the end of March as well to support this recovery process. We also have our parking inspectors out doing other things. They are helping with the recovery. They're certainly not out there enforcing meters or issuing tickets. Obviously, there's still a limited resource. If there's some safety issues that people need enforced, they will be doing that. But when it comes to general parking enforcement, they are not doing that. They're focused on other things at the moment. So these sort of initiatives are just things that we can do as a council to support our community in a time of recovery. These initiatives, I think it's important that we announce them quickly and get them going quickly. Hence, they're coming through to this meeting now today for approval, and we'll see the ENC report coming up shortly. So, Mr. Chair, Councillor Adermann, we wanted to do the best we can as quickly as possible to support our community. Obviously, we continue to be focused on the flood cleanup in terms of removing debris from across the city, and that work will continue. But obviously, this financial support is an important part of that approach as well, just to support our residents and community and business in a time of need. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, my question is for the Lord Mayor. As people's homes were flooding on Saturday night, the 26th of February, in Fairfield, Oxley and Corinda, trapping them for days, why were you telling them to get sandbags or stay at home?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Johnston. And I also want to thank you for the way in which you've approached this natural disaster in terms of council and the community and supporting your residents. I appreciate what you've been doing locally in your ward. That I mean that genuinely. It has been a challenge for all of us, but particularly your ward has, once again, like it was in 2011, been very heavily hit, and I acknowledge that. Now, when it comes to the information that was communicated out to the residents of Brisbane, what we had was a very quickly evolving situation. And so we had changing advice from the BOM, and we did our best in short notice to actually feed that advice into our modelling, which obviously is a process that takes a bit of time. But we knew on Saturday evening that there was significant risk. This was, to put it in context, the same day.
Saturday night. And I was reporting that to the LDCC.
Councillor Johnston, you've asked your question. Allow it to be answered.
Yes, this was the same day which the Premier had stood up earlier that day and encouraged people not to be alarmed. And so I am very proud of the fact that we were the first level of government out of the three, and I was the first political leader out of all of them to actually issue a genuine warning to the people of Brisbane that there was flooding happening. And so would we like to have got that information out sooner? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've said that repeatedly. But I know, and based on the information that we got and the timelines that we had, that we got it out as quickly as we possibly could in a rapidly changing environment. We also know that when we put up that advice, it was criticised by some people as being alarmist. And in fact, certain senior members of the state government were asking us to take that information down. And so this was not in any way a perfect situation. But what we did is we made sure that when we got information and
point of order,
Mr. concern that information.
Councillor Johnston, I can't see your hand with the sandbag in front of your face. Are you making a point of order?
Yes, I am. I'm making a point of order. That's what I was saying.
Well, you've got to put your hand up too.
I did.
Yeah, but you can't see it because of your sandbag.
Oh, that's very, well, you know, a lot of people couldn't see much either out of their windows. It's a relevant issue, Mr. Chairman. My question was about flooding on Saturday night in Fairfield, Oxley and Corinda. It was flooding on Saturday night. So why was the Lord Mayor telling residents to get sandbags or stay at home?
The Lord Mayor is answering the question. Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's 190 suburbs in mainland Brisbane, and our information was a warning to people right across the city that if flooding was expected. And as we know, that flooding was not limited to suburbs that were by the Brisbane River, and it was certainly not limited to suburbs that were impacted by the 2011 flood. There was widespread flooding and flash flooding right across the city. in virtually every creek catchment of Brisbane, significant flooding, and it was flash flooding. It was flooding that came up extraordinarily quickly. And so there was flooding right across the city, and it was flooding not caused by dam releases in the end, but caused by extremely heavy rain, unprecedented rain. And so we were communicating with as wide a group of people as possible with messages in terms of be prepared for the flooding that is coming, but also letting them know, that some of the options and opportunities that were available to them, including sandbags. And we continued to promote that sandbags were available right through the event because we kept on filling those sandbags up. Each part of the city experienced different flooding at different times, but as I said, we were communicating to all 190 suburbs of the city, and each part of the city experienced different, localised flooding in this situation. But I again repeat, we made sure that we did the very best we could with the information that we had to get the message out as quickly as possible. I've talked before about the different alert systems that council has, the weather zone system, which was operating all the way through in the lead up to this flood event. So from the Thursday before the big weekend, messages are going out talking about flash flooding. And that continued Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to all of our residents through the weather zone system. And then, as we've heard in the earlier question time today, the early alert system, which was not our system, but made available to us.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it took
Your
time.
time has expired. Further questions?
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Hammond.
Thank you. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, the recent rain and subsequent flooding caused havoc on our roads and our river. This had significant flow-on effects for the public transport network. Can you please provide an update to the Chamber on how the 2022 flood impacted Brisbane's bus and ferry network, including providing a status update on services and assets as they are today?
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Hammond, for the question. As I said in the previous meeting, during the flood, we experienced some significant disruptions to both the bus and the ferry network. Let me start with this disruption that was caused to the city's buses. We had issues with the road network as well as impacts to our bus depots and operator facilities, and all of that affected our ability to deliver bus services for Brisbane residents. These conditions made it unsafe for our drivers and our commuters to travel using the bus network. There was widespread flooding and road closures, debris and damage to the road surface, and all of that forced the suspension of services from Sunday afternoon as the worst of the severe weather set in. However, I'm very pleased to say that from the first service this morning, our bus services have returned to the full timetable. So that's all of our routes now restored with regular timetabling, which includes high frequency and peak hour services. All of them are back up and running. Now, this is an extraordinary achievement given the amount of work that was required to restore the network after one of Brisbane's biggest flooding events. And across the past week, our council crews have worked around the clock to bring our buses back as quickly as possible. Power outages created black spots in our drivers' radio network, and we had 25% of driver facilities which suffered extensive damage from storms and flooding. Now, there's still some work to do to ensure that facilities are there to support our drivers, including at the Toombul interchange, where we've set up temporary stops for passengers, and we're working to identify a suitable replacement for driver facilities at this location, as well as the installation of portaloos at West End and Fairfield while we wait longer term repairs. An enormous amount of work has gone into reopening roads by repairing road surfaces and traffic signals, as well as clearing debris to make our road network safe and accessible again. As this work was completed, we were gradually able to restore services running to a Saturday timetable, leading up to a full restoration of services today. And as we complete the final repairs, there may still be some diversions in place for some routes. So I thank residents for their continued patience and their understanding while we deal with some of these minor service disruptions. We know that our buses are one of the city's most vital services, and the impact to services in the last week have only served to further empathise the importance of public transport connections in Brisbane. Now, we've said it here in the past, but over 70 million trips are made on our buses each and every year. and our transport network in Brisbane relies heavily on our city's 1,200 buses. I really want to thank our drivers who made sure residents made it home safely, especially on that first Sunday of the flood as weather conditions became really severe. We've heard stories of drivers going out of their way to help passengers, doing their best to get everybody home despite the weather and the numerous stop closures. I have a few pieces of customer feedback from the last few days I'd like to share with the Chamber's indulgence. This is direct customer feedback. A big thank you to the driver helping every passenger on the 222 find their way after several stops were closed. Definitely a driver who cares about his passengers. One passenger said they, quote, just want to say thank you to the amazing effort of the driver who was giving information to passengers and updating them with services, unquote. Another said, I would like to thank the driver. I had missed the 301 and the next service was 45 minutes away. The driver kindly dropped me close to my final destination. Mr. Chair, as I updated the Chamber on last meeting, our ferry services remain suspended. This takes out a critical part of our public transport network that is relied on by many, many people. Whilst our priority was the safety and staff of customers, the dedicated team at River City Ferries have worked tirelessly to protect our vessels, and I look forward to seeing them come off the hard stand at Murray and get back into service after needing repairs and maintenance. Our ferry terminals will need a little bit longer to get ready to accept passengers again. The first step is being able to undertake those assessments that I talked about earlier. But it's good to know our terminals withstood extremely large forces from the water and the debris, and all of them remain intact. What this means for Brisbane residents is that instead of replacing terminals over a period of years, we only have to repair them now. And as I said, these terminals and CityCats being out of action creates issues in a public transport coverage in the city. The Lord Mayor has made very clear that we'll look at how buses can support these communities that rely on ferries and have been left without now access to public transport as a result of the ferry network being out of action. What we want to do is partner with TransLink. One idea would be to fast track the Gold City Glide, and we're preparing a business case for that. Mr. Chair, finally, I'm very proud of the work our bus operators did once again, responding to the call with the Mud Army 2.0, as they did in 2011. Transport for Brisbane was proud to supply 319 vehicles to the Lord Mayor's Mud Army, including both standard rigid buses and high-capacity vehicles. Thanks, Chair.
Expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to Councillor Wines, the Infrastructure Chair. Councillor Wines, what date did you fly out of Brisbane to Dubai, and what date did you land back in Brisbane?
Councillor Wines.
I want to thank Councillor Cassidy for his keen interest in my well-being. I always appreciate his care and concern at these times. As councillors would recall, in a recent council meeting, I was asked to go on council business to represent the city at an important Olympics-based event. I travelled as the item before the council last week indicated, and I just want to say that at the time, the Premier was telling the people of Queensland that there was no cause for alarm. Perhaps
Point of order, Chair.
I was wrong to accept.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
It was her fault. Pretty simple question about what date Councillor Wines left and got back. Certainly didn't ask him whether he thought it was a good idea to go or not. Just a very simple question.
Councillor Wines, to the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said, it was an interesting, it's an interesting question whether I should have relied upon the Premier's statement. Earlier this evening...
You just told us your own leaders said it was not wise to go.
Earlier this evening, we had Labor councillors critical
of the
Lord Mayor for advising...
Excuse me, Councillor Wines, just Councillor Cassidy, point of order.
Councillor Wines seems to have not heard the question because he's now just said he thought it was interesting whether he should have gone or not or something like that. It was a very simple question. I asked him what date he left Brisbane and what date he arrived back in Brisbane. There was nothing else in that question whatsoever, Chair. So you'll have to direct him to answer it.
Councillor Cassidy, it relates to a trip that was undertaken by Councillor Wines on behalf of the council. I believe Councillor Wines is answering the question.
Earlier today, Labor councillors were indicating that the early warning system that Brisbane City had in place was not appropriate, while their own Premier, while the Labor Premier was telling people carry on as per normal. Perhaps I and her Treasurer, Treasurer Cameron Dick, who...
Just tell us the dates. I know Ryan's laughing.
The Treasurer Cameron Dick, travelling first class.
Here we go.
Also,
first class.
Also took the Premier's advice to be something that could be relied upon. And the thing is, so many people, too many people did, it turned out, and perhaps too many people have been taking her advice for too long. But I did rely upon what the Premier had said, that the danger had passed, and that people should carry on ordinarily.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
This is bordering on ridiculous. We know he was there. We know that he didn't fly back at the earliest opportunity because he continued to go to events that he specifically asked to attend at that expo. What we want to know is what date he left Brisbane and what date he got back to Brisbane. It's very simple.
Councillor Wines, can you please provide some detailed response?
I can. As the council would know, the exiting flight that I shared with Treasurer Dick, he left at the same time that I did on the 26th of February, and I left and I returned on the 1st of March, and the balance of time can be explained by the fact that to travel to Australia, a person must have a negative PCR test, which took me 24 hours to secure the results of my PCR test, and that accounts for the balance, for that balance of time. But once I was there, I moved within hours to secure a PCR test so that I may return, and I also secured a return ticket.
Thank you. Councillor Wines, further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, last Sunday, the lawman made a very important announcement regarding rate relief for flood-affected residents. Could you please update the Chamber on the particulars of this policy and how you will provide a financial reprieve for those affected by the recent floods?
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thanks to Councillor Huang for the question. As the Lord Mayor said, thousands of residents across Brisbane have been impacted by this natural disaster. The widespread scale of the damage, even compared to the 2011 event, is unprecedented. The event has had varying degree of impact across at least 164 suburbs. To put that into perspective, Mr. Chair, our city has 196 suburbs. While the cleanup is ongoing, residents are still coming to terms with the personal emotional toll that this event will have on their families and loved ones. No amount of money can bring back a loved one, and no insurance payout can bring back cherished photos and sentimental items that are lost. With that said, we want to ensure as a council, we're doing everything we can to make things easier for our residents, to not add to the burden, to take the pressure off at a time when many will feel helpless. When many have lost their livelihoods and are uncertain about what the future could hold for them. Council doesn't have all the same levers that the state and federal governments do, but the Lord Mayor is committed to doing whatever we can at a local level to support residents. And that's why the Lord Mayor has announced a rates relief package that will support the entire city, but especially those who have been affected by the floods. The first part of the relief package is the postponement of the April quarter residential rates bill by 1 month. These will now be issued in late April and in early May, giving ratepayers across Brisbane an extra month to pay their rates bill, helping with household cash flow and giving people a little bit of extra money in their pocket for a month. This will apply to roughly 488,000 properties right across Brisbane. Mr. Chair, hopefully, for those who have the means, some people may be able to use that bit of extra money in their pockets in March and in April to shop at some of the flood-affected businesses in our city that have been able to reopen their doors. Secondly, and most significantly, the Lord Mayor has announced that residents impacted by the floods will be eligible for a $250 rebate on their next rates bill. We expect that this could benefit around 30,000 ratepayers across Brisbane. Our contact centre is already registering residents for this rebate, and our officers are preparing an online platform right now to allow residents to easily apply for this support. This will be ready next week, and we will certainly be providing more information to ratepayers and also to councillors to answer all questions and ensure we get as many people as we can apply as soon as possible. By delaying rates notices for a month, we'll be able to process the $250 rate rebates and have them apply to the April quarter rates notice wherever possible. With that said, applications will stay open for 3 months until mid-June. So if for whatever reason someone doesn't apply in time for the April quarter, is another chance for them to get the rebate on the following rates bill. Mr. Chair, the message to Brisbane residents is really simple. If your property was flooded in any way, you will be eligible for a $250 rebate. The average quarterly rates bill across Brisbane this financial year is just over $433. If you apply a $250 rebate to that average account, the next rates bill will be $183. The average quarterly rates bill in the hard hit area of Oxley is $382. So for those eligible households, their next rates bill will be about $132. The rebate recognises the enormity of what flooded residents have been through. And in a small way, I like to think of it also as a bit of a thank you to residents who have been supporting each other throughout this event. In addition to the rebate, flood victims facing financial difficulties will also be able to access an extra 60-day extension on their rates notices. I must add that, as is always the case, our rates team will continue to take a compassionate approach and work with people on payment plans if they require it and if they ask for it. We will support our residents through any financial hardship that they are facing. We have brought forward this item to be on the agenda for later tonight so that we can get this program up and running just as soon as possible. I do want to thank all councillors on both sides of the chamber who have already
Cunningham,
committed their support.
your time has expired. Further questions?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you. Look, my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in the peak of the floods, many residents were forced to flee their homes at a moment's notice. Many sought refuge at local community facilities, council-owned community facilities like their Bowls Club, who were more than happy to accommodate them. Then, out of nowhere, your LNP Deputy Mayor, Krista Adams, ordered these Bowls Clubs to evict residents. They were forced to get to one of council's 2 evacuation centres by themselves.
That's just pure.
I think this is
Pure
just appalling. I notice I'm being abused by Councillor Krista Adams.
No, you're being interrupted.
How
You are
callous and point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, point of order to you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Adams, please don't interject while the question's being asked.
I'll just repeat that part of the question. They were forced to get to one of 2 council evacuations centres by themselves after they were forced out by Councillor Adams. How callous and cruel does your...
Councillor Adams, please.
Point of order, Chair.
I think she should withdraw that.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, Councillor Adams just unmuted herself and shouted the word liar, which is being recorded here tonight on the Zoom meeting. So I'd ask that you ask her to withdraw that.
Yes, Councillor Adams, could you please withdraw that assertion? But there will be ample opportunity to respond to any questions later.
I'm sure they will, but as Councillor Griffiths never had, absolutely not.
Please just withdraw, please, Councillor Adams. You
I don't
won't
accept
withdraw?
that. She's called me a liar. I don't accept that.
You call me a liar every week, Councillor Griffiths. I'm not
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, Councillor Adams is continuing to show disrespect to you as chair. You've just asked her to withdraw and she said absolutely not. So I assume you're going to go through the process of noting her conduct now.
Councillor Adams, you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for unsuitable meeting conduct, and I make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting.
So I'll finish my question. How callous and cruel does your LNP administration and your Deputy Mayor, Councillor Krista Adams, have to be to evict residents at their most vulnerable time?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's an interesting question from someone that residents tell me wasn't anywhere in Brisbane when the floods were happening. This is an interesting question from a member of a team who's been criticising Councillor
Rubbish.
When the person that asked this question was nowhere near his local electorate when the flooding was occurring, according to local residents. And so what I can say here is that not only is this disgustingly hypocritical, this question, but also that it is absolutely
Point of order?
Point of order to you, Councillor Griffiths.
False. Yeah, I claim to be misrepresented.
Claim to be misrepresented? Okay, noted.
And so what we see here is repeated false claims about council supposedly shutting down evacuation centres or evicting people. No such thing happened. No such thing happened. Now, various claims have been made, and all I can determine is that they've been made for cynical political reasons, but we have not shut down any centres, and nor have we evicted anyone. But what we have done is made sure that there are extremely well-serviced evacuation centres available during this event, where people can get access not only to food and shelter
that people couldn't get
to place to lay their head, but also that there were appropriate services there for them. Appropriate services not only from council and charitable organisations, but also state government agencies as well. There was the security of having police officers there as well. And so council, we did not shut down any evacuation centres. And so this claim is absolutely false. Now, one of the wonderful things that we saw happen during this event is that a number of organisations spontaneously opened community hubs. Now, these were community clubs like bowls clubs, like schools, that basically decided that they would open up as a hub to support local residents. That is a great thing.
You tried to shut them down too.
That is simply not true, Mr. Chair. That was not true. And once again, I really do wonder why there are these false claims being made in these two cases, because
not false.
Those centres were not shut down and people were not evicted. And in fact, in the case of the Graceville State School, one where there was a claim made that we had tried to shut them down, I visited that establishment and they were continuing to provide an amazing service for local residents.
Because they ignored.
Not shut down, and not asked to shut down. Mr. Chair, it is simply not true. And so I really do wonder about the motivation of these questions. I really do wonder about why there's been an attempt made to try and politicise this situation where everyone was trying to do the best they can, where council set up two extremely well-resourced evacuation centres, which always had extra capacity and spare capacity, and where we also appreciated the support of local community organisations that wanted to establish community hubs and drop-in centres to support their community. That is a great thing. And I commend both the Bowls Club and the Graceville State School and other locations around the city that set up as spontaneous community centres. It was a fantastic thing. It was a thing that we commend them for and thank them for. And I got the opportunity to thank them in person at the Graceville State School. And so I do not know where this is coming from. I do not know what the motivation is, but I think it is really concerning, Mr. Chair, that we're seeing these false claims being made.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Griffiths, your claim of misrepresentation.
Yes, I just want to state really clearly that I was in Brisbane for the whole week, helping out at Rockley and Archfield. That was where I was for the whole time of the flood. So those accusations said by Lord Mayor are untrue. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, there have been many council assets damaged by the sheer force of the recent creek and river flooding in Brisbane. Could you please update the chamber on the state of our assets, including our roads, traffic lights and bridges?
Thank you, Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Councillor Hutton. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about some of the work that the division has been doing to get our traffic network working properly again. As all councillors would know, what could well be the largest flood event in 200 years occurred in the last week. This has affected the operation of our transport network. Council is continuing to assist with recovery efforts to restore infrastructure to help get the road network back to normal as soon as possible. Over the coming weeks, Council will be commencing marathon efforts to restore what will be tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars worth of flood damaged infrastructure. During the event, the BMTMC and the Congestion Reduction Unit operated around the clock, working with other agencies such as the Queensland Police to manage congestion, identify flooded roads, and provide critical intelligence to the LDCC for disaster response. During the peak of the event, the BMTMC was assisting in managing up to 80 water over road incidents, managing the closure of approximately 50 significant roads, including very important road corridors such as Coronation Drive, Milton Road, and Bowen Bridge Road, as well as that is on top of a number of Department of Transport and Main Roads corridors, main road arterials. Up to 100 traffic signal faults were also reported, which included totally flooded intersections, water damage controllers, and other critical equipment and loss of power. Also, please, can councillors keep in mind that in some instances the water was so deep that the entire traffic light, including the bulbs, went underwater, and this has provided a new challenge to try and return those particular items back to full and proper operation. Incidents coordinated by the Traffic Management Centre within the BMTMC during the event included 30 crashes, 155 abandoned, stationary and broken down vehicles, 34 debris jobs such as fallen trees, debris over road associated with rain and flooding, with more than 1,300 phone calls taken by the TMC. The road network was mostly cleared of water and debris within the key corridors, ready for yesterday's Monday morning peak, with a special recognition to the efforts of the City Standards work crews. On the topic of structures, bridges. From the initial assessment, it appears that no significant damage has been sustained by our bridge infrastructure. Assessments are ongoing and the full extent of the potential damage is being confirmed. At this stage, most of the damage is limited to significant debris removal and barrier damage. This stands as a testimony to the decision that was made 10 years ago to begin converting all of our bridges from whatever material they were before into steel and concrete. It has allowed them to weather these floods far better than they did in 2011 and 2013, and that much of the damage is limited and in many cases superficial. The Gresham Street construction site and temporary bridge was impacted by the event and was closed for a short period. It was one day and it was back to full operations on the 2nd of March. At that time, it should also be noted that the intersection Waterworks Road, Gresham Street, the lights did not operate for an extended period. And as a result of the flooding, the temporary bridge was reduced to one lane for a time. On embankments and retaining walls, due to excessive soil saturation caused by the rain event, several landslips have occurred across the network, with the most serious being at Settlement Road, on the border of the suburbs of Capera and the Gap, and at Mount Nebo Road, with a total of 24 slips of various sizes being observed, with 10 to 15 of these classed as significant, with heights varying of 8 to 15 metres, with up to 50 cubic metres in spoil required at these 50 cubic metres in spoil removal required at these locations. So a special recognition to Councillor Toomey as the ward councillor for both of those landslip regions. To date, our work has focused on having corridors made safe and open to traffic. When safe to do so, the landslips will be assessed again for potential long-term remediation. More information will be provided on long-term remediation in next week's council meeting.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions?
Yes.
Councillor Sri.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Thanks. My question is to the Mayor, Lord Mayor. After previous flooding events, I've raised with your administration my concerns about the location of sandbag depots, and this has been a recurring issue in many recent storm events. We only have 4 dedicated sandbag depots across the city, and some of those depots are not at all accessible by road when we experience major creek flooding. And we saw that in these most recent floods, where even if residents needed sandbags, they literally could not get to the depots because roads were cut. Do you think this is a good time to be talking about setting up additional depots? And in particular, I'm mindful of areas around Coorparoo and the lower side of Woolloongabba in the inner south side that are very vulnerable to flooding but can't easily get to the depot at Morningside. Will you consider and would you commit to exploring the establishment of a new sandbag depot somewhere in the inner city?
Lord Mayor?
Or in the south side?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Sri, for the question. Another really fair and reasonable question, and thank you for it. One of the challenges we definitely had this time was the sheer number of roads that were cut off in the city. We all experienced it, trying to get out and about while that rain was pelting down. Unexpected roads were under, and significant, I guess, road closures right across the city were happening. So, you know, this is different to 2011. It's definitely different. You know, there were defined areas that flooded in 2011. They were linked to river flooding. We had a number of days warning that flooding would occur, and it was dry in terms of the rainfall at the time when the flooding occurred. I will never forget the day when the river peaked in 2011, because it was a sunny day and the river just kept on coming up. But we had a very different situation here. So to answer your question, Councillor Sri, yeah, absolutely happy to have a look at better systems or different systems to effectively respond to what was all types of flooding happening at once. So river flooding, creek flooding, and overland flow. And I think, you know, absolutely, I think we should always be looking at ways that things can be done better in the future. Are there different locations where sandbags can be located? And I think that's a reasonable question, Councillor Sri, so happy to have a look at that.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, during the 2011 floods, we saw many of our riverside parks completely subsumed by the Brisbane River. Could you please provide an update on how the recent flooding event has impacted our suburban parks and waterways, and what recovery will look like?
Lord Mayor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, questions to you.
Promotion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I'd like to thank Councillor Mackay for the question. Mr. Chair, as a former Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee Chair, you may well be aware that this week is in fact Parks Week. And I had very much hoped to have come into the chamber this week to speak about our parks in quite a different way. However, the impacts of the severe weather events that we've experienced in the past week will be my focus today. I provided the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee with a high-level overview of how our city parks fared during the recent event this morning. We all understand the importance of parks and green spaces for the residents of Brisbane, and this was evident in COVID-19 when people retreated to their parks and green sanctuaries for recreation and leisure. We know that Brisbane parks enhance our active and healthy lifestyle through the range of playgrounds and dog parks, fitness equipment, BMX, skate tracks and barbecue areas, and many of these features are still available to use. Council understands how important parks are in providing both physical and emotional wellbeing during what are these challenging times? And that's why we're prioritising the inspections of these parks so that we know where to put council efforts and energy into first. We do not underestimate the extent of the damage that these floods has caused, but the Schrinner Council is committed to bringing back these impacted parks into service as quickly as possible. We are aware that less than half of all of our parks across the city has had some impact. The damage has not been limited to one type of park, as we've seen impacts across dog off-leash areas, sporting fields, playgrounds and alike. And we understand that that will take some time to rectify, just as the damage did in 2011. This flood has impacted many suburbs of Brisbane, and Council will ensure it takes a measured approach in assessing the damage, safety risks and rectification works. We'll ensure that our valued parks receive the urgency that they deserve, but obviously parks are one of many asset types across the city that we are returning back to business as soon as practically possible. Across the city, officers have undertaken a high-level pass on what the likely assets damage looks like across our park assets. And across all of our council asset types, Council is undertaking assessment of condition of these assets. This information will help develop an understanding of the risk and safety to members of the public. Council will then assess, based on this risk and safety, how we will prioritise where council effort will be focused. And while Council is returning parks to service as quickly as possible, we do ask that residents be patient, stay safe and to stay away from damaged equipment in our parks. Council is very proud of its resilient network of parks, and we're already seeing many of them bouncing back from the events of last weekend, but we know that there are things that we can learn from this event. And we will learn from the flood event, and Council is committed to remaining at the forefront of innovative park design, continuing to transform our park into resilient, multi-purpose venues accessible to everybody in Brisbane. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. That ends question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment
Okay,
Coordination
so what
Committee
one was
report.
that? We didn't talk about Schrinner Council, it was all the council.
Okay, right. Thank you,
Councillor Davis,
Councillor
you're
Davis.
still on, you're not on mute.
Mr Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 7th of May, 2022 be adopted. Thank you.
Seconded.
Been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 7 March 2022 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. As councillors are well aware, there's one item on the agenda here, which is the partial rebate of rates and a grant of rates concession for the South East Queensland rainfall and flooding event. This has been covered both by myself and Councillor Cunningham in detail. It's been announced previously. This is just about implementing that rebate program. So, look, I won't dwell on it further than what we've already said. The information has been provided to councillors, and I look forward to seeing councillor support for this particular proposal.
Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll speak on this item, and I'm glad Councillor Griffiths had the opportunity to clear up the truth around that slander that the Lord Mayor was
Cassidy, to the report, please.
Earlier. And we know that an LNP councillor has been using a fake account on Facebook to spread.
Councillor Cassidy, to the report, please, or I'll.
Yes, you know who you are.
Absolutely. What grubs?
So, Chair, this extra ENC report, which came through overnight, sees a bare minimum rates rebate for residents who are desperate for assistance at the moment. Brisbane residents' lives have been turned upside down. They're struggling to find shelter, let alone worry about paying their rates. The residents like Wilma and her son Bert in Deagon. Wilma was rescued from the roof of the shed in her yard by a neighbour in a tinny on Sunday night gone on the last 27th, I think that was, of February. She's now sheltering at another son's house in Shorncliffe. Beryl is 91 years old, lived in Deagon for many, many decades in the same house, and again was rescued by boat by her neighbours. None of them were warned about the impending flood danger around Deagon. Or Diane, who I met the other day, she's been living in her family home now for decades and has lost absolutely everything. Her entire home was inundated since she had grown up in that house as a child, never seen anything like that before. So I think the least we could do, Chair, is waive the entire quarter of rates for those residents who have been affected so comprehensively. But all this LNP Mayor could manage is a measly $6 to $7 million of relief out of a $3.6 billion budget. And not only that, but all of the onus on applying for this partial rebate has been put on to residents themselves. They have to contact council to apply. They have to prove they were flooded. Council teams were out on the streets throughout the floods and could have been taking note of which addresses were flooded. They certainly know which streets are flooded in my ward and half of Brackenridge ward, because I've been doing that work as well. There should be a more proactive approach from council to build this database of flood impacted properties. It might have been possible if the majority of curbside collection crews were all in-house employees and we weren't relying on external contractors to perform that work. The last thing residents need to think about is lodging applications for partial rebates when they're either in the middle of lengthy, complex insurance claims or they've lost absolutely everything. This is a woeful financial contribution from council, considering all of the other costs that council will be incurring throughout this flood recovery will be reimbursed by state and federal governments. Don't be fooled by this LNP Mayor's faux generosity. Everything from the cost of the curbside collection we've been talking about to mosquito spraying can be claimed from the state and federal government's disaster recovery fund. So Lord Mayor really has left residents alone throughout this crisis, Chair, and treated most things as a photo opportunity to get out there. But when it comes to real contributions, he's left the heavy lifting clearly to the state and federal governments. This council could and should be doing so much more, and residents deserve so much more than this LNP administration is dishing up. We will be supporting this item today, but call for much more support for residents in their time of need.
Hear, hear. With the speakers, Councillor Sri. Sorry, Councillor Cunningham, you had your hand up.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I wish to speak on item A, and I'll keep my comments really brief, as I've also spoken about it in question time, and obviously the Lord Mayor's discussed it at some length. So, as we all know, the event resulted in widespread damage to homes and businesses, and it did cause significant financial loss to individuals and local businesses as well. As the Lord Mayor has detailed, thousands of flood victims will receive a $250 rebate off their next rates bill as part of this recovery package. Now, as at this morning, this is by far the most generous move from any other local government in Southeast Queensland that we have seen. Now, I admittedly, I haven't seen anything else come through today, but as at this morning, no other local government in Southeast Queensland has made this available to residents who have been impacted by floods. And I think that's a really important distinction to make this evening. This will benefit around 30,000 properties in Brisbane. Now, the online application form will be available from the 14th of March, but residents can simply call our contact centre right now to register if they wish. We will make it as easy as possible for them. I will intend to provide councillors and ward officers with more information on the particulars of this online process and the eligibility requirements just as soon as they are available, so that all councillors, no matter where you're from in Brisbane, can support residents and get as many people signed up as possible to receive the rebate. I just want to quickly thank the corporate finance team and the rates management team for their work in pulling this rebate together so quickly. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on this item as well. I'll be supporting it, but I guess I must say it's an odd one philosophically. And I think it's hard to talk intelligently about the appropriateness of rates relief in a context where there are so many other things that I think the council spends money on so poorly. As a general principle, I'm quite inclined towards the view that it's more efficient and better for the collective interest when entities like a local council coordinate the use of resources. And some would argue that rather than everyone getting slightly more money back, a well-run council and an efficient local council should be able to do more with that money and support the community more effectively than leaving every single resident to themselves. And I am a little concerned about the ideological implications of saying, well, look, the best thing we can do for ratepayers is to not take their money and not use their money to deliver services for the common good. I think there's something interesting there that's worthy of deeper discussion and philosophical reflection, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see that in this particular chamber and in this particular meeting. I personally think that in the context of disasters, it's really important to be reasserting the important role that councils can play and to say that, hey, look, this money will be used efficiently to help residents. But we know from past experience, and we know from all the other things that the current administration spends money on, that unfortunately that's not necessarily the case. And that the council often spends money on stuff that isn't a high priority. And so in that context, I feel a little bit more comfortable supporting this rates rebate. I am kind of conscious though, and I kind of agree with Councillor Cassidy, that 250 is kind of a tokenistic amount. For people who are really seriously affected, it's a bit of a drop in the ocean. It's barely going to be on their radar. Some people will be really, really grateful for this, and it will make a significant difference to ratepayers on lower incomes. But I guess I just do want to interrogate and encourage councillors to reflect more deeply on what it says about the role of local government. If our big response in a crisis is to simply say, all right, we'll just give everyone a tiny little bit of money back and say, look, job done, we've helped people because we gave them a rates rebate. It's like, I'd rather see council actually helping people and using our significant resources to build community resilience and to support residents more directly through collectively coordinated action. So the rates rebate and the delay, I guess, makes sense in this context. I think there are probably slightly better ways to use $7 million, but then I'm not sure that this council would use that money more efficiently anyway. I did want to speak to the fact that, as others have identified, there is state and federal money available here, and there's presumably also going to be some pretty big insurance payouts. So if the mayor in his concluding remarks could provide a little more insight and detail into what other sources of funding will be forthcoming in response to this disaster, and what the arrangements are in terms of insurance, that would be really helpful for me, because what we're essentially doing here is voting to reduce council revenue. And I'm worried that that money is going to come from somewhere, and that some essential project is going to be canned, or down the track we're going to hear that some service that residents really rely on can't be delivered because of this rates rebate. So if the mayor could provide a little bit more assurance on what services or what particular projects he considers might not be funded as a result of this rates rebate, I'd be really interested to hear that. I'm engaging with this conversation in good faith, and like I said, I am supporting the motion, but I do have some reservations because I've seen before instances where the council has said, okay, we're going to give people a rates rebate, and then later says, well, because we gave people a rates rebate, now we can't fund this essential service or this important public project. So I would just like a little more clarity on that. I appreciate that the mayor won't have exact figures on what the insurance payout's going to be. We know it's way too soon for that. I know the mayor's not going to have an exact dollar value on the damage bill, and he probably isn't going to have an exact dollar value on the likely support from state and federal governments, but at least some indication or ballpark figure of what the financial hit to the council could be, it would be really valuable, I think. But yeah, as Councillor Cassidy said, this is a fairly small proportion of the council budget, so I'm not desperately concerned about it. I am, though, as I said, keen to emphasise that sometimes a local institution or a local council can be more effective at deploying resources strategically to clean up after a disaster or to build community resilience, and that we shouldn't capitulate to what might be called a neoliberal ideology or religious framework, where we say, look, under our religion of neoliberalism, it's best for council not to do anything. We're just going to give residents their money back, and that's it. I think there's something there that needs to be explored in greater depth. And I hope some of the people who are watching and engaging with this meeting will pull me up on this stuff and make time for more detailed conversations, because we're going to see more and more disasters like this. This one, in a way, kind of came out of nowhere. There are a few meteorologists who are predicting it as early as the Wednesday before the weekend of the floods. But there's every possibility we could see another flood event like this within a couple of weeks. I'm touching wood here on the houseboat at the moment, but it's entirely possible that we could see more severe weather events this summer and certainly in future years. So is it the case that every time there's a disaster of this severity, council will simply hand back a whole bunch of money to residents and in so doing reduce its capacity to deliver essential services and to support further recoveries? Like I said, it's not so much a question about this specific rates rebate, but about the more general philosophy that sits underneath it. I consider myself to be more of an anarchist than a socialist, in the sense that I prefer to see resources managed locally and communally at a local level, rather than through highly centralized bureaucratic entities. And I think there's a strong argument for rates, the money that's collected via rates, to be decided on and allocated at a more localized level, with more discretionary power granted to local geographic communities. But simply giving rates money back to individuals doesn't necessarily achieve that particular outcome. And so I guess it raises that question of what is the point of collecting rates in the first place? If we actually believe that residents can use money more efficiently than council, why do we even charge rates to begin with? Like, it does just make it into it raises an interesting question that I hope councillors will reflect on more deeply down the track, because I don't think it's sustainable, to be honest, to give ratepayers big rebate every time we have a disaster. And just finally, I will add that we often see the rhetoric that if council increases rates, that will increase costs to landlords and that rents will go up. I don't think that's true, but it will be interesting to see whether rents go down as a result of council reducing rates. Unfortunately, I suspect the rates discounts won't be passed on to tenants, and that the tenants who've been directly impacted by flooding at their homes won't directly benefit from this rates rebate, but the absentee investors who might not even live locally and aren't directly affected by the flood, they're the ones who benefit from this financially. And the tenants who are actually living in the flooded areas at the time of the flood and were potentially lost a lot of possessions and had to deal with that direct hassle and trauma, they're not going to get any benefit. So I would also be interested to know if the mayor would be encouraging landlords to pass on some of that rates discount back to tenants, being mindful that the tenants are the ones who are actually living in the flooded properties. Thanks.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on item A. I just make a few general remarks with respect to the floods and then address the specifics regarding the rates rebate. I'm one of only a few councillors, I think, who was here in 2011 that had a significant part of their ward flooded. And I know there are other councillors here who were there at the time. You know, certainly Councillor Maddock, Councillor Griffiths, and there are others. But there's not very many of us that experienced widespread, significant flooding in 2011. I contributed to all of the council reviews, to the Royal Commission, and as all of you in this chamber know, and everyone in Brisbane, I think, for the past 11 years, I've talked about stormwater and backflow valves and flood mitigation and land use change and town planning, because the most traumatic thing that's ever happened in my life happened in 2011. And it happened to about 5,000 households in my area. And now it's happened again in 2022. And it's probably a few less this time round in my area. The water is about a metre less than in 2011, sparing some people water in their houses and sparing some people water upstairs. But the 2022 flood has caused massive impacts around my ward. It's very clear to me that council's disaster plans have failed the city. They failed them on so many levels, including on Saturday when the LDCC was stood up, and on Saturday evening I was reporting flooded suburbs. I was so concerned that the messages I was hearing, absolutely from the Premier, who deserves a lot of blame in this as well, and the Lord Mayor, that they were saying to stay put and to get sandbags. Now, when you move into Brisbane 6 months ago or 3 years ago, you weren't here in 2011, and the civic leaders of the state and the city are telling you to stay put and get a sandbag, you don't think you're going to get 3 meters of water or 4 meters of water through your house. So you don't evacuate and you lose everything. I spent Saturday night calling the state member and the police, asking them to check on elderly residents in Oxley and Fairfield because I was concerned. And, you know, I'm so pleased I did because I actually think people might have died. We're so lucky that the police went out, they commandeered canoes in my area, as I'm sure they did in other parts of the city, and they went out and they engaged in life-saving exercises on Saturday night, the 26th of February. Now, into Sunday in Brisbane, both the Lord Mayor and the Premier were still downplaying this flood publicly. The messages were very much about it'll be parks and streets and roads, and I am madly driving around the ward talking to people and saying, get ready, it's coming. You know, the local retirement village couldn't evacuate. The army had to come in on Monday. The nursing home, the duty manager of the Regis at Yeronga, I'm saying to him, absolutely, get your cars out. You need to prepare now. Again, the army had to come and get everybody. And the water didn't go in, but it absolutely surrounded and trapped, you know, hundreds of elderly, vulnerable people. So it wasn't until about between 8 and 9 on Sunday night, so a whole 24 hours later, after whole suburbs in Brisbane are flooding, that this council sent out a text message saying, you might flood. Now, I've spent the last 8 days talking to residents all over my ward, and without question, they are angry that this has happened. They understand that this area floods and they understand this was extraordinary rainfall, but what they can't understand is why, when it was clear to everybody that there were suburbs in the city that were flooding, which is an indicator of a disaster in other places in the city, that the Premier and the Lord Mayor were downplaying this. So I welcome the fact that Justice De Jersey will be undertaking a review, and warnings will form a significant part of that, because it was a massive failure. And I certainly feel concerned that the LDCC wasn't treating it seriously on Saturday night. And I don't know why the messages that I were communicating in weren't passed on to people like the Lord Mayor, or if they were, why they weren't mentioned in comms. Lord Mayor, it's very easy to list in your media, on Twitter, on your socials. You've got like 20 people working for you, and it's super easy for the Lord Mayor of the city to say, the following suburbs are flooding, evacuate. This means that other suburbs might flood. Get ready to evacuate. None of that happened. Instead, residents were told it was all parks and streets and go and get a sandbag or stay home. Lives have been destroyed because of what happened last weekend. The $250 rates rebate being offered by council is the very least that they can do. It's less important to residents that I speak to than getting the rubbish picked up off the streets, getting their parks reopened, getting community facilities back. I've still got schools closed in my ward. The fact that this council is doing what it always does, which is trying to distract the residents of Brisbane with a bribe from their failure in this natural disaster is what this is all about. Now, I'm not going to deny the residents of Brisbane $250 in their rates rebate. It's clear that this Lord Mayor has trouble spending this money appropriately anyway, and that's about what he spends on his comms budget for the year. So if there's any question about where this money should come from, I'd say the Lord Mayor could just do a little bit less advertising and we won't even notice it in our budget. Because I agree with Councillor Shree, the big concern here is we're not being told where this is coming from. And if it's going to impact on real services in this city and impact on this city's recovery, then that is going to be an appalling low act by a Lord Mayor who's failed this city over the past 8 days. I also am concerned about the vulnerable people I've met. I always had vulnerable people in my community in places like Fairfield, but 2 years ago I inherited about 2/3 of Oxley, and it is the low side of Oxley, the Oxley Creek side of Oxley, and I am saddened and distressed by the people that I've met over the last few days. They definitely need our help. Some of them don't have anywhere to go. I've met people who are staying with strangers still. They're literally up the road with people who took them in on the night. They could not get to an emergency evacuation shelter. The roads in my area were cut. You could not move out of your street. You could not move out of your suburb, and you couldn't get to Chandler. I mean, thank God River Life Church opened up. And I gather council had a red hot go at them about opening as an evacuation centre as well. But thank God they had the guts to stay open because they saved lives over the weekend by being open and taking people in. There is no question that this council, and it wasn't a councillor, it was a council officer, called the Graceville State School P&C and told them not to do what they were doing, which was taking in people who had climbed over neighbours' fences to get out of their flooded houses and had gone up to the local school that had been a refuge for them in 2011. To hear that a senior council officer had tried to shut down a community response in a school full of brilliant people and volunteers was appalling. I heard it from the person who got the phone call. And the Lord Mayor is a disgusting individual to say publicly that that person is a liar.
Point of order,
because
Mr.
they
Chair.
are not.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Can I just
Councillor
ask you to
Johnston.
call the council back to the relevance to the report about the rates relief, please?
Councillor Johnston, you've gone a long way from the report. Can I bring you back to the report, please? And in fact, your time has expired. Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Sorry. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just rise to speak on this item and also to say that I endorse what Councillor Cassidy has said. This is not enough and it's too late. I have real concerns that we're actually putting it back on residents to apply for. And we all know what happens when residents have to apply for it and they're in trauma. They don't apply for it. And really, I think it is an example of a leadership that is out of touch and a mayor that is out of touch. I just want to put on the record that I was here in 2011, and I think the response then was actually so much better. We had in Rocklea, we had flooding on Saturday morning in the like 8 o'clock. I saw the flooding. I rang council and asked them to put up road signs. That didn't happen. We had no warning and we had no one listening to us. It was devastating that nothing would happen. You know, that we had to wait a few days before signs would be put up on roads to stop people driving through flooded water. Certainly the flooding in Rocklea and Archfield was much worse Saturday, and then Saturday night, it really hit people there. And I have to say that the people it hit were older people. They were younger people doing apprenticeships. We on the weekend had a suicide related to flooding. People who can't speak English, there were refugees, and there were COVID cases. There were people with mental health issues. Everything that makes up Brisbane was at Rockley. And it was devastating to deal with it. And it was the community who were dealing with it, not council. Council was sitting far away organising a mud army. And I think one of the things that highlights the pathetic, and I'd say the pathetic response of this council was the fact that it took 6 days to get bins for food into the suburb of Rockley. And that was only after I went on radio with ABC, who couldn't believe it either. Why residents had to wait 6 days when other residents had them on the Tuesday, I find a bit mind-boggling. I just want to do a bit of comparison between here, what we're offering now, which is $250, and what happened in 2011. And can I say in the 2011 flood, and I didn't have, frankly, I don't have much time for the previous one of the previous mayors, Campbell Newman. But do you know what? He got in his car, he rang me, and he came out and walked the streets of Rockley. He actually went into people's homes and he talked to them. You know, we haven't seen Councillor Schrinner at all in Rockley or Archfield. I call him the invisible mayor. We have not even, since it started to clear up, we have not seen this mayor in that suburb. And the need is huge. And the homes are damaged like you wouldn't believe, over the roofs. And the people are poor, and people don't have much money. They have nothing. They can't afford insurance. Insurance there is $8,000. They can't afford it. And this council's given them a measly $250. And I say to you, Lord Mayor, why weren't you there? Why aren't you looking after all the city? Why did you neglect some of the worst, most vulnerable residents in the city? I have never seen anything, even Campbell, even Graham Quirk would come out, they'd ring, they'd want to see people because they're actually concerned about the residents of Brisbane. I just can't explain, nothing can let me explain why this mayor was invisible and why he hasn't rung me and why he hasn't been there. I know he's rung Councillor Johnston and so he's very concerned about the people in Graceville. Well, he hasn't picked up the phone to ring me. I think that's pathetic and I think that's out of touch. Anyway, all I can say is this, what we're delivering for residents now, you shouldn't be proud of it, you should be ashamed of it because it comes from not listening, it comes from a media release need, something to show the residents of Brisbane we're trying to do something. They can see through it. They can see through the heartlessness of this mayor. So Lord Mayor, I'm inviting you, and I know you've disappeared from the screen. I invite you to come and meet with me and residents of Rockley who want to meet with you, who want to take you into their homes, and some of them are on TV tonight. You can watch it on the ABC because they have not seen you. They don't know where you are. They don't know what you're thinking. And I can just say to you really clearly, if you've got an ounce of genuineness, an ounce of decency, you would bring back buyback, you would extend the Build Back Better so that we actually have it for all residents, because the residents of Rockley are telling me when they ring, oh, we've been told you're not eligible for it. You won't be getting it. They should be getting it just like the good people of Toowong and St. Lucia and so forth. Everyone in the city should be eligible for that program. And it needs to be extended and expanded. And you know what? One less green bridge in this city won't be a bad thing if we help people get out of flooding. Instead of building 4 damn new green bridges, build 3 and put the money into helping these people. I'm just going to conclude by saying, Lord Mayor, you need to come out and meet with the residents of Rockley. I'll organise a meeting. I know how you love media. I'll organise a media and you can come and have a chat to them and see their homes and see what genuine battlers are going through. Thank you.
The speakers.
Here. Well said.
Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think there are some facts that also need to be put on the table in regards to the flood recovery effort, and particularly the support that the Schrinner administration has provided to the people of Rocklea. On behalf of the Lord Mayor, I actually went down to Rocklea. I had been liaising with the Brisbane markets as the former financial controller at the Brisbane markets. I have extensive contacts down there, and for that very reason, I was supporting our team because
just talk to the donor, hey, not the residents.
My ward was not severely impacted like others, so I put my hand up to willingly assist the team to ensure that if there were people that we could talk to, if there were businesses in need of support, if there were residents needing cleanup or assistance from the army for the curbside cleanup, I was feeding that information back in through the LDCC, through to the Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor and the Chair of City Standards to ensure that that was being dealt with. In fact, Rocklea Cold Storage had 4,000 pallets of food that spoiled because their power went off at 10 a.m. on the Saturday morning. And it wasn't until the following Saturday morning that they actually started getting into there, and the pallets had been collapsing. So we actually had a biohazard situation whereby when they'd removed those pallets out of the cold storage, they had meat, they had dairy, they had seafood, they had other food products that were all leaching into the stormwater system. So I ensured that the environmental health officers came out to support what was going on. And I can tell you that that business owner had a lot of damage through there, and 4 million kilograms of food stock is a lot of food waste. And I would just like to say to the officers from the ADF, thank you for coming out. Thank you for working with that business and certainly supporting them through this very difficult time. Now, I also went around to a number of different businesses throughout that area that run through Medway Street, which runs parallel to Sherwood Road effectively. And it's right next door to the Rocklea Fire Station. Even the Rocklea Fire Station was damaged by the flooding. So there were a lot of people that were in a very difficult position. But to say that the Lord Mayor wasn't in the know about what was going on is incorrect. Information was coming through. It takes many hands
very correct
to come in and help out. And I can tell you that fortunately with the Brisbane markets, what they managed to do was they managed to get a lot of the produce out on the Friday evening. And fortunately, they did not have this, the extent of the spoilage that they had in 2011. Now, it is very important that we do look after, particularly those areas where we do have a lot of food stocks in cold storage. And coming from my previous occupation, managing cold stores across a number of sites here in Southeast Queensland, I know how precarious it can be if you don't get in and deal with that food spoilage quickly. And so that was what we were trying to do. And it is vital, absolutely vital, that we look after our food bowl supplies and that we ensure that people have access to fresh produce as quickly as possible. And that is why the Rocklea markets are so important, because they feed so many people through the whole system of the wholesalers supplying the shops out there, and also the major contracts that are in place. We have all of the produce that supplies McDonald's that goes through the Brisbane markets as well. But I'd just like to also point out that the Salvation Army op shop, I was also down there, and they suffered increasingly severe losses. They had 15,000 items of clothing that all are now unusable. And they didn't have many volunteers because their volunteers were out doing outreach. And you've got so many of these stories that people will tell you how they've encountered the hardship, and every single story of hardship is valid. Every single one needs to be supported, and it doesn't matter who it is that goes out and reaches out to them. The fact is, we had mechanisms in place to go out to try to reach as many people as possible. And that is what is important. It's not about playing politics. It's about being on the ground, helping out where you can. I mean, I even went down to the Darra depot, and with Councillor Marks, we were helping to sandbag. We were helping people out on the footpath, load up their cars with sandbags in the pouring rain. So for those on the opposite side to say that other people haven't helped, that is not true. And the fact of the matter is that you do need somebody like the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor coordinating things at a higher level. And that is why it is important that they chip in, and did chip in. So I think sometimes it's always easy for someone to cast blame, but we are not about getting into the political fighting here. It is about supporting the residents across Brisbane. The residents need support, the residents need leadership, and the residents need councillors who are prepared to get in and do the hard work and not just create a song and dance. It is one thing to advocate for your area, and I don't begrudge that to any councillor, but don't decry the efforts of others when you don't know exactly the extent of what has been going on behind the scenes. And I will say this once and for all, that I will always stick my hand up to help another councillor should they ask for help. If my ward is not impacted in the same level and my ward is under control, I will always go to someone if they ask me for help.
You didn't ask us.
Well, I'm sorry. There was
trying to be a flood tragic.
Councillors, please, no interject.
Complaint put against you.
You're just being untrue. You didn't ask.
The councillors who asked me for help, I was willing to go out and assist them. So where I was asked to help, I did so. I will not go and just deem that I have got to do X, Y, Z for any other councillor, but where I'm asked to assist, I'm always willing to do so for the residents
to do anything in my
Brisbane. So where I was assisting the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and the Chair of City Standards, ground truthing what had happened on the ground, I was more than willing to do so. And I will do it again any day of the week for any councillor who needs help. And that is a standing offer. So if somebody wishes to contact me for assistance in a time of disaster, I will always answer my phone, even on Sunday night. I had residents in another ward who happened to have it in the downpour. I went out on Sunday night, this most recent Sunday night, to help them, and I would do that again. So I don't think now is the time to start throwing political barbs around the place. Our focus should always be supporting the residents of Brisbane and making sure that they come first, and their needs must come first in this
You
time
went
of
to a major
disaster.
political.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What on earth
You went
was
to the
that?
markets. They
Councillor,
donate to you.
any further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, it's really disappointing that Councillor Griffiths seems to think this is some kind of joke and some kind of game.
Oh, you're the joke.
Come out and meet with me
I
at
am
Rockley.
really,
You are the
Amen.
joke.
Mr. Chair.
Councillors Johnson and Griffiths, please. You've been interjecting continuously. I'm asking you now, please, to stop.
I'm really, really disappointed in what we've heard this afternoon. It is really, unfortunately, just quite evidently a purely political approach that's been taken here, and one that really is out of step with the way that all of us should be approaching what is a significant natural disaster for our city, and one that has required us to work together, and one that in the main, most councillors have been working well together. Now, in particular, I wanted to respond to some of the false accusations and claims that have been made, and disappointing claims that have been made, because they really must be set straight, Mr. Chair.
You're going to set your slander straight as well?
Well, look, I'll respond to that. The claim of slander, I'm not sure whether Councillor Cassidy is referring to what was said earlier, or the questions that were raised about Councillor Griffiths' whereabouts. I am very pleased to hear that Councillor Griffiths has reported that he was in Brisbane the entire time, because we were contacted by residents in his ward who were claiming that he was not only missing in action, but was actually out of the city. Now, I'm glad that I'm glad that he has confirmed that he was not, but
Maybe you should have asked him first before you said it.
Councillor Strunk, please.
Well, it's so obvious.
You
The question
me,
isn't-
Adrian.
well,
That would be too man.
I did ask him, and
You did not. You did not contact me at all, ever.
Well,
Ever.
Councillor,
You've never rung me. Don't be a lying little.
Oh, really, Mr. Chair? I asked that Councillor Griffiths withdraw that comment.
Councillor Griffiths, will you withdraw, please?
No.
Councillor Griffiths.
Just like Councillor Adams wouldn't.
Councillor Griffiths, you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct. I hereby warn you, in accordance with section 21(6) of the meeting local law, that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
The Lord Mayor has just now, in his last few comments, confirmed that what he said about Councillor Griffiths being away was in fact a lie, or maybe he was mistaken. But either way, he said it and he slandered Councillor Griffiths. So I'd ask you to ask him to withdraw those earlier comments.
Councillor Cassidy, the Lord Mayor has said, I've heard him say that he was pleased to hear Councillor Griffiths say that he was in town. I believe he's.
But he didn't withdraw those comments, did he? And he didn't apologise.
Councillor Cassidy, I believe the Lord Mayor has set the record straight. Thank you.
But did he apologise?
Councillor Cassidy, I've made my ruling. I've made my ruling. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Some people really show their true colours in a situation like this, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
You slandered someone.
That's what you're doing.
And you've got the gall to say that people are politicising.
Precisely you, Adrian. That's precisely you.
Three councillors here really showing their true colours.
That's precisely you.
Every week.
Unfortunately, it is disappointing. Now, let me set the record straight. I'll be very clear. Residents in your ward, Councillor Griffiths, reported to us that you were not in town. I'm glad to hear that you were in town. And I withdraw my previous comments, and I apologise for that misunderstanding. I'm glad you have cleared that up, because reality is we all needed to be full hands on deck, full hands on the wheel in this situation, and so that is a good thing. But the other things that you have said tonight are absolutely unacceptable and outrageous, to be honest. They are just pure scandal and slanderous accusations, and slanderous accusations that are nothing but politically motivated. Now, I can also
Have you been in Maruka? Have you been in
Councillor
Marchfield?
Griffiths, please.
Have you
Enough.
been in Marchfield? Have you contacted
Enough,
me?
Councillor Griffiths.
Now,
Give me
Councillor
a
Griffiths,
break.
you are not the only councillor in the Brisbane City
Campbell
Council.
Newman could
And-
come out and see the ward.
Councillor Griffiths,
Just let him
as you
speak.
continue to
Let him
fail to
speak.
comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(8) of the meeting's local law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, just to check with that ruling that you've just made, the previous order that you made regarding Councillor Griffith's conduct in the meeting related to language that he used, and that matter was dealt with. He's not repeated that language, so this is a new issue of disorderly conduct.
Councillor Johnston, his behaviour has been unacceptable and I've made my ruling. Thank you. Councillor Johnson,
Mr.
thank
Chairman,
you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
My point here is that as far as I am aware, and this is the matter that came up in the court case, you can't treat an act that has been disposed of as an ongoing act. It has to be treated as a new act. And I think that perhaps you have to warn him again before you make a note in the...
Councillor Johnston, I've warned Councillor Griffiths on numerous occasions to refrain from interjecting, and that was what I warned him about.
I don't think so. Not well, I don't think so.
Thank you for your observation.
You warned him about...
Councillor Johnson, I asked you to, Councillor Johnson, you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(4) of the meeting's local law. I hereby request that you refrain from exhibiting this conduct.
All right.
Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor.
Okay, we're good. We can move on. Right.
Lord Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Griffiths, what he's done is a classic opposition tactic where he suggests that, he's the only important one in the whole city. There are 26 councillors in this city. There were 164 suburbs affected by this rain event that we've had and this flood event. There are people all across the city who needed support. And what Councillor Griffiths is saying right now is that everyone else should be ignored and it's only one group of residents in his ward that are important. I believe everyone in Brisbane is important. Everyone in Brisbane is important. But I can tell you what happened during this event was that I maintained contact with your leader, Councillor Griffiths. And in doing so, I asked him how his team was doing and what support his team needed. Now, if there was no communication between yourself and your leader, that is not my problem. That is not something that I can respond to. I do not know what happened internally within your team, but I'm really disappointed in this approach you've taken. But let's actually go to what really matters here, because what you're suggesting won't change a thing. Now, what you have suggested, though, is to bring back the flood buyback. What you have suggested is to extend the flood resilient homes program. Let me respond to those issues, which are legitimate and relevant issues. Firstly, we saw just today the Deputy Premier commenting on the flood buyback scheme. And from what he said, because he was asked about it, whether the state would be interested in this, he made the comment that these programs are incredibly expensive and they displace people. It was not my comments, that was the Deputy Premier's comments. And we know from the history of the flood buyback scheme in Brisbane, in the decade that it was running, that scheme purchased 112 properties. And that cost over $50 million for 112 properties. Now, what we also know is that only around 1 in 3 people that were approached in that scheme actually said yes or was willing to sell And so that means 2 in 3 people didn't want a bar of it. They didn't want to sell and they didn't want to go anywhere. So I think it is actually really problematic to suggest that this is some kind of silver bullet. Sure, flood buyback schemes could be a part of a future approach. They could be one part of it, but to suggest that this is a silver bullet that will solve all of the problems is not the case. It's simply not the case.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Thank you. We now move to the vote on this report. All those in favour of this motion, the E&C report dated 7 March 2022, please say aye. Raise your hands. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. I declare the motion carried. Councillors, the next item on the agenda is petitions. Are there any petitions? Councillor Matic.
Mr. Chairman, I have one petition of residents in Gould Road at Kelvin Grove in regards to the improvements of bridges connecting Gould Road, Granville Street and Butterfield Street and Downey Street.
Thank you. Further petitions? No further petitions. May I have a motion for receipt of the petitions, please? Councillor Landers.
Mr. Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Strunk that the petition as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. General business. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? No councillors raising their hand. General business. Councillors. Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to speak briefly on a couple of issues arising from the recent floods and put these on the Mayor's radar directly, but also on the radar of the relevant chairs that are particularly in terms of issues that are relevant to my ward. I mentioned earlier today in question time the importance of new bus routes or improved bus routes to fill gaps caused by the cancellation of the ferries. And I just wanted to reiterate the importance of looking very closely at the 192 bus service in particular, noting that after the 2011 floods, when the ferries were inoperable after the 2011 floods, that 192 service was increased in frequency. There's precedent for that. It's a straightforward change. We need that service to run on weekends and later into weeknights, and we need it to run more frequently on weekdays. And so I would ask the Mayor and Councillor Murphy to look at that one quite closely. I'm also mindful that for residents in Kangaroo Point who've lost the Mowbray Parks ferry terminal in East Brisbane has gone down. We've also lost the various ferry services on the Kangaroo Point Peninsula. It would seem to me that the 232 bus service is the most logical one to make improvements to, as this will also pick up the catchments of Bulimba and Hawthorn that are really going to be struggling in terms of their loss of ferry access. So I consider that again to be quite a high priority. I'm sure there are other bus routes and public transport services across the city that need to be improved, but those two in particular. And I'd also wanted to emphasise that I know the Mayor has previously announced the free bus loop between West End and South Brisbane. And again, this is a really important connection point. And given that West End and South Bank have both lost a lot of connectivity with so many ferry terminals out of action, I think there's a strong case for bringing that free bus loop service forward as well. And that if the Mayor is concerned about helping South Bank businesses recover, particularly after the twin impacts of COVID and the floods, getting that free bus loop service up and running before the new financial year would be really good. I understand the previous plan had been to introduce that new bus service by July. I would suggest to the Mayor that there's a really strong case for bringing that forward. I understand from talking council officers that the basics of the service have already been worked out. So, Lord Mayor, I hope you're listening to this and taking a note of this, because I think it would really help that precinct bounce back. We've obviously been really severely affected by the floods. And so improving those transport networks is going to be quite a high priority for the area. Also wanted to highlight that so far I'm aware of about 25 residents in my ward who've been made permanently homeless by the floods. I would be interested to know from other councillors, if you have the time, to flick me a text or send me a message of what your rough estimate is of people who've been made long-term homeless. So we know that there will be thousands of people who've been forced out of their homes for 3, 4, 5 weeks, but I'd be really interested to get a read on what is the long-term, how many people have been displaced long-term, how many renters won't be able to return to their homes, how many owner-occupiers won't be able to return to their homes. I think the council needs to be collecting that data itself rather than leaving that up to the state government or other entities, because we know from previous disasters that the human cost in terms of homelessness and displacement is often underestimated. I don't think the council ever really worked out exactly how many people were made permanently displaced or made homeless by the 2011 floods. I don't think accurate data was collected. And I think this time we need to do a better job of that so as to inform our approach going forward, and really want to emphasize the importance of providing some accommodation for people, because we know how tight the rental market is at the moment. We know how difficult it's going to be for people to find alternative accommodation. I do think the council has a responsibility to step in here. And I think if the council were to acquire some apartments or flats and turn them into crisis accommodation for people who've been displaced by flooding, that doesn't set a new precedent, that doesn't undermine the broader principle that the LNP is so keen on, that housing is a state and federal issue. It would be a really good thing for this council to create some crisis accommodation for people who've been displaced by floods. I also wanted to highlight, in terms of the recovery of parks and green spaces around the Gabba ward, that there's been a long-running discussion with Councillor Davis and some of the parks officers, and also some of the active transport officers in council, about closing off the northern end of Riverside Drive to vehicle access. This is the stretch of Riverside Drive in West End and South Brisbane from Jane Street up to the Go-Between Bridge. The LNP's own plans for this precinct are that it will eventually close to cars. The mayor's been on the record many times saying that it's very clear that the long-term plan is to take cars off that northern end of Riverside Drive. It's already designated as parkland, and the road doesn't really lead anywhere. Now, I've went through there the other day after the floodwaters receded, and it's quite obvious that there's been very significant damage to that old road surface. And council officers are going to have a choice now as to whether they spend a lot of money redoing that road to an extent that it's designed to carry cars and large vehicles, or whether they restore it just as a bike path. And I would very strongly encourage the mayor and Councillor Murphy and Councillor Davis to take this opportunity to say, well, look, it's not worth spending hundreds of thousands of dollars building a new road through a park when actually we don't need the road there and we're planning to close it anyway. Take that money and instead create a world-class bikeway and pedestrian pathways along that northern stretch of Riverside Drive. We know the Olympics are coming up. We know there's a lot of other change happening in that area. But I just want to really emphasize, particularly for Councillor Davis, it would be a grave error to reopen car access to that northern end of Riverside Drive and to spend a lot of money patching potholes and resurfacing and shoring up that road surface, when that money could be spent better elsewhere. There's so many areas that are going to need major road repairs and major works to restore them after this flood. As the local councillor, I'm saying that this road, Riverside Drive, north of Jane Street, is not a priority. We don't need council to spend money there restoring it as a road for car access. We just need it restored for bikes and pedestrians. That's what residents have been saying for years. The southern end of Riverside Drive was closed off during Councillor Abraham's time as a councillor, and it's been a roaring success. People love having that as a car-free space. It's a much-loved Riverside parkland and exercise route. So let's do the same to the northern side of Riverside Drive. So I'm not sure if Councillor Murphy's on the call. I know his officers really want this to happen, and there's been a little bit of lack of clarity around responsibilities between parks and active transport about who gets the say here. the time now is, it's definitely time now to close that precinct off to cars and make it safe for people, because it was a really dangerous environment previously where pedestrians and cyclists were sharing a roadway with fast moving cars. Let's get the cars out there. Place is flooded anyway. Similarly, on that same note, wanted to highlight the importance of Riverside Drive as an active transport corridor. Councillor Murphy earlier today announced that there were sort of 5 major commuter bikeways that were particularly high priorities in terms of reconnecting and reopening, and I accept that we've got to prioritise those really high use bikeway corridors. But the Riverside Drive bikeway corridor in West End, not only does it carry a lot of commuter cyclists and scooter riders, but it also carries a lot of commuter pedestrians. And I would suggest to the Mayor and to Councillor Murphy that it would be good to look more closely at the estimated number of pedestrians who use Riverside Drive and that West End Riverside Parkland as a route in and out of the city, because I suspect when you add up the pedestrians and cyclists who use that corridor, you'll see that there's really high need there. And those pedestrians and cyclists need that connection reopened into the city. So Councillor Marx, Councillor Davis, I know you'll all be sharing responsibility for how to clean up all that mud off Riverside Drive. It's going to be a huge job. And I appreciate that there are competing priorities across the city, but that West End Riverside Drive, it's the local park for 10,000 residents. It's a major commuter corridor for people to get in and out of the city. Right now, we have lots of residents choosing to drive from West End Montague Road into the CBD, causing more congestion for people in other parts of the city who really ought to be, they don't have as many options normally, so they're stuck driving. But we don't want inner city residents driving and clogging up the road network unnecessarily. Right now, they're driving down Montague Road because they can't walk down Riverside Drive. If you get the mud off Riverside Drive, they'll be able to walk and ride along Riverside Drive again. That'll get them out of their cars and free up the road network for other road users. So again, really wanting to emphasize that ought to be one of the higher priorities in terms of active transport corridors. It's not just a park, it's a major bicycle and pedestrian highway. Finally, just wanted to highlight again, in terms of waste and I guess the overall communication and management over the past few weeks. And from my experience as a councillor, this is probably the first significant flood I've been through as a councillor. Communication was really patchy, to be honest, and I don't attribute blame to any one individual officer or council department for that. But I did really feel like I had to continually be...
Councillor 3, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I just rise to speak a little bit more on flood issues, and I just want to put on the record the problems that are going on with the flood recovery response now, and also put on the record a few things that I'd like to see happen. Firstly, while Councillor Vicky Howard was answering a question today talking about the $5,000 grants for sports clubs, an issue that I'd taken up with the Lord Mayor early last week, they don't actually work. So repeated clubs in the last day or so have contacted my office and told us that the link that they were given was not working. So in the middle of probably, you know, apart from 2011, the busiest week, second busiest week we've ever had in 14 years, we are also following up to find out why the grants announced by the Lord Mayor, publicly promoted today by Councillor Vicky Howard, aren't working. This is what we're told today. We're told that currently there's a problem with their computer system sending out these surveys with a do not reply address, and the club's inboxes are rejecting them. So they're compiling a new list and they're going to reshare the link so that the clubs can apply for the grants. Now, let's be clear. Councillor Howard today is out there publicly telling people that these clubs can get money. They've had to come back to us in the middle of their flood recovery, tell us there's a problem. We've had to go back to the council officers who know there's a problem but didn't tell us there's a problem. And we've had to then tell the clubs that, no, you can't apply, even though council told you you could apply. You can't actually apply. we've stuffed it up and we're going to have to do something else and fix it up. And maybe you can apply again sometime in the future. That's what actually was going on while Councillor Vicky Howard was publicly saying to everybody that these grants were available. They are not. That's like the bins, the food waste bins. When the inquiry happens, I can tell you the number one issue is going to be waste. So we were given a list through the LDCC of where the food waste bins were going. So, of course, we communicated that to our residents, who I think this is probably about Wednesday. We're pretty desperate at that point to put the food that had been spoiling for several days into an appropriate waste bin. Well, the effort that went into that defies belief. First, the LDCC said, no, we'd not told you where any of these bins were going. And I had to send them the list that they had sent me the day before. Then they said, oh, yeah, no, they're not where they are. We couldn't put them in there, which they could have put them in there, but they just, didn't do it. They didn't bother to tell us that the information that they had given us was wrong. Then they said to us, oh, but we're going to put them in. And we're going to put additional bins in. And they gave us a list of additional bin sites. Guess what? They did not go in where they said they were going to go then either. That's on the Thursday. On the Thursday, we still didn't have either of the bins in. I think there were bins, Yeronga Memorial Park, which was nowhere near the flood zone. They actually put bins in there. I thought that was pretty, I have no idea who decided where these bins were going to go. I mean, if someone had just gone, dear Councillor Johnston, where do you think the bin should go? I could have banged out the note to where in about 2 minutes. And guess what? I did that. I did that on the Thursday because we still didn't have the bins in the right areas where people were cleaning out their houses. And guess what today is? Tuesday. Guess where the bins aren't? Nowhere near the people who needed them. When we went through the flood review in 2011, one of the biggest issues at that time was what the role of councillors was supposed to be in a crisis. It actually formed a big part of the discussion, and I spoke to the panel, and a number of other councillors did as well. And it's part of our official plan that councillors' role is to provide advice and intelligence to the LDCC. That we are recognised as leaders in our community, and we're able to, work with the community and with council to deliver disaster responses. Well, I can tell you that I did that. From the very minute the LDCC was stood up, I provided advice and information all the way through. Even while this meeting's been on, I've been emailing this afternoon's issues that I found when I went out in the dinner break. I don't think that most of the things that I sent through were ever acted upon. I'll be very interested afterwards to find out exactly what's happened. I know that, for example, a simple request for some bins in Logan Avenue in Oxley, one of the worst affected streets in the whole city, and I defy even Councillor Griffith to find somewhere that was as bad as over there. And in Fairfield, where we had a whole suburb flooded. I can't understand why a simple request to put bins into areas where the water didn't go down until Thursday, so the bins could have gone in and people could have put their waste in it in a timely way. Did this council do one thing that I asked them to do? No, they did not. The worst part of it is, after spending days and days sending through streets that were flooded, streets that needed help, and we are supposed to liaise directly with the LDCC. We're not supposed to be liaising directly with council officers. We're not supposed to be interfering with the way council runs its disaster response. That is something that I took on board and I respected. We get people like the Deputy Mayor, Krista Adams, who sends out a spreadsheet and says, you've got like a day and a half to tell us every street in your ward that's flooded, the number, the address, the specifics, and you send it back to us so you can get the mud army. Meanwhile, we've been providing information to the LDCC. It is massively inappropriate the way in which this 2022 flood disaster has been overtly politicised by the Lord Mayor. I know that he made announcements on Twitter that were not in the LDCC SITREP sent to councillors. Councillors were finding out things in the media before we were being told about them through our communication structure that is
Absolutely.
a dedicated liaison between us and council.
We're banned from his Twitter.
Yeah, this is the most appalling behaviour because it disrespects the flood review. And you can be very sure that these are the things that I'll be saying to Justice de Jersey.
Absolutely.
And I'll leave it with this. About 2 weeks before the flood, I made a complaint to Colin Jensen saying that it's wrong that councillors haven't been included in any of the disaster scenario planning, in any of the practices, raising issues, again, as I've done previously in committees, in council, to the CEO. And guess what? 2 weeks later, there's a giant flood and they treat us like we're irrelevant. When they treat the councillors who represent the residents of Brisbane like they're irrelevant and they do not listen to them, they are treating the residents of Brisbane as if they are irrelevant. Now, I know that there is a problem with the way that this flood response has been raised, and I look forward to putting my concerns in. I say to my community that I am with you. I'm doing everything in my power to support you, to make sure that we have the right resources in place. We're working closely with the community, and our community and the residents of the suburbs I represent have been extraordinary. Into the vacuum created by council, they have again stepped up. They've cared for their neighbours, their friends, their family. They've looked after one another. They've gone above and beyond the call of duty. And in finishing, I must thank Melinda McInturf and her team at Yeronka Community Centre. We did it all together in 2011 and we're doing it again in 2022. She, Billy and her team of volunteers at the Yeronka Community Centre, I mean, thank God we have them as a local resource in my ward. They are truly remarkable, and I'm so very grateful for them. Also want to thank Councillor Griffiths. Obviously, you know, we are friends, and it's been really good to have someone to talk to who knows what this is like, who's been through it before as well.
Johnson, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers?
Yes.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Landers.
Mr. Chair, I move that council now adjourn for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that we adjourn for a break for 15 minutes. All in favour, please say aye. Opposed, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Some stories and also thanks a few unsung heroes. When we all left for work on the Friday afternoon, I'm very sure that none of us were expecting 800 mils in the coming days. On Friday night, I was really worried about residents in Hemmant as it's a low-lying floodplain and the water rises really quickly. But on Saturday morning, when I was driving around, it appeared a lot worse than what we all had thought. On Saturday morning, I drove down to Billen Street in Carina and I saw the residents being ferried over the floodwaters by the SES and the firefighters getting out of there with their pets as well. It was quite confronting and really, really heartbreaking to see. So Billen Street, Carina, it had turned into a little island. They had no power and many residents actually chose to stay as well, those with double-storey homes or those who weren't in the actual floodwaters. But their community spirit was honestly amazing. Those with kayaks made their way to check on each other, their neighbours, and to help them how they could. Friends, family and local businesses donated food, water, ice and generators, which was taken over in a boat, which was so generously donated by John Crawford Marine in Tingalpa. In defiance of isolation, the street set up a few marquees in the few short metres of road that hadn't gone under. And they came together for barbecues and socialisation as they waited for the waters to go down. Once the waters had subsided on the Monday morning, Billen Street residents assessed the damage and began the process of cleaning up, each person looking out for each other. And actually, one of the families was overseas. They'd lost everything. They'd also lost their brand new Mercedes-Benz. They were not happy, Jan. But all of the neighbours got stuck in. They cleaned out their entire house, put everything on the curb, and cleaned and gurneyed the entire inside of their house. I also wanted to thank Lane. Lane is a local electrician who lives on Billen Street. I learnt that morning, Lane explained the process that Energex have to work through to turn all the residents' home, the power back on because their meter boxes went underwater. There was a 3-step process between Energex and electricians. I did a call out on Facebook for some Sparkies. They came to the rescue and Lane coordinated it all. And within a few hours, we had everyone's power back on. It was really amazing. On the Tuesday, a resident who owns an earth moving company took it upon himself to get in there and to clean it all up, put it in his own tip truck and take it to the Chandler Way station. And by Tuesday afternoon, it was looking amazing. The Living Church provided a barbecue and helped residents clean up also. The Lord Mayor came down to hear the residents' stories, and the Brisbane Lions also came down to play footy with the kids. It was honestly just such an amazing afternoon, and the residents were so, so happy. I also wanted to make special mention to Ross Faster and his team. They're out door knocking every day last week and helping residents move items out onto the curb and clean their homes. HelloFresh donated about 100 meal boxes to flood affected families in my area. And Scott from Ray White Real Estate for going door to door and also helping residents all week last week. So whilst as an experience I would never, ever throw upon my worst enemy, the community spirit in Doughboy Ward has been inspirational. I also want to sincerely thank our Lord Mayor for appointing former Governor Paul DeJersey to reviewing the recent floods so we can continue to improve our city and be better prepared for whatever comes next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atwood. Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Speaker. I just have a few issues I'd like to cover in general business, but obviously relating to flooding. I think the first one, and I can't see the mayor on the screen, so I assume he's gone. But the first one I really want to get an answer for residents so that I can tell them and let them see. The mayor's response is, Lord Mayor, will you come and meet with me and residents in Rockley and Archfield to discuss flooding? It's the first question. So if the mayor could answer that, that would be good, because I'm happy to share that with residents and share his response with them. The second thing I'd like to put to the mayor is, and once again, this gets back to my point that I've raised throughout the day, is the lack of leadership from this administration and this mayor, the lack of genuine leadership. A dump was set up in Acacia Ridge at C.A. O'Sullivan Park, and it borders residents' properties. So we're actually dumping piles of waste that have, because we didn't get the waste bins, we have actual waste next to residents' properties, and it's building up against their fence. They're angry and annoyed, and I'm even more angry and annoyed because no one from council contacted me to discuss whether they thought this was a reasonable thing to do. And surely everyone in this chamber, as I talk about this issue, would go, surely that's not happening. Well, it is, and all you've got to do is go to C.A. O'Sullivan Park at Acacia Ridge, and once again, I put it to the Lord Mayor. I wrote to you yesterday, Lord Mayor, what are you going to do about it? Why didn't you communicate with me? And when are you going to clean it up? Because this isn't fair on residents, and it's just wrong. And the third thing I'd like to raise is really about today's behaviour. And I was somewhat shocked that the Lord Mayor made an accusation against a councillor, which was me, that I was away for a weekend when the floods were on, that he picked up that accusation. I know it was put out there on social media by a fellow councillor who has since removed it from her page. But I find that very, very unethical. I find it's contrary to what the Liberal Party nationally says should be going on with behaviour of politicians. In fact, what all federal politicians are saying is inappropriate behaviour. I hear many rumours about all the other councillors on this screen, but I don't go to Facebook and create a fake profile and then repeat it. Or I don't come into the chamber like the Lord Mayor did and repeat a fake accusation like that or a lie like that and expect it to get traction. So I'm just,
Yeah, you do.
I am really perturbed about the Lord Mayor's behaviour.
Yeah, who is Anna Quindlen?
Oh, I think we know who it is. Yeah. I'm really perturbed about the Lord Mayor's behaviour, and I think it shows for the leadership of this city, it's actually not about getting the best results for residents. It's about undermining and putting each other down. And I'm happy to have a fight with any of you in relation to residential stuff, and I'll do it in the chamber and I'll tell it to your face. But my experience with your administration is that you guys go behind the back, you do it sneakily, you do it through many other ways, rather than actually do it in a way that's straightforward. And it's just revolting. It's really ugly, and it reflects on you, but it also, the staff, you mightn't think it, but the staff know it and they see it, and they really have so little respect for you. So I don't think you have any idea what you're doing when you do that, because people know it's not true. Anyway, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Huang.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to take this opportunity to talk about the impact of the recent storm event in McGregor Ward. Fortunately, McGregor Ward is one of the wards that has less affected by the recent storm events and also the floods. I always remember back in 2013 when there was a flash flood, and Bulimba Creek actually flooded few streets in McGregor. And I did a site visit after that 2013 flood and realized the reason being that's where Bulimba Creek meets Mimosa Creek. So when there's this heavy rain, inevitably cause the water overflow from the waterway. So since then, every time when there's a heavy rain like this, I always just go and check on the water level, take photos, and reminding the local residents to stay safe. But also, since 2013, and every year's budget bid, I always put in budget request for the waterway remediation and also and also rehabilitation, and we did it year by year, and it is something people probably don't notice when there's no flood or when there wasn't a storm event. But this time it proves that with a good plan to work on the waterways, we can avoid the flood in these creeks. So I was proud to say that during the rainy day, the weekend, I visited the creek, and I ran into an elder gentleman. He recognized me and thanked me for cleaning up the creek, because since we started that waterway rehabilitation, there was no flood after that. And after the storm event, after the flood gone, I visited the creek again, and there weren't any debris in that waterway. So what we did actually worked. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Council's Asset Services for doing an outstanding job. I'd like to thank Lord Mayor and also the successive Finance Chair for supporting my budget bid in waterway rehabilitation. And I also would like to take this opportunity to just to remind people that it is now safe in McGregor Ward, but I also saw young people was playing in the water with surfboards, and that's something I feel dangerous. And I think it is important that we also educate the young people that whilst it looks fun, but it is actually dangerous. So I wouldn't suggest that at all. So once again, I'd like to thank Council Asset Services for their good work in maintaining our waterway. Thank Lord Mayor and the successive Finance Chair for supporting my budget bid. And this year, I'm still putting in that budget line item in my budget bid to make sure that we don't get flooded anymore in McGregor Ward. Thank you.
Any further speakers? General business? No. Thank you, councillors. I declare the meeting closed.